Alright, testing. Alright, testing. Cool. Maybe I actually do, let me... this, and then... Hold on, we're doing it live. Let's see. I guess there's no way for me to make this. Because if I do that, that's terrible. Yeah, okay. So I want it to go... Alright, well there's me. Full screen. That's not terrible, actually. Black bars don't really matter. I guess I should, like, try to make them even. 1 pixel off. Can I use an arrow key? I can. Cool. Can I use arrow key down? Okay, good enough. Hey, thanks, Jabin. Also re-resed, you're in here fast again. This guy is always the first one in here. Alright, so, yeah, for anyone, I mean, I guess, like, I didn't say, or did I say something in the Discord? I said, like, I did say I got top 8 in the Discord. Okay, good. Thanks, everyone. So, yeah, it was pretty good. I could have won the whole tournament. We'll get to that. We'll do things in order. So, overall, what happened? I got in like late Friday evening, which I didn't realize the event was, there was like stuff going on Friday. I could have scheduled a different flight to have more time on Friday for stuff. And then my flight coming back was also terrible. So yeah, yesterday I was really tired and didn't want to do anything, but that's fine. That's okay. That's what today is for, and the rest of the week. And yeah, because yeah, I'm gonna be. Cause I mean, this is a really long VOD. I'm gonna be going over because I have my like notes written down. Go over that first, then go over this VOD, and then there was also the Stone Mountain tournament, which would like to watch that as well. So, gonna be doing that over the next bit, and then there is also there's this Cash Cup, which is on Saturday, which I'm gonna be playing in. And I guess there's also Thursday night fights. Let me look at that, if that's actually running or if they're taking a break this week. I think they're taking a break for this Thursday. Yeah, Thanksgiving. Right, yeah, Thanksgiving is off, so there's no Thursday night fights this week. Play at CCS. From what I heard, the play overall, like on at Vegas, was also pretty sus. Like my opponent around the round 7 match. Let me see, is this it? This looks like my jacket that I'm wearing, yeah. Yeah, like this match against this guy. I think no, that's not it. Yeah, this match here against this guy, the play was suspicious too. Like we'll get to it, but game 2 I should never have had a chance to win. He had to make several misplays to give me a chance. And I mean, I played to my outs and all that, and I think I at least like it's not like I misplayed. It was just I was going second, and he was on a really good draw, so the game was always going to be hard, and my draw was pretty bad. But I didn't just like because I was thinking like in the game I'm on full cam. Oh yeah, you guys can't even see it. Okay, that's fine. Not used to this. But yeah, there I did play one match on stream, and we'll get to it when we get to it. But yeah, I was thinking like I could concede the game, but I might as well sit there and see more cards from him, and maybe he misplays, and then he did misplay. But yeah, okay. So, in terms of everyone was really nice at the event too. It was actually because I didn't know anyone there. Um, like I didn't go with anyone. I knew Casanova and um but he was running like production and commentary, so it's not like he was really busy. Because they set up on Friday and then on Saturday they were filming content the entire time and then Sunday they were commentating the entire time. So I had to like go and meet strangers, which I had a lot of anxiety about doing, and just anxiety about going there in general. But yeah, on Saturday there were a few. There was like one group of four dudes who I'm gonna shout out. Um, Shout out to them, and then there was another guy, Andrew, who I played against, who was really cool, and then King Kakoa and the guy he was with. I don't remember the other guy's name. Shout out to them. Um, and then like people overall were really nice. Like I could basically like sit down, like see someone play in the game, like sit down, ask if I could watch. They'd be like, yeah, sure, and then they'd like after they played, or like someone else nearby would just be like, yeah, you want to play. So it was really cool overall, and that helped out a lot because I was really really anxious. It was not quite as bad as back in Heroes of the Storm, like the first event I went to in Heroes of the Storm. Like I wasn't. I don't think I ever got close to throwing up. Which that was when it was at its worst in HOTS. And I was able to focus a lot better in general. The main thing that got in the way more so on the Sunday when the tournament was getting played was just having enough energy and being focused. Because that is one thing is like the anxiety gets worse when I eat, so trying not to eat or trying not to eat too much at a time to manage that. But the tournament went for a long time, and yeah, focus definitely was not consistently at 100%. Okay, skill level opponents throughout. There were a few good players, but overall, um, definitely wasn't a super strong tournament or anything. Um, like there was the guy I played in round 9 was really good, and the guy I played in round 2 seemed like he was pretty good too. And then the people that made top 8 um, were at least decent. There's only the one guy that I played against in the top 8, who I lost to, but that was because I misplayed. I misplayed game 2 and game 3. They were both winnable. So yeah. Alright, so let's go over full turn report thing. Round 1 I was against Silent Knight, actually, who is the guy that runs this Discord, Lorcana and Riftbound Leagues. This guy. So that was really cool to play against him round 1. Why am I pulling over I'm full cam? Yeah. The guy that, hold on, let me just switch for a second. He runs this Discord, this guy. I played against him round 1. So that helped out with the anxiety to know my first opponent. Someone familiar. So yeah, that was not particularly close matches at all. I'm not sure what exactly went wrong for him, but yeah, things worked very well for me. And he was on Kaisa. Round 2, I played against an Ari. Game 2, I made a misplay where he played. I think his hand was like very heavy on like charms and defies. So I think it was like his turn 3. He started playing charming my units, and then he charmed a Ravenbloom student, and I had Gust and Gust and Stupefy in my hand, and I only had 1 mana open. And for some reason, I played the Stupefy, and he had Sprite Mother. He was charming them into a Sprite Mother. For some reason, I played the Stupefy instead of the Gust, and then the Gust ended up being completely wasted. And I asked him afterwards if he had a buff in hand. He didn't even have a buff, so I would have just won the game instantly if I had Gusted his Sprite Mother instead of trying to Stupefy. Because he had Stupefy, and maybe he had Defy in his hand, but he used Stupefy instead to win the combat, so that was bad. But the other 2 games were not particularly close. Game 3, a lot of matches went to time, especially for me. Like I had matches where it was 2 games, and we were close to going to time. I don't think that's entirely my fault. I think that my opponents, like, I don't think anyone was playing that quickly, and I think that every single round in the tournament went 15 to 20 minutes overtime. So, and it ended up being, I think, like, my top 8 match finished at 10 p.m. 10 or 10:30 p.m. And we started at 9 a.m. So it was pretty crazy. That overall, yeah. But against Ari, Mundo, they can't answer Mundo, so the other 2 games I got a Mundo out and closed the game out pretty easily. But game 3 went to time, and I had Mundo in hand, if we weren't in extra turns, I had a guaranteed win with the Mundo, because he would have been like 20 plus might and just unbeatable. And I had a point lead, but because we were in extra turns, I calculated that if he had Charm, I think it involved like it couldn't involve Time Warp because he only had turn 3 and turn 5 left, and he was on 6 runes. So 8 on turn 3 and then 10 on turn 5. So there's no way for him to Time Warp, because I asked the judge, and Time Warp on turn 5 and extra turns doesn't do anything. But I calculated that if he could double score both turns, then he could tie the game on points, and I would only be able to play Mundo on my turn 4. So if he had Charm to move the Mundo out of the way to score, then he would be able to tie. So instead I made a play, I think, to score an extra point on my turn 2, and then there was no way for him to catch up on points, so it worked out. Round 3 was against the Victor. This was not even a close match. He was playing Blue Seals, and I don't know. Nothing really happened. Round 4 was against the Aurora Misfortune. Game 1 was actually interesting. He won the die roll, he went first. He played Aurora on turn 4. I think, like, then he got a Mind Splitter from the Aurora on turn 4, and then he played his other 2 Mind Splitters, either from Aurora or from hand, on turn 5 and turn 6. And he got 2 Watchers and 1 Mundo from me. And then I managed to find my second Mundo and get a battlefield set up. And then at that point, he had a ton of units on the other battlefield, and then he attacked in with a Nivea, which cleared everything else I had, but it made my Mundo bigger, and then he double Ride the Winded other units across and was 1 point off. And he didn't give ganking to a unit, so he misplayed. I shouldn't have won that game, but that was also absolutely disgusting, and he needed the 2 Ride the Winds to be able to beat the Mundo. Because I believe he used a Fight or Flight early and saw one. I think there was 1 Fight or Flight left in his deck as well. But yeah. Overall, Aurora looking like a really fine matchup. And I guess I should actually just pull up the deck list. So this is the list. I don't have anything in the sideboard specifically for Aurora. I mean, Rebukes are good, and Rossas are decent, and then the Mundos are just enormous, and I've got Watchers, but nothing to destroy the Aurora, but can just beat them after they put Aurora in play, which other decks, like maybe Kaisa can do that with a really good draw, but other decks can't do that too easily. Or they have to push for points. Whereas this deck, like, that was an Aurora that was in play turn 4, and the game ended on, like, it would have been turn 9 or 10 or something, so he had an Aurora giving him a ridiculous number of units. Round 5 was an unfortunate round. It was against the Kaisa. We were in game 3. He plays a Mega Mech. I have Mundo in hand going to 8 runes. The Mundo is like 16 might. And I accidentally drew an extra card for my turn. And the rule for that is, if that happens, your opponent gets to see your entire hand and take cards from it. Take whatever number of extra cards that you drew from it. So I had to show him my hand, he takes the Mundo, and then I barely lose the game. And that was like a massive tragedy. And I almost like tilted enormously after that. I mean, I was really mad after that happened, like at myself, like it was my fuck up. Because I literally like knew that I had the game won as soon as I put down Mundo. His Mega Mech can't do anything, and I think I was up 4 points to 1. So I put down Mundo. His Mega Mech can't do anything. I go to 6 points the next turn, and it's just unlosable. And then I do that and lose the match. And I knew that you had to be X and 1 to make top 8. So that was my entire breathing room gone with that one mistake. Yeah, fortunately the guy Andrew was there. He saw what happened, and then he talked to me for a bit afterwards, and he suggested I do push-ups. So I did some push-ups afterwards before the next round and punched a wall, and then I was good. But yeah, no, that was rough. Round 6, I played against the Darius. I don't really remember what happened. in this match, to be honest, because I wrote down game two I lost, and his hand was really bricked. He had to play like I think he passed turn one, and turn two he had to play like Vanguard Captain into Noxus Hopeful was his turn two play. So his hand was awful, and I lost this game, and it wasn't even close. So I'm not sure. Like I must have been on a bad hand or something, but yeah. And it was kind of weird because the guy might have been slow playing, which didn't make sense. Um, but we went to extra turns, and then the end result was like his on his turn four, he managed to get up to my number of points, and then but then I was just gonna hold the battlefield and push the other one to have more points to win. And then like I played out my turn, I got to 7 points, and then he like asked the judges at a draw, and the judge had to tell him that no, the tiebreaker is determined by who has more points at the end. Um, so like maybe he was trying to slow play for a draw or something, but that wouldn't make sense. And then I saw that his he had later matches that went to overtime as well, so not sure. Round seven was on stream. Game one was an absolute stomp. I had like literal Exodia draw. And game two, he should have won, and he made a lot of misplays to lose that. Round eight was against a Master Yi. He won the die roll, so game one could have been hard, but he misplayed. He overall didn't know how to play the matchup. Like, um, he made a lot of weird plays, like he played his Master Yi and just threw it into my battlefield, and then it died without pushing the battlefield and clearing it. And then he even like moved out of the other battlefield at some point and just left it open for me to take it, so I was able to take back point tempo and win. And I think the same thing happened in game two. I think game two actually. Oh yeah, this is the match where let me just think. Yeah, this is the match where he had his battlefield game two was Altered Unity, the one that makes the tokens when you hold it. And it ended up the last turn ended up coming down to me accelerating a Watcher and attacking in with everything I had, which included two tokens from that battlefield. And then it was on the other battlefield that I needed to push was Trifarian War Camp. And I ended up having exactly enough because of the tokens. Like it was 6 points to 4, because he stunned my Watcher with a Rune Prison. But yeah, this could have been a hard matchup. I mean, it shouldn't be a hard matchup, but I think my draws were pretty bad overall. Where I didn't have the early Consult to pass, so I couldn't get card draw going. And he won the die roll game one. And game one, the battlefield he brought was Vile Mausoleer, which was also a problem because I had a merchant that got stuck there, which was really annoying. And then round nine, I went against a Yi Aurora. Game one, I messed up really badly. I had two Mundos and a Singularity in hand, and then I had like a merchant trigger. I knew that he played Fey Folk, the third unit in his deck after White Flame Protector and Dead Bloom Predator was Tasty Fey Folk. So I thought that for some reason, thought that Singularity would be a useful card to keep instead of keeping both Mundos. So I discarded one Mundo, and then he killed the Mundo that I kept because he wasn't big enough, and then I needed the second Mundo to win, and the Singularity was completely useless, so I lost that game. But then game two was basically... Game two was a pretty big stomp. I drew double Rebuke Fighter Flight and just cheesed out the points, and then game three we went to time. But I got a Mundo set up, so he shouldn't have been able to win there either. I think like we were in extra turns, and I ended up winning on points. But I think if the game went on, I would have basically like held with Mundo, go to 7, and then send him to the other battlefield and go to 8 and win. But he was a really good player, that guy. Vermillionaire. Let me see if I can like find him on Twitter or something. Oh, this is a common name. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can find him on Discord. Hold on. I literally saw a post by him and... one of these channels. Oh, Villionaire, not Vermillionaire. Is it Villionaire? I think it is him. Let's see, because it was this video, and I think it's him. Show me videos. Oh. I think it's this guy. Not this guy in the video, it's a different guy. Unless I wrote it down wrong. And it is Vermillionaire. Blue Victor at Vegas? No. Where can you find the list? It's here, but it's also posted on Twitter. But yeah, it's not. It is public now, so whatever. Here's the link. I don't want to talk about it too much, because it's only 2 weeks. Official video platform? What do you mean by that? But yeah, I did not see Blue Victor player at Vegas. Sideboards on Warrens? Oh yeah, that's a good one. That's a really... You put down the third battlefield so that you can score more points. Oh yeah, and then here I've got the names of the 4 guys that I hung out with. And then like when I won in round 9, one of them was like a cheerleading on me. Flash or Ride the Wind, they're cheese cards that only work with Mundo. You don't need them. Am I tall or Cass is short? A bit of both. Riot bring... Oh, like game platform? No, don't know anything about that. But yeah, shout out to Braxton, Chris, Oliver, and Edmund. Yeah. Those 4 guys. That was like the first group that I sat down and watched play and then played against on Saturday. And then like in between rounds I talked to them on Sunday as well. So it was really cool of them. Let a stranger in another group basically hang out. What's my deck? It's this. How did I feel about the Kaisa games? There were games that were unwinnable when I go second and the Kaisa has Falling Star, Hextech Ray, stuff like that. But that's fine. Like that's the worst matchup, and I think it's only slightly bad. Thanks for the follow, Nyang King and Kappa1. Annie is stronger than Kaisa? No. I think that Kaisa is the strongest deck, especially because you have to take into account the fact that, first of all, Kaisas are teching for other Kaisas. And then in addition to that, every other deck is teching for Kaisa. Like, a card like Unyielding Spirit is completely useless in every matchup that isn't Kaisa. And then there's stuff like Pouty Poro, and what else is like a good... Like in this deck, the Zon War or the War Camp is specifically anti-Kaisa tech because it gives breakpoints. And then even with all of that, Kaisa is still like a top deck. So no, she is the best deck. But I think Teemo is really close. I am playing Teemo at Houston because I want the metallics. Or camp against Kaisa, yeah. Yeah, it's something, it's not even like that's like an original idea. Like Aries have been trying to play War Camp as an anti-Kaisa thing. Best Teemo in the world, yeah. Definitely. Okay, and then in the top 8, I can talk about that. It was against the Kaisa. Game 1 was not close. Game 2, I fucked up really badly. On turn 2, he went first. He played a Sentry. I played a Merchant. He played a Sentry and went in and held up 2 mana. I had Sprite Mother Retreat in my hand, and for some reason I sent the Merchant to the other battlefield, got hit by Ray, which is literally obvious. He holds up 2 mana and plays a Sentry instead of playing his Kaisa. So obviously there's the fucking Ray in his hand, and for some reason I walk into it. And then I retreat the Merchant and play a second Merchant from my hand with it, and then they get Falling Starred, and then I lose the game, and it's not even close. If I had played Sprite Mother instead on that turn, send in the Sprite to kill his Sentry, he can't Ray it, hold my Merchant back, hold up 1 mana, he plays Falling Star, I retreat the Sprite Mother, then on the next turn I can replay the Sprite Mother, kill his other Sentry, so we're 2 points to 2 points, and then I can play the Merchant in my hand, hide a card, and then I'm just chilling, and then I can actually win that game. And then game three, he had a really good draw, and at that point my focus was like absolutely gone. We got into a really, really late game situation, and then my hand, he had a Thousand-Tailed Watcher and a Hopeful on a battlefield. I had a Teemo in my base, and for some reason I sent the Teemo to the other battlefield to try to draw into something instead of playing Singularity and then just sending the Teemo to trade, which would have been better. I think it's not like I would have won that game, but at least the game would have gone on for some more turns. But that game was rough. He drew triple Falling Star, triple Thousand-Tailed Watcher, and my second Thousand-Tailed Watcher was on the bottom 5 cards of my deck. And I saw almost my entire deck. Like, there were, I think, 7 cards left in my deck that I didn't see at the end of that game. No, I'm playing Teemo in Houston. Who's the best Annie right now? I don't know. It's probably sold out. Thanks for the follow, Violinx. Um, yeah. Like, I think, like, this was the test run. If Teemo, like, if this performed badly, then I'd play something else. I've got another deck, that I have in mind. Because I want to play for the Metallics. I think that those are going to be very valuable. And, I mean, like, I'm not going to bring a deck that I don't think I can top 8 with. Just for the Metallic. But if my choice is between bringing Kaisa and then risking, like, oh wow, I got second place or top 4, but lost in Kaisa Mirror, and then don't get the Metallic versus a different deck that I can get top 8 with, will I change something in the list? Maybe. Got like a week and a half to prepare some stuff. The deck overall performed really well. There was a blue seal that I was trying out in the list. There were sentries in the deck. There were a few other cards that I was trying out. There was like some ideas with Mind Splitter, stuff like that. But I think those previous cards basically would always end up getting discarded to Merchant, and that's a pretty good sign for what cards are bad, are the ones that you always end up discarding first when you have a Traveling Merchant or Zon Warren's Trigger. So, I mean, ideally I'd like to fit a Scrap Heap in the deck, and then just play Zon Warren's game 1 or 2 Scrap Heaps. That would be really strong. Third Lecturing Yordle would be cool. But yeah, not sure what to cut, so have to think about that. Unchecked Power. I don't know why I would want that instead of Singularity. I don't know what I would need that for. I don't, like, that's the nice thing about this. I don't have any cards that are specifically against Aurora. Like, I have Rebukes, but the Rebukes are really good against Master Yi as well. And also good against Set. Like, they're useful in other matchups, whereas, like, I don't need Fading Memories or Acceptable Losses or any of that stuff. But yeah, game two, if I made the different play with the Sprite Mother on turn 2 and then Beta's Falling Star and Sprite Mother again, I think I would have been able to win that game. And then I would have won the tournament because top four agreed to split, and the player that got the trophy and the tournament victory was the person who had the highest seed going into top eight. And I was second seed going into top eight, so if I had won, I would have gotten it because the first seed lost. I think it was fourth seed was the guy that won his top eight match. He was the highest seed that made it to top four. So yeah. We can go over deck lists. I need to find those. Let's see if those are up on Piltover Archive. That would be nice. Unofficial. They're not. That sucks. Okay, hold on. I need to find those. Where can those be found? Okay. Did I find it? Yeah, so I got sixth place. Okay. So this is the guy that won the tournament. He's on Annie. He is running one Rebuke main, one Falling Star, one Gust. And then I think this red Annie has to be a mistake. This is purple Annie. So this is very close to Sold Out's list. I think Sold Out's list is just minus one Rebuke plus one Falling Star, and I think this Gust might be a different card. Same battlefields. This is the guy that I lost to. He had Vile Mauslair, which is really weird. And yeah, I should have beaten him. Like he did some really weird stuff. Like he brought in Bryn here from the sideboard against me. And then he also, oh yeah, he had two Acathian Rains and he discarded one of them to Zonmorans, which was crazy. People don't run 3 Flash. Oh yeah, it might normally be 3 Flash, 2 Fight or Flight. That's true. I don't know why Invert Timelines is in this deck list. That's really weird. And Possession, Savits, which that will need to be gone over. We'll need to be going over that, because, yeah, I don't know. Flash breaks the bank, yeah. Maybe you just can't find your third Flash. Flare is for Annie. Yeah, it could be for Annie, but do you need that as Kaisa? Because there's no go first battlefield in these three. Like, I could see doing Lair as an anti-Annie thing, that's fair. But then Zon Warren should be a go first battlefield. Zon Warren should be like a Reaver's Row or a Arena's Greatest or even a hold battlefield. Ting Fang, -1 Darius is kind of crazy. 0 Hopefuls is absolutely insane. 3 Red Seals, 3 Kaisa. Okay, then. That is absolute insanity. That is just insane. Alright. I mean, I see stuff like this, and it's like, yeah, I definitely should just be beating all these people. Like, they're on some... They're not on the same level. Like, this Kaisa has 1 Lecturing Yordle. Are there Lecturing Yordles in here? There's no Lecturing Yordles. How do you cut that card? That card's insane. And then for what? What do you have instead of Lecturing Yordles? Like smokescreens? Convergent Mutation? Like, what is that doing in this deck? So confusing. Yeah. Legion Rearguard. The Rearguards are instead of Pouty Poros. And then there's this, which is sorted very strangely. Is this the 5 Seal Victor? Yes, it is. Okay. Blue Victor. Did this guy play on stream? I heard something about a judge ruling where Retreat got played on a Blue Victor and it was allowed to make a token. And that just should not work that way. So, number of spells that actually work with Blue Victor: Stupefy, Hidden Blade, Consult the Past. And then if someone has... Okay, this is an easier way to look at it. Oh, SCG... I don't know, this is on some other website. Does anyone have the deck lists for the Stone Mountain tournament? Because I would like to look at those. But I don't know what the hell this is. I don't know what I'm looking at here. Mo got 23rd. I think this is the other... I know there were a couple Teemos that made it up. Did I play against this MF? No. This Teemo's on Ride the Wind, Convergent Mutation. Not playing 3 of these cards is insane. And 3 Retreat is also pretty insane. This guy's on 2 Hold Battlefields, which, if Kaisa didn't exist, that would be real. Mega Mech. Mega Mech 3 Mundo. Crazy. Invert timelines. Top 4 split. Yeah, it was basically when we got to top 8, it was already 9 p.m. or later, and the head judge handed out, not like form, but it's basically like a sheet of paper that says, do you agree to restructuring the prize pool of the event to agree to a split? And everyone has to privately circle either yes or no on it to just agree to a prize pool split. In the top 8, someone said no, and it has to be unanimous yes for it to actually go through. Someone in top 8 said no, so all the top 8 matches got played, and then when it went to top 4, then everyone agreed to split it, so then it got split. But the reason it happened is because the event was running so over time, and people wanted to go home and go to sleep or something. Something like that. And like nobody, I don't think people were, well, at least I was not that awake, so yeah. Thanks for the follow, Dominic, Price, and Lud9V. But yeah. Spiciness, what is that? What does that even mean? Interesting. What would this guy have had to be spicy? Oh, actually, hold on. The guy that got top 16, that's one of these guys. Not this guy. Not this guy either. Wait, where is the guy? He got 9th place. There should be a Master Yi here that got 9th place that's on Fey Folk Aurora. Oh, was it him? I just never saw the Volibear. Hold on. Windwall main deck? Oh yeah, it was him. Okay, I literally never saw this Volibear get flipped. Or get played. But yeah, this guy, Anton V. Anton, I had written down. I mean, you would have just said it out loud. You wouldn't have spelled it for me. But yeah, this guy was a good player. Yeah. This guy. Yeah, 9th place. Yeah, this guy was good. He's on no... I guess the Fey folks enable the orange Volibear. Singularity instead of MB. Siding in... Oh, instead of main deck to dodge retreats. They're good in a lot of matchups. They're not just there for Kaisa. But yeah, the fact that Kaisas are on triple retreat does make it harder to play Singularity. Makes it much harder to play Singularity. But yeah, that's actually one of the things that needs to get figured out. If something can be improved is... The point of the Singularity is you get your board wiped by a Falling Star or an Acathian Rain. and you need to do something so the Kaisa doesn't just sit there and score 4 points over you. And Singularity is one of the cards that does that, but it is bad against Retreat, and it also burns all your runes, so if there's a better option, like that's what the sprites and the Singularities are for, basically, is to be able to do something from hand after every single card on your board gets wiped. Kaisa can do that. Yeah. Let me see, does anyone know where I could find the Stone Mountain deck lists? I'm looking at... Hold on. Wait, is it gone now? How often did I get to Guerrilla Warfare? A decent amount. Yeah, the Atlanta event, I guess. Is it Atlanta or is it Georgia? I don't know. Stone Mountain, wherever it is. This. Does it have lists? Okay, this has it. Okay, here we go. This does not have lists on it, but it at least has... Okay, this should work. Yeah, this should work. And then there are VODs, which I will pull up.
Ask the chat questions. What decks have you liked?
Okay, cool. Alright. Stream looking strong, yep. Lots of people in here. Thanks for the follow, Shadow Murloc. Save the VOD, yeah. Yeah, I will... Someone messaged me about that a couple weeks ago, and I'm gonna start uploading all of the VODs to YouTube. Because there's a limit to how much I can save on Twitch. Let me look at that, because there's... I think it's a pretty low limit. Yeah, you can only have 100 hours of highlights saved on Twitch. So I'm going to start uploading all the VODs onto YouTube. Probably not doing anything fancy with it, like maybe... I think I did timestamps for some of the tournament VODs, but yeah. VODs will go on YouTube. We're not running Ride the Wind, it's a cheese card. And it only does anything with Mundo, it doesn't do anything with any other cards in your deck. And it's not necessary when you have Fight or Flight and Tide Turner to enable Mundo instead. Okay, we got this. Is this accurate? First place was a Master Yi? I thought first place was a set. Wait. What is this? Why do these have different... Oh, this is a side event that happened? Okay. Why? Okay, this looks better, thank you. Sanini. 2 events. But they both say 10k CCS. Like this one, for some reason, says CCS 10k. There was one in Atlanta, too. I didn't even know about that. Does anyone have links to the Atlanta one? Or is this the Atlanta one? And it's just labeled wrong? Alright, whatever. We're looking at this. So, Set gets first place. I saw some stuff about... Can this not open in... Okay, I need to open a new tab. Fine. I can't open a new tab. God damn it. Alright. This guy was playing Seals, I think. Or there was something about the price of seals going up because Set did well. I do not like this overview. Is there a look at as card boxes or something? Okay, this is better. Thanks for the Prime sub, Rewoke. CCS is the Atlanta one. Eggman site, you can click the deck list. Oh, I see. Cat Shoes, thanks for the raid. Okay, yeah, I'm more used to this. So this deck is on 7 2-drops. Yellow set without orange set. Orange set in the sideboard, and then 3 arena bar, which is kind of crazy. And orange Lee Sins. I don't know, that's pretty weird. Deck Cooks. I don't think Arena Bar is a good card. That is my opinion. Crazy Kaisa counter. No, I don't think Set is a counter to Kaisa. I think that that's fake news. What's the plan here? I am going over deck lists from the tournaments that happened last weekend. Yeah, like if you play into what Set wants as the Kaisa, then you'll get in trouble. Like if he has a buffed unit on one battlefield and you just go and fight it and give him his legend value, then you're gonna run out of resources. But if you wait with your spells and then say, I'm going to kill your buffed unit on a battlefield, then Falling Star your base, Acathian Rain your base, something like that, then you're in a much better spot. Um, or if you like hold up Smokescreen and get their challenges or get their brick their attacks, stuff like that. Yeah, and Call to Glory. If you don't play around Call to Glory, then you run into trouble. Okay. Master Yi. Playing 0 first mates. That's crazy. I don't think Kiana's a good card. 1 Catalyst in the sideboard? Random. Is this Dizzy gone over the deck? I don't want to go too much into detail. Kuvi agrees with 0 first mate and says that Kiana's broken. Alright, fair enough. 3 flash, 2 fight or flight. Oh, but the scrap heaps are in with Zon Warrens. And then Vane's sideboard, sure. Cutting the Yordles and the Hopefuls, man. Those are some of your best cards. And then the sideboard looks very similar to Shanghai. Alright, I don't think we're going to see any crazy cooks in any of these lists. At least nothing that I've not seen before. Okay, 1-1 split rearguard Poro. I should be looking at the battlefields a little bit more. I think the anti-battlefields were all very standard. I guess, yeah, let me like double check these battlefields. I did not look at those. Grove of the God Willow. Okay, yeah, that's a bit strange. Dreaming Tree? Wait, what? Dreaming Tree... I guess you're not that bad on spells, are you? With challenges in the deck and Hidden Blades. And then the Primals. Is that the kind of card that Set wants? I guess Set can use card draw pretty well. Game 1, which deck you're playing, make changes. No, you can't sideboard. When you submit your deck list, you're locked into your chosen champion and your main deck without sideboard, but you can bring whatever battlefield you want. You don't have to lock in a game 1 battlefield. And then this is Vile Moslair Grove Obelisk. Go second Obelisk. I guess that makes sense for ye. Where you do a turn 1 Kiana or double 2-drop. It's maybe playable. And what did I just close? I just closed something important. And then... I don't think I looked at this Yi or Annie. Mystic Reversal. In the main deck. It's not a bad card. It can be difficult to hold up that much mana when you want to develop a big unit every turn as the Yi when you get late game. But that's definitely a card where... I mean, first of all, it's basically impossible to play around. Because, like, you're going to have a spell in your hand. What are you going to do? Never play that spell? Thoughts on Teemo? He's really good. Until they... I mean, you could maybe avoid playing an especially game-losing spell if you're worried about it until hopefully they spend 4 mana, but it's difficult to do that. That was something that came up in my round 2, actually, against the Ahri, is I didn't play Singularity, because if he had Mystic Reversal, I would lose the game instantly, but then it was just like every turn he has 4 mana open, so what am I doing? I'm gonna not play this card from my hand? Just in case he has his one of, like maybe one of in his hand. Alright, yeah, not much else to see. That's fine. I am really hungry right now, so I'm gonna be right back and boil some water, and then we'll start watching the Vegas VOD. Thanks for the follow, Vase 3D. And I'll be right back. 1 minute. Alright, I'm back. Thanks for the follow, Rebby. Alright. 5 minutes for that to boil while we find the first match. I will leave the commentary on a little bit, because Casanova was saying that he had, he was giving good commentary. Thanks for the follow, Mike VT. And one thing I want to say before we actually play this, there were not judges at the stream tables. Like, there was no dedicated table judge for any of these matches. And in addition to that, the production team and like commentators were not allowed to interfere with the matches. So the only thing they could do was call for a judge to come to the table if something happened. But they were not allowed to be judges or do anything that happened. So, yeah, anything that went wrong during the matches was not the responsibility or the fault of the Turn them sideways, guys.
In CAD potentially, so make sure it's in USD if you are in the US.
I with them myself, so I'm very excited to see how this.
Alright, do they show mulligans?
thinks is very
No,
now,
alright,
round
that's
one
fine.
of the SCGCON 10K.
Yeah, this is amazing.
Hey, popcorn.
Got to spoiler alert here. I got to interview Savitz, do a bit of a live deck tech with them, so I'm very familiar with this matchup because I've also
No, this is gonna be too hard to have this. Alright, we're muting it. Let's just focus. So we got Set against Annie. The Annie flipped Arena's Greatest when on game 1, which is surprising. Because that's a battlefield that you want to flip when you go first, because it adds to the volatility. Does that mean the Annie has a different battlefield to go first with? Updating Jinx deck with set 2 cards. That'll have to be another stream, talking about set 2 stuff. Stack deck, Darius. What else was in his hand? Gust. Gust is very nice. And then I think a Noxus Hopeful. I should pause rather than rewinding. Yeah, Noxus Hopeful. So this could be like stack deck, look for something, play the Noxus Hopeful. You could also save it to activate Darius next turn. Oh, we've got a sneaky deckhand. Okay, who cares about any of that? It would be better, because you know your opponent is going to want to go to the monastery for card draw. It would be better to put the sneaky deckhand here and the Poro on the other battlefield, because the Poro is slightly higher value. But Set does not have almost anything that cares about deflect, so it shouldn't matter that much. Sneaky playable in Teemo? It can be, but your issue, at least the issue I have on Teemo, is not getting to open battlefields. But yeah, this is a really good draw for Annie. Win the die roll, sneaky deckhand, best card in the Annie deck, probably. One of. Pack-a-Cub, Call to Glory, Hidden Blade. Okay. Let me actually just pause here. So the issue is, we want to push here. How can we do that? We need to play a unit so Cytherea gets a buff. But we don't want to waste... This is kind of wasting the Pit Rookie if do that. Is the plan to hide the Pack-a-Cub? Because your options here, you're always saving the First Mate. First Mate is too strong of a card. So you're playing either the Pit Rookie or the Pack-a-Cub. If you play the Pit Rookie, you're wasting the buff. And you only get a 2-mite unit. You have 2 mana open, but you can also hide the Pack-a-Cub. I guess the issue, no, you can't hide the Pack-a-Cub. Unless you're going to Call to Glory immediately. Which maybe you're doing that. Is that the plan? Is you play Pit Rookie, both of the abilities trigger, you resolve one. You play the Call to Glory for free, resolve the other, so it's a 5-mite with a buff. And then you can go in, push the battlefield, and hide Pack-a-Cub. And then hold up Hidden Blade as well. That's reasonable. That's a reasonable line. Alright, my pot's boiling. 1 minute. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I like that line. Because then you get to set up with the Pack-a-Cub and a... You could even spend the buff on Cytherea. You get the Conquer, you spend the Cytherea buff, you draw a card. and then you hide the P.A.K.A. there. That's pretty good. And you're safe against everything. Ooh, is that what he's doing? That is what he does. Okay, that's pretty nice. And then, yeah, here, because the Poro and the Deckhand are not switched, you lose. Why are we playing Gust on a 5-met unit? You could force your opponent to have to target one of their own units, which that's not even that bad for the Annie, having to Gust their Poro. It's not like that's game losing. But he did play the card. Yep, spend the buff. I guess you could just play it manually as well. Oh, he drew a Glory Seeker. Oh, he could also... Well, his opponent literally showed him the Gust. So he's just going to force it now? I mean... That's fine. You play the Gust. I really don't like that that stack deck got used. Unless he found this... I don't know if the deckhand was in his hand before he played the stack deck. That might have been what he found off the stack deck. If that's... then it's fine. But saving the stack deck to enable Darius on the next turn would be really strong. He should not be taking this trade. That is ridiculous. It was in their hand? Yeah, so that he should have saved the stack deck and he should be gusting this. Because Darius is a card that's difficult to activate in any. I don't know why he let his unit die. That is an insane play to make. Oh, he's saving the Gust. Instead of... Yeah, I mean, this is the issue, is now he needs the Gust to activate Darius. So now everything is awkward. Does Savit save the Cythria? He's going to be drawing cards, so you probably don't. Do you need her in play to contest the Darius? Oh, I guess he has a window. He gets to see the cards before he chooses. Is that how that works? Kill it, draw 2. I guess there's no window for this choice to need to be made until after the effect finishes resolving. That would make sense. He does save it. Do you go to the monastery? Your opponent's down that many runes, so you don't need to worry about orange set Showmaker. What are you worried about that can push your Darius? I don't know what's left in his hand. The Pit Rookie got traded off, so that's not there. So it would need to be another card that's a source of buff, and then both of these would push into your Darius. Which would be extremely risky to do as well. One Caller Lori's already gone as well. I think it's reasonable to put him on the Monastery to deny the draws. I mean, the thing is, like, what's the bad situation? If you don't have any cards in your hand to protect Darius, and you put him on Monastery, and your opponent has the second buff source to push your Darius, then they'll withdraw while killing Darius. So, yeah, if you have no cards in your hand that can protect him, then he does have to go to the other battlefield to be safe, but that also tells your opponent that you don't have any cards. You might just have to do it, go to the Monastery anyway. And then either they don't have another source of buff, or they don't risk that attack, because that attack gets blown out by Fight or Flight and Gust. Yeah, there's nothing that pushes this. So what do? You can't get the Monastery draw. And let's say you didn't save the Cythria, what would we have? Like Fiora plus Glory Seeker instead of an orange set? You might as well just play the orange set and take your 1 point. You are scared of Ride the Wind a little bit. But at this point, I mean, that's the issue. Annie goes first. I mean, this is like supposed to be Annie's plan when she goes first in game 2 or 3, where she does Arena's Greatest, 2-drop into deckhand, and then, like, you're in this situation. This is turn 3 for the player that went second, and the Annie is already going to be getting to 6 points, and there's nothing you could really do about it. I don't know why it's getting played from hand. I guess this plays around invert timelines, if you're worried about that out of an Annie. I guess he could have double sent into the Darius. Like, maybe this is just playing not to lose, but you just lose anyway. Because you make this play, Darius just goes back, 2 cards get played, he goes here, and you're just immediately dead to Vi Ride the Wind. You also used a Hidden Blade already, too, which is a pretty strong answer to Vi Ride the Wind. It's rough as a set player. Do you have information about the Annie's hand? The Annie didn't have anything to protect the deckhand here, which if Annie had Fight or Flight or Flash, they would have gotten used. So there's no Fight or Flight or Flash. The Gust got saved to activate Darius, so there's no Gust. It probably was correct to just send both of these here anyway, with only 2 mana open. So there's no Void Seeker. Like, there could be weird... I mean, there shouldn't be a Hextech Ray either, or else the same thing would have happened, where the Gust gets played to protect the deckhand. Unless it was top deck, but the Gust gets played to protect the deckhand, and then Darius plus Ray gets played instead. Because if the Annie has any of those cards in her hand, then she basically threw away an entire point. I mean, maybe it's correct for the Annie to save that for the Darius. Is that even true? You see the Cythria come in, and you say, I don't Fight or Flight the Cythria because of First Mate and Showstopper, so you let that through. Then you see First Mate go here, and you say... Really, you don't Fight or Flight that, move this back, Darius in, and then you're at 5 points? Maybe. Talked about him? No. Haven't said anything. I have not seen any... I have not firsthand seen any of the things that I've heard people talking about. Ask about the list? Yeah, some things. I'm not going to go into detail about the list, though. Thanks for the follow, the Duffin and Joe Johnny. Or Joe Joni. So now we have a very easy time of getting to 6 points. I mean, maybe if the Annie is on a Darius plan, because the issue is if the Annie plays aggressively and uses Gust or Fight or Flight to protect the deckhand, and then gets that point, gets the Darius point, but then the Darius gets cleared, then you end up getting stuck on 5 points potentially, and that could be bad. So maybe you could say that if the Annie had a Fight or Flight, I think Flash... No, maybe you save the Flash as well. But Flash you're not scared of. Like, you're scared of Fight or Flight and Gust. Or like a Hextech Ray or an Incinerate, or Disintegrate, whichever one it is. And then you ask, would the Darius player have saved that card, or the any player have saved that card for Darius rather than using it to protect the deckhand? Maybe they would. That's hard to say. That is hard to say. Thanks for the follow, Nimble Mongoose. Thanks, Megan. Should have top one. I'm not gonna get too mad at myself though. Play Vi. Okay, that's terrible. Take camp. It's anti-Kaisa. When to use Rasa, any slower matchup where you have more time to build up a graveyard. Sprite calls performed. They were fine. It's not like it's an amazing card, but it does its job. And it fills in gaps. I really hate playing out this Vi. Because this is a lost condition. If this Vi gets killed by a challenge, and then the set manages to stack battlefields and make it difficult to end the game, I think it would have been better. Man, are we saving the Void Seeker for something? I guess we can Void Seeker and get rid of their orange set. But no, we have two Void Seekers in hand, I think. Yeah, we have two Void Seekers. We could have used one, then played the Hopeful, and then had the second one open. Zero Ride the Wind? Yeah, Ride the Wind is a cheese card in my opinion. Any new cards? Yeah, the new Hidden Spell that switches the power. Can definitely make Teemo better. It's not going to help against Kaisa. And then the blue Poro that makes Treasure on Conquer is really good. And there's probably one other card. Did he forget to draw from Seeker? Does he have only one card in hand? No, he's got two cards. I think he has the right number. He had two Void Seekers and he played one. Svelsonger Mundo. You'd have to be green-purple, though. Or no, green-blue. So Orin. I don't think... Well, maybe with set two cards it'd be easier to stack a Mundo. Move Make Treasure. He's just the worst version of the blue Poro. And this game is over. Is that the third Void Seeker? He didn't draw? Did he not have two cards in his hand? He has two cards in his hand. And then he plays Void Seeker. Wait, you're... Okay, no, he drew. He drew. Getting gaslit. Yeah, I'm taking Teemo to Houston. Alright, pasta's ready. This is the last AFK. Uploaded material for Timo? No. Alright. Void Seeker, no Call to Glory comes out, so you know it's not there. I think it's just over. This is... I guess you're scared. You could be scared that this is a second Hidden Blade. If you're scared of that, what do you do? You could play second Void Seeker, kill another unit, then send in your Hopeful and see what happens, but then you don't end the game. Which is bad because you want to end the game this turn. Because you're risking, again, a challenge coming out and killing your Vi. I could have even been Purple Annie into Hopeful to activate the Darius the previous turn. And Purple Annie picks up a stack deck. That could have been better than playing this Vi. Playing this Vi was very risky. Recycle all 7. Well, that beats Packer Cub. That'll do it. Reaver's Row brought by the Annie, going second. Is this Annie really going to go Arena's Greatest Game 1? Reaver's Row going second, and then Dreaming Tree going first? That's insane if so. Darius Poro. So you have turn 1 deckhand, which can go onto the Reaver's Row. And then turn 2, you're looking for a Kaisa or spells. So this is reasonable. It's reasonable. Did Savitsa's mulligan happen? Yes, but we didn't get to see it. Only what he kept. Alright, fair enough. Pick up Falling Star and a second Darius. Okay. What is in that hand? Showstopper, Hidden Blade, Challenge. I think that's a Pack-a-Cub. And a First Mate? It is. Wow. My eyesight. So is the plan to First Mate go across and then hide a Pack-a-Cub somewhere? You could put the First Mate, yeah, on the ganking battlefield. So this plays around Ride the Wind, and then also plays around some kind of flash to save the deckhand and then pushing it back forward. Don't know what the Annie has in hand, though, other than the Falling Star, which is looking very good. No Reaver's Row. Alright then. That's Annie's battlefield, by the way. That is very surprising that he does not Reaver's Row, and then play for the Falling Star and push back in. Very surprising. What else was in his hand? Oh my god. Stop moving. Falling Star, double Hopeful Darius. So if he pulled back, he'd be able to Falling Star, get to 2 points, and put a hopeful in base. And Savitz would flip the Cub, and Cub would be able to gank across. Which does mean that Savitz would go to 4 points, which is pretty terrible. But as it is, Savitz is going to 3 points to 1, which is still terrible. But that's the power of first mate. Like, ready a unit, scores some fraction of a point. So, pretty good effect. In depth about Teemo after Houston and Orlando when I get home. Yeah. Oh, I see. Savitz had to point out the Annie's trigger, so that he had a window to flip his Packer Cub. I was wondering, because the Annie player forgot about it because he doesn't have units on battlefields or spells in hand that he can play. But Savitz actually needed that window to flip Packer Cub, so it's ready on his turn. Making changes? Probably will be making changes, but not sure. Well, maybe pick Teemo, because he's good. Maybe Annie tries to win this game with just Nox's hopeful value. Sounds difficult when Set is on 3 points, pulls back this first mate, pulls out of Reaver's Row and plays orange Set this turn. Houston open deck list? I have no idea. It's probably not feasible to, like, the logistics of doing open deck list. Actually, no, you carry around your deck list and give it to your opponent. I don't think it's open deck list, but I guess it's not impossible to. Next to follow Kerbeck and Durnham. And Jozo HS. Yeah, there's a lot of decision making. It's a hard deck to play. Like, as hard or harder than any. This Falling Star still looks pretty good. I mean, how do you recover point tempo as the Annie? You're going to be able to fight or flight the Set, which is good. I guess I need to see the rest of his hand, though, in order to make any further decisions past that point. Because right now you're going to 3 points to 3 points, and then the Set is going to get up to 4 points, and first mate plus P.A.K.A. is going to be able to get up to 5. Go for the Falling Star. Very clean Falling Star. Prior to play main deck, game 1, yes. Yep. That's why it's best of 3, so that you have 2 games to play with your sideboard. Holy, we got 80 people in here. And that's without me. I need to figure out, I need to like ask an admin of the Riftbound community server to be able to get whatever permissions needed to post in the content channels. Play Darius. Okay. Thanks for the follow, Big Ivo and Rised D-Ace and Jinhack and, oh god, Miskoe. Okay, so we are playing for the fight or flight. Showstopper happens because you can't showstopper from battlefield to battlefield. So that all makes sense. Fight or flight targeting the set, not playing to save units. Which does mean the set will get stranded at the ganking battlefield, which is not bad, because Darius could snipe him. Okay, Randy did it for me. Fucking guy. Thanks, Randy. That's the no recycle showstopper? I missed it. Getting distracted by all these follows. So he paid 1 mana for it, but didn't recycle. Start brewing for Spirit Forged after Houston and Orlando. So he pays 1 and does not recycle for showstopper. Yep. Sure does. Challenge off the Darius. How do you do the tech? Well, the tech is you turn one of your runes sideways, and then you don't put it at the bottom of your rune deck. That's the tech. And then you hope that your opponent doesn't notice to call a judge. Yeah, I missed it too. I missed it as well. But that's the thing is, there is a lot to keep track of, and you're trying to like look at your hand and make decisions, and then your opponent can just be flying cards around everywhere. He's calling a check on runes now. Oh, is he pointing it out? His opponent noticed? You played challenge and showstopper, and you have 1 too many runes because you started with a 6. Yeah, it is annoying. What, did Safid say he had 7 runes to start this turn or something? Yeah, I mean that is just what you have to deal with if you're doing it in person. Thanks for the follow. Mauel, Dong, Shlong Bong, and Ricardo Montero. Called him out about challenge, didn't ask about showstopper, yeah. Looking at your opponent's bottom deck with shuffling. Oh yeah, the Shanghai Teemo strat. It's a good one. He had a chance to correct and notice there, yep, true. Alright, what's in the Annie's hand? Invert Timelines, Void Seeker. And we hold the 4. So we're kind of caught up on point tempo, not really though, because set is about to go 5-6. Thanks for the follow, 3 ducks. No fatigue excuse for round 1? Yeah, definitely not. And Savich is definitely used to playing on stream, so that should not be any kind of issue, because that was a thing for me. Because I just want to, like, I played on stream. Off camera down here, I think, is like a point counter die that they wanted us to move. Plus, I had my notebook that I was writing down points in. And then also there is an iPad up here, which I think is what they are using to track the scores here, is you tap to increase or decrease points. Paying cost, yeah. Yeah. It probably should be, like, you pay cost before you even play the card. But that's kind of... that gives away information if you decide not to play the card. People be more vigilant, yeah. And there should be judges at the feature match table at Houston, surely. Alright, so Annie is going to invert timelines and pray to draw into I don't know what, because nothing is saving this. Card is, yeah. Yeah, like that should be the sequence, is you play, put down the card, maybe you declare targets, and you pay the cost before anything resolves. But yeah, like that the cost should be paid before anything moves around. How does tapping work? Yes. At least, I mean, I don't know if it says in the rulebook for Riftbound, but I believe in MTG, as long as you don't like declare and commit to an action, you can tap and untap your mana. So I'm assuming it's the same in Riftbound. Like, that being said, tapping a rune is an ability of the rune, so that is kind of an action, but um, unless you literally say out loud, I'm tapping 5 runes, tap them, and then sit there, you still haven't really committed to it. Like, if you're just moving your cards around, then it's not like you're declaring anything. But I don't know, I'm not a judge. Mana tapping controversies? I don't know. Why are we thinking here? There's literally no reason to play Void Seeker. So unless our plain purple Annie is going to be better than invert timelines, I'm not sure why we're taking this long on this decision. Add actions, don't use the chain. Yeah, maybe that's like a good enough. We are playing the Annie. Why? Hey, Mage Armor, how's it going? The problem with not playing invert timelines this turn is that the set is going to empty his entire hand, so then that card is bricked. Thanks for the follow, Mikalek. That was something I'm wondering about, actually. Because I had my notebook, but I was avoiding writing in it because my opponent could just look across the table and read what I wrote. And that would give them information. And I'm not sure if I just need some kind of notebook cover or just some kind of like stand to put in front of it so that I can make it private. But I'm going to need to figure that out for Houston. Just memorize it. It's easier to put as much as possible that you can not in your head. And yes, Savit should have 1 less rune. I'm not sure what the rules are around people who aren't adults competing. And also, this was in Vegas, so probably would not have a lot less likely to see teenagers competing in this than in a tournament somewhere else. Crazy if they can read across the table, upside down, flat on the table. The tables were not this big. Like, you could just take out this entire midsection, and that's how big the tables were. No, information you write down is not visible. Notes are private. What did I write down? I wrote down my opponents, how many cards they mulliganed, and sometimes wrote down reads on their hand. But that was it. I could have written down a lot more. Like, I never wrote down cards that I recycled myself, which fortunately didn't come up. But that is... No, I did write down sometimes. I wrote down key cards that I recycled. Right on second page. It felt like every time I went to write a note, my opponent just, like, looked at my notebook. Maybe they couldn't read it, but it's not like it was that far away for them to look at and read it. But yeah, this Annie play was very strange. I think this Annie player got into trouble as soon as they didn't Reaver's Row their deckhand back. Because if they did that at least, then... I mean, I guess Savitz is on 2, they play Falling Star. They go to 2, Savitz flips the pack cub and then goes 4-2, you still end up in the similar spot? Yeah, it's still rough. More pre-con drafts? Yeah, there's just not enough product. The game's too popular. Lift the first page? Yeah, but this has specific columns for point tracking. I mean, I guess I could lift the first page. Does it stand like that if you do it? I'd be writing sideways. I mean, it might work. Card that is under-tested, slept on. Yes, but I'm not going to say which ones. Can't you? No, I mean, I could use any notebook, but this is like a fancy Riftbound specific notebook that I won in a tournament, so I want to show it off. So yeah, what did we do? We played Annie, picked up Fight or Flight, and then we're still here? I don't get it. No, notes are private information, but the issue I'm having is being able to write them down and put them somewhere where I can look at them without my opponent being able to just easily look at them as well. Websites with recent spoilers. I mean, there's the main discard gallery, which is mostly up to date, or the community Discord is pretty good too. Codex notebook, yeah. Fancy ass playmat. Oh, I got a fancy ass playmat from. It might be too big for tournament tables, but fancy ass playmat from Tournament Sideways. Nocturne package? No. Handwriting is too legible. iPad with a screen that restricts viewing angles. How much would that cost? Notebooks have a cover? Yeah, I mean, there's probably a way that I could set it up so the cover just stays up. I mean, I could lean it against my deck box. Like, I could have it like this, and then have my deck box in front, and just lean it. But then I am writing sideways. And it would be like this, but then there are columns for points like that, so then I would just be writing sideways because the page would be like this. Or the other way around, whatever. Yeah, I think the Annie is dead here. Destroyed on point tempo by the ganking plus first mate combo. Can't have electronics? Oh, okay, there's a rule for that. But yeah, probably I'll just lean it against the deck box. I was trying to, I would notice my opponent trying to read my notes, and I would move my deck box over to try to block it. But yeah, I could just lean the cover against the deck box and it would work pretty well. I would just be writing sideways, looking at the column sideways, but it'd be fine. Fight or Flight, go to 6 points and then lose. Fight or Flight, invert timelines. Call to Glory gets played. Play Vian base. Okay, I don't see how... Oh, he drew Rebuke. So we can Rebuke the orange set. And then... Savitz actually has to have something in hand to finish this. And Savitz should be on 8 runes, you know. Opponent used a magnetic erase pad. Okay. Write random things. Yeah. You could do that, but that takes mental energy. It's alright. I'm going to at least one Summoner Skirmish before Houston, so I'll figure something out with that. Alright, set gets rebuked. Fiora is a 5 and can push that. And then Annie is going to stay. And then this Karma there should be one less rune, so he shouldn't have 1 mana open. Alright. So we have Void Seeker shooting the Cythria, I guess? No, that's just worse than Accelerating Kaisa. So we have Accelerate Kaisa, recycle everything, and hope it's enough. Fiora Shield incident? Yeah, I did hear about this. Impossible? No, that's much later on. But yeah, this Void Seeker is worse than an Accelerated Kaisa, because it only does 2 damage. It does 2 damage, and it gives +1 to the Vi, so it's 1 less might overall. Oh wait, this is an Impossible Unyielding. Wait, what? He hadn't... Okay, never mind. That is an Impossible Unyielding, yep. Yep, that's true. Because he did not recycle for Showstopper. I don't know what the numbers are for Annie's discard, but Kais... he has to draw, like, a Cleave. Cleave or some other spell, or Fight or Flight, or Flash. He has a decent number of draws, and if he draws a stack deck, that makes it equal. $10... So it would have been 11, this is 7, 13, 15, and this was 14. So Accelerate Kaisa, you would have had 18 total. 18 to 15, and you would have won. So this was a face-up win with Accelerated Kaisa. I just want to point that out. You Accelerate Kaisa, you recycle 11, you have 18 might, even if they have the 3rd Call to Glory, or 2nd Call to Glory, then you just win. And there's no 1 mana spell that does anything. So Annie should have just won this one anyway. But now this is 15 to 15, but I think Safitz forgets about shield on Fiora and concedes. Oh, and one other thing, actually. I believe they were, when they're commentating these matches, I believe they were on delay. Because the way that they made it so that there were no breaks in between matches, or very few breaks, was they would record the matches that are getting played at the same time as the rounds, and then they would commentate them, and like have a rotation of commentators. So when they're commentating and seeing these matches get played, it's not at the same time that they were actually getting played, so they can't do anything because it's already in the past. I believe is how they had that set it up. Jinx. Oh boy. Oh my god, is that another 2-drop into deckhand draw for Annie? And game 1 Arena's greatest. You do have the Annie cosplay. Well, we get to see what Jinx has going on. Maybe a turn 1 Noxus Hopeful. Oh yeah, that does look like a turn 1 Noxus Hopeful. That's pretty good. Or if he has a Flame Chompers in hand, he could double unit turn 1. Dana's an MTG player? Who is Dana F? Let me look them up. Dana Fisher? Oh. Attend the E10 event. I don't know what E10 is. Youngest big title. Okay. Wait, he took... Hold on. Did he really... He took the, he took Merchant off of Stack Deck instead of Hopeful? That's really weird. E10 these nuts. Yeah. True. Yeah, he managed to take the only unit that doesn't contest the opponent's merchant and kill it. Wait for the seal play? Okay. Discard Vayne. Okay, then. Reanimator Jinx. His hand looks like a standard Jinx list. And he could have taken a Chemtech Enforcer instead, if he really wanted the discard. Alright, now we play the sneaky deckhand. Wait, what? Did we not have a sneaky deckhand in our hand? Hold on. Is that 2 Vi's? Okay, I guess there wasn't a sneaky deckhand. But then we also pass. With 4 mana. And don't even use the Annie to play stack deck. Weird. Yep, this is Dana Fisher, apparently. Okay. Flame Chompers is good. Unfortunately, our merchant has to trade with their merchant. Though in reality, he's just going to die. I mean, I guess that's the one thing that doesn't matter, is that whatever unit you played was going to get hit with a Void Seeker anyway. So it ends up being that this merchant was the best choice, because you get something out of him. Which is funny. Okay, why are we playing this merchant now? I don't get it. Why are we not discarding Flame Chompers? That's not Flame Chompers. Okay, we figured it out. Alright. I believe you would resolve the Flame Chompers ability after you draw the card from the merchant. Oh, he just discarded the card. He doesn't want a new one. Let me just double check that. I'm gonna trigger my merchant and discard a card. Yeah, no, he just did not take his draw. Getting free info. Opponent misses their merchant draw. Bought their decks the day before. Yep. Is that a Nocturne? Oh god. Is he reading his card? Maybe he didn't want the draw. I mean, he's gonna get it back anyway because he's Jinx. It doesn't even matter. He gets it back. He's Jinx. It's fine. No red rune on the table. He recycled one. To pay for it. Yeah, he just breaks even. It's not even a problem. How to upgrade a Jinx starter deck. What is the Jinx starter deck missing? Let's see, I have one sitting right here. What's the biggest issue with this deck? Red seals are really good to add. and Cleaves. It doesn't have any Cleaves, and Cleave is an insane card, though it's a bit awkward in Jinx. And Sun Disk is a good card in Jinx as well. Those would be the main things to do. And more 2-drops. I think it only has 6 2-drops, and it needs more than that. And I don't know if it has Noxus Hopefuls. Noxus Hopeful is an insane card. Should add those two. Scrap the Jinx. Buy an Annie. Buy an Annie. Yeah, that's going to cost you a bit more than a Jinx. But yes, you would probably want to go in that direction if you want to play those colors. Stack Deck is a $5 card, to be fair. I think that costs more than half the rares in the game, probably. Annie more expensive than Aurora? No, I don't think so. Yeah, you can make Victor a pretty good Victor deck for very budget. Extremely budget. Well, we've already got Vi Ride the Wind. Discard a Vi. Seems reasonable. And now we have the Ride the Wind set up if opponent misplays. Can even Ride the Wind Cleave. Print it into the ground, yeah. True. Thanks for the follow, Requar and Gunny lol. Where did this Darius just come from? Hold on. Did I just hit something? No, we just cut. Okay. I was confused for a second how this board of 3 units turned into a Darius. But it was just a production issue. Is he gonna misplay into the Ride the Wind? Oh yeah. Double unit into the deckhand. Leave nothing behind that can actually fight it. Tribute summoned it, yeah. No, it is a fun game. And hopefully they have the product distribution and production figured out for set 2. Fight or flight? Why you not play the Ride the Wind? I guess it's risky. No, Jinx could have random action speed removal. That is a safer play. But also this Jinx attack is very suspicious. I don't know what the Jinx's hand is, but if it doesn't have any action speed removal, it should have been Flame Chompers here first. And then Chemtech and force it to the battlefield. Yeah, you should play to the other battlefield first. Any cosplayer on Kaisa? Yeah, that would be funny. Get the ready value. This guy really likes... Discard Teemo? You're gonna hide that, man? Wait, what? Is he just playing where his merchants say discard a card? That's... Oh my god. Did he change the order of the cards? Oh my god, he changed the order of the cards. He didn't look at them though, so it doesn't matter. But the card that he drew off of Merchant, being pointed out by his opponent, was not the card that was on top of his deck. But yeah, he should have hid the Teemo. And then discarded 0. Ah, Seal. Yes. Okay then. Yeah, I mean, what did we draw? Void Seeker? That's good enough. We can... What's the play here? We have 7 mana. If we cleave Ride the Wind, we go to 8 runes next turn, which is plenty. Oh, we can even cleave Ride the Wind Annie. Yeah, yeah, so I think the best play here is cleave this merchant. Oh, we have to play Void Seeker as well. No, we don't. We can just trade. Cleave on the merchant, send him here. Discard deckhand, draw a card. Conquer, look at top 2 cards, set up a good card to be drawn. Ride the Wind the merchant to here. Trade everything, trigger him again, probably discard the card you drew. Because you want to keep the Void Seeker. Draw the card that you set up on top off of Candlelit Sanctum. Deckhand goes in, you go to 6. And then play either Annie or the card you got off of Sanctum. Get back Ride the Wind, and then next turn you just win. Guaranteed. A month too early for NA. I think you overestimate how much better people will get in a month. Possibly. Okay, we're gonna Void Seeker that, and then cleave in there. Are we gonna at least Ride the Wind? I don't know why we Void Seekered, though. And Sneaky Deckhand. Save the... I mean, it's fine. As long as we end our turn with Vi in hand and 6 points, and enough runes to play Annie to pick up Ride the Wind if we played it, we still just win this game. Content creator, she's a 15-year-old who is youngest player to play in MTG tournaments or something like that, and do well in them. I guess that's also content creator. Alright. This game is over. We can go to the next one. She streams? Okay, did not know that. Does she stream Riftbound? Let's see. Is it just Dana Fisher? Or is there some kind of actual Fisher magic? That looks right.
And welcome everybody. Today
2 days ago. Huh, yep. Damn. Must be nice. Having family you can stream with. Alright. Why did we play a seal? You have 5 cards and you used 3? Oh, that's weird. Youngest day 2, youngest to cash at 9 years. That's pretty good. And that's... I mean... Alright, I'm not trying to, like... How do I put this? MTG is a game that's been out for longer than a month. And I would say that 8 and 9-year-olds are not particularly good at games. I mean, she could definitely be... Yeah, if her dad is Pro Tour level and she has, like, a family teaching her and everything, then she's going to be a lot better than a random 8-year-old off the street. Train them for 4 years? Yeah. Yeah, but I think, like... How to put it? Any tournament that's just open entry, you're probably overestimating the skill level of people at. Alright, let's actually see what is in hand. Or in anywhere. People get pretty good in the X1 bracket around round 6 or 7. More resources to improve off of. Yeah, that's true. The opponent I played in round 7 was not very good on stream. Cash and MTG off of volume. Because you go to more tournaments or because there's so many more people at them? Before they could read. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so she's had extensive card game training. And then, yeah, she probably does... at least gets a lot of help with any kind of deck construction and preparation stuff. But then, yeah, I mean, she is sitting here playing the game by herself, competing. It's not like he's sitting over her shoulder giving gameplay advice. So it's impressive. Like, I think it's both, like, she can be very good, but also the people that she's playing against are at least not as good as you would think they would be at a tournament. Her dad didn't teach her Riftbound? True. What got picked up there? A Vayne? Okay. I like that. I think it was the Noah guy that told me. And yeah, now his hand is bricked. Oh my god, imagine if he had 4 mana. He'd be able to at least play the game here. But now he has to go to Zon Warrens, chuck this Nocturne, and pray. Like, let's say he didn't play the Seal. He'd go to Zon Warrens, he'd chuck the Nocturne anyway. He'd play the Seal, he'd hide the Teemo, and he might even play the Death Rocket. But now he's just dead. Child prodigies taught chess. Yes. But the age at which... I mean, like, the age... If you have a child prodigy, like actual, like, Magnus Carlsen, the age at which they reach the level that they can compete against serious adults, I mean, I'm just going to say Grandmaster level, like, the age that they hit Grandmaster level at is, like, somewhere... I think the youngest is, like, 11 years old, the record, and I think Magnus did it at 13. I'm not sure I remember that exactly, but that age range. GM at 12 or 13, yeah. Like, 8-year-old Magnus Carlsen, better chess player than me. Better chess player than everyone in chat, probably. But not good enough to beat adults that compete seriously in chess. Like, if you were to try to assign rankings or ratings to the players that are at Vegas or at a Grand Prix, most of them would not be, like, even master level. If you're trying to bring across a chess term to it. A lot of memorization. TCG's a lot of memorization. Yeah, I don't know about that. No, I mean, yeah, I think you have to be an especially smart kid to be able to, like, be taught to be that good. Like, if you don't get taught, then you're still not going to get that good on your own, most likely. But you do need to have, like, a baseline level of aptitude to even be able to be taught in the first place. Play Jinx, hide Teemo, no cards in hand. Holy. What do we got? We can move in with Merchant first. So what can this hidden card be? It's Fight or Flight or Teemo every time? We have Vayne. So what is the easiest thing to do? We could send in the Merchant, force the hidden guard to get flipped. We would have to throw away Ride the Wind, though, which isn't that bad. We're going to see that Teemo gets flipped. And then... Oh no, we don't throw away Ride the Wind. Hold on. Because it looked like she was about to play Falling Star, and I don't think that's a good play. So let's say that this is a Fight or Flight. The best play against Fight or Flight is to send the Merchant in first. If it's a Teemo, which we did see a Teemo game 1, opponent discarded it, and we didn't see any Fight or Flight, so it's more likely to be a Teemo. If it's a Teemo, the best play is Vayne in. They flip Teemo, and we cleave it, and we even get the draw of Dreaming Tree. I don't think the Falling Star should ever be the play. I think Falling Star might actually be the discard off of Merchant. Because you want this Vayne in play, and you want Ride the Wind in hand to Ride the Wind it on your opponent's turn. Hidden Sprite Calling get played to battlefield? Yeah. Vegas in February? Yup. Chess Memorize Patterns? Yeah. Like, I think at the literal... very highest level, memorization is more important in chess. But below that, it's not nearly as important. I think when it's hidden, it has to be played at the battlefield it's hidden at. I think that's the rule. Where it's like hidden cards that play a unit somewhere need to be played at that battlefield they're hidden at. We can clear and win by resources. Don't let Jinx trick you. Okay, this I don't like. This is bad against Fight or Flight, and this is bad against Teemo, because you would rather Void Seeker the Teemo. And if it's Fight or Flight, this unit gets saved. And now we don't develop the Vayne. This might even be an even worse play than Falling Star in the Jinx. Probably not. This burns less runes. No, Zonya's is specifically because it's a gear, and gear doesn't exist at a battlefield. I mean, I guess this still works against the Teemo, because we can just cleave over it. But we didn't get Vayne in play, which I think was important. Like, we played a Void Seeker instead of a Vayne, and we'll have one more mana open on opponent's turn. Only targeting restriction? Alright, we're pulling up the tournament rules, or the game rules. Hold on. Hold on. Hidden spell or play effect of a hidden permanent chooses any targets. If a hidden spell or play effect causes you to play a unit, you must choose to play that unit at that battlefield. Alright, there. There's the answer. As long as it doesn't target in the first place. It's just a replacement effect. Thanks for the follows. Osse, Killacarrot, Madison, Mattison, and Marcel. Yeah, Zonya specifically is a mess. We did discard Ride the Wind. Saving the Vayne is very reasonable, and we're playing the Cleave. We're gonna draw the card. Seems good. So it would have been better if we'd played the Vayne and had Vayne on board, but we have a Merchant instead, and that's still okay. Okay, sure. Why did we bring out the... Alright, yeah, we pulled them out, and then we put them away. Fair enough. Gotta show those off, at least. It's the same as the Chinese judges, always trying to put counters on everything. Damn counters. That Ride the Wind draw is not awful. I wish we had more than 4 runes on turn 3. But that's Jinx life. So we could send Jinx forward. Why does this guy love playing... his units before he takes actions that'll force opponent to make decisions? Can anything be used as a token? I wonder. You think that's in the tournament rules? Card objects that show all relevant information, including ready state. I'm not sure if relevant information includes might and abilities. If you just take a marker and write a 1 on your power 9, then you're probably good. When should a deck play seals? Well, in Jinx specifically, she doesn't get punished as hard for dumping her hand because she gets extra cards back, and she has a lot of power costs. Other than Jinx, you need the game to go long enough, and you need to have repeating power costs. Like, you probably need to activate the seal 3 times before the last turn of the game. Before your last turn of the game. For it to be close to being good. Which means you need to draw it early, and if you draw it late, you need a way to get rid of it. Probably. Yeah, this Jinx could use some free stoppers. Yeah, I don't understand... What? Why are we doing this? I'm so confused. Ride the Winds in, gets shot, and then doesn't... He has no mana! We're just gonna give this away, okay. We're just not interested in killing this merchant. More runes. Alright, fair enough. It's kind of weird that they insisted on these dice when they're not even shown on stream. Alright, what do we have? We're in a similar spot, but we don't have a cleave in our hand, so we can't beat a Teemo that's hidden here. Do we have any cool options? Not really. Not really. What do we do here? Move Merchant home, discard the Poro, try to draw a cleave? There is nothing to do with this hand. This honestly might be a purple Annie turn. Because this hand sucks. And Stack Deck can't fix it. Man, there's no way to contest that if it's a Teemo. No, our runes. We need those. Leave merchant on the battlefield, I guess. Does that do anything? That stops a sneaky deckhand from opponent? And we're completely fine with just cycling this flash out anyway. And this is really the competition of who can burn the most runes. Oh boy, is that 2 flame chompers? Wait, where's his card? He should have 3 cards in hand. He had an empty hand and sent Jinx to Zonwarns. Oh no, he had, never mind, he had the Teemo. He drew Teemo and hit it. I'm getting dizzy from watching this. Oh my god, we're playing the Chompers instead of Merchant? Why? Why are we doing this? Why did we leave Teemo there? What? Alright, I don't know why Teemo just died for free. I think Dana missed a point from holding from the Merchant. This is round 1. This is round 1. There is no, Dana Fisher could have played against literally anyone. This is literally just a random guy from round 1 pairings. How did this Nocturne get into play? He just played it? Okay, he just played it. He had that many runes. Damn, I didn't expect him to get to 6 runes. We're calling a judge to ask about something? What are we asking about? I don't know. Let's fast forward. Enough of this. Why did he send 3 units to fight a Poro? Hold on, let me rewind this for a second. He's playing around Primal Strength. Yes. Alright, continue. Call judge to stall and go to time. Alright, all your stuff is dead. Alright, please. Please. No, we can't continue. Okay, thank you. Just don't draw my internet, please. Also. Okay. We're here. This guy. Why do I recognize this guy? Damien. Did I play against him the day before? I'm not sure. Do we see mulligans? We don't see mulligans. Alright, that's fine. My sanity, I would skip this one. Oh my god. Is this the Ray incident? Oh, is this the challenge into double Ray base? Holy. Wait, did he just try to play his Ravenbloom student? These players are 1-0, right? Sneaky Ravenbloom student. Directly to battlefield. Opponent says, no, you're not allowed to do that, actually. That is, in fact, against the rules. Finds fight or flight. I like that decision. Mitigate point scoring. Alright. Accelerate. Yeah. Like, you only need, what, like 16 of this guy for one of them to get to 4 and 0? Good choice to wait on the gust on the non-accelerate unit. Actually, it doesn't really matter. I guess the gust forces the student to be the unit that ends up on sigil, which is relevant because it's a better unit. So yeah, still a good gust. Confront, don't play misfortune, that's safe. Opponent plays Sprite Mother. Oh no, he's gonna... Alright, we got the Sprite token here. The Sprite token's gonna go with the Legion Rearguard, and we're gonna pass and not score a point. Okay. $300 Kaisa list, yeah. True. I mean... yes. Oh wait, was this the guy that I played? Hold on, let me check my notes. Did I play against this guy in round 4? Was this the MF Aurora player? Wait, this was the guy I played against in round 4. That's why I recognize him. Okay, yeah, he's running like 3 Ride the Winds. $400 12 foil runes? Foil basic runes? What? Alright, that sprite is still alive, which is concerning. Okay, it's not alive anymore. We're good. We're good. Alright, we're gonna stack that battlefield against Anivia. Good. Play Hextech Ray with Kaisa. Wait, what is happening? Oh, he has 0 mana and he tries to play Ray with Kaisa by herself. It's like, no, you need mana to do that, sir. Oh, your Jinx deck is 400 bucks? Okay, that's pretty crazy. Deadbloom Predator. Cool. I mean, I think we're done here. I don't know what's happening. Oh, that's a +4. Okay. Okay, then. Okay, then. Oh, there's the clumps of runes where you can't count how many they have? Yeah. Alright, we went to game 2. Oh, wait, Obelisk. That's why there's so many runes everywhere. I think Kaisa chose to have the MF go first, which is how we turn 1 Kaisa out. Alright, is this time? No, it's not time yet. Is this a reaction? Hold on. Let's just understand what's happening here. So, Mind Splitter attacks into Darius. We're gonna pay for a Void Seeker, targeting the Mind Splitter. That sounds reasonable. I'm not sure why we didn't play Smokescreen instead, because then our Darius would live. Maybe our plan is to follow it up with a Smokescreen, but that's okay. Judge gets called. Why is a Judge here? Can I play Ride the Wind in response to this Void Seeker? We're during a showdown, so you can, says the Judge. That's how action cards work. Alright, so the end result is he's going to ride the wind back to base and dodge the Void Seeker damage. Impressive. Impressive play. We're going to get smoke screened. Can I play challenge in response to the smoke screen, Judge? We're in a showdown, and it's an action card, so of course you can. No, okay, this judge actually said you can't. Interesting. He's on 3 Ride the Wind main deck. Not while the game state is closed. Thanks for the follow, Tivit Kong. Tivit Kang. Alright, I don't know what this battlefield stacking is going on, but doesn't look very good. Alright, is this the challenge into double Hextech Ray? I'm gonna have my Mind Splitter Challenger Darius. Reasonable and valid. Why do we need 2 Hextech Rays here? Ability outside of a showdown. No. No, it's not legal. You can only play actions when there's no chain. No active chain. And you can only play Hextech Ray targeting units at battlefields. Damien is like, what? I've never seen this card used like this before. Oh, and he's playing... That's some good tech. He's playing this Hextech Ray from Voidgate. So it deals 4 damage. That's impressive. This is like some anime level moves getting pulled right here. Holy. I gotta take notes on this. I've never seen this before. Because the Ravenbloom students are the ones casting the ray. So the source of the second Hextech Ray is Voidgate. Wow. Yeah. Season 1 of Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm going to attack the moon. So that the tides pull back and all the fish suffocate. Holy. And he even knows that you can only have one spellcaster unit cast 1 spell per turn. So he needed to have 2 Ravenbloom students in play to even pull this off. Very big. Huge maneuver. Oh wait, no. Okay, the Darius still died. So I don't know what the point of the second Hextech Ray was. How much was the entry fee? $50. Plus the absolute, Can I say scam? Can I call Las Vegas a scam? Am I allowed to say that? And then we're going to play Bullet Time targeting the Obelisk. Why would we do that? Instead of targeting the Void Gate, where we deal 1 additional damage. Ray was targeting the students. Oh, the students weren't casting the rays, they were being targeted by the rays. Okay. No, he was on another level. I thought he was just shooting the Mind Splitter. But he wanted to activate his Darius, so his Darius was 7 might. So in response to the challenge, he played a Hextech Ray targeting his student, and then another Hextech Ray targeting his other student. And then they both trigger, because we're playing Magic the Gathering and he cast the spells. So with 2 Hextech Rays on the stack, both of the students resolved going up to 4 might, and then the Rays resolved dealing 3 damage to them. And then Voidgate, Voidgate only affects the opponent's units. So it all works out. Yeah, so he played 2 cards, which triggered his Darius to get +2 might, so it would trade on the challenge. Okay, I don't understand why we didn't play Bullet Time to blow up this battlefield, and then send the Misfortune to this battlefield to clear everything. It's fine, we're still going to get there. He's going to cleave on his student. Yep, it's not attacking. Ooh. Well, yeah, Hextech Ray targeting the battlefield, destroy the battlefield to slow down the scoring. Why don't Aurora decks do that? Why doesn't Volibear do that? That'd be a great strategy. Oh, he flips his entire deck here. We can see that he has the Ride the Winds in here. 1 Ride the Wind. Oh. Are they all in his hand? No, we're picking up the rest of his deck. Okay. Two Ride the Wind, and the last one's in his hand, presumably. Oh, destroying runes. Oh, we're gonna... Hold on. What is this move we're doing now? We're attacking in to 3 Dead Bloom Predators. It's a bit of a problem because we are not as big as 3 Dead Bloom Predators. But during the showdown, Falling Star... Yep. Opponent nods. And I'm assuming this Falling Star is going to trigger the Darius. Doesn't trigger the Darius, but it also doesn't have a deflect cost associated with it. So I guess we're still getting in with some value here. And then what do we have left over? 10? Everything dies. Okay. That was a tough one. That was a tough, hard fought. Thanks for the follow, Wang Li. Who? I mean, I guess I wasn't trying to pull any illegal shit, so I never got to know if my opponents would actually know what the hell is going on or not. Commentator, they weren't allowed to do anything. First of all, they weren't allowed to do anything. Second of all, I don't think that they were casting live. At least for not all of the matches. But basically, they had 2 tables set up. You can see in the background here, they had 2 tables set up. So while the round is happening, 2 feature matches would be going on. One of them, I guess, is commentated live, and then one of them is a recording that they then commentate. Should have elbow dropped the table. Just be like, I'm taking over. You guys cannot be trusted to play this game. Yeah. I never had an opponent try to pull that shit. Which is interesting. Knowing the rules? Yeah, true. Thanks for the follow, Frosted Oyster. Alright, and he's got turn 1 Pouty Poro. And this guy's got a Mind Splitter in his hand. Interesting. Pouty Poro is the devil, by the way. This guy is absolutely obnoxious every single time. Not every single time, but most of the time. Yeah. Clearly having it be your first time ever playing the game. Well, maybe not, because you did spend a lot of money on the cards. Um, Discarding. Hold on, let me see the hand here. Is that a sneaky deckhand or a merchant in that as that leftmost card? I mean, I guess he's playing Kaisa here. Why are the battlefields misaligned? Because this battlefield is put too far over here. They're supposed to be on top of these symbols. Other people not playing Pain Power, yeah. Superior creativity, yeah, true. I mean, they should just make a game that's all about the creativity. Played with friends, went to this for fun. I mean, people have got a lot of fucking money to spend if they're going to Las Vegas to play a Riftbound $50 entry fee Riftbound tournament for fun. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess that's what most people that went to this did. Set Divine Judgment. How would I side? Same as usual against set. I don't think Divine Judgment changes anything. They do, yeah. I mean, I could understand if you're like going to Vegas and then this is one of the things you're doing. Or if you live in Vegas, I guess, then sure. Do whatever you want. Cleave and in. Good play. This guy knows that Gust exists. And doesn't get baited if this was on Dreaming Tree. Because he's a big name. Yeah, something like that. Ice Storm. I have it written down, I don't remember exactly. But yeah, it's something like that. Blasted because he's a big name. I mean, also because most of his matches were shown on stream, so... Like, I think it's reasonable, at least for the later rounds, to expect people to at least play by the rules and know the rules of the game. And especially if it's someone getting featured and, like, being shown every round. And then, yeah, also being a previous, like, a competitor in previous card games. Held to a higher standard. But I mean, like, if this guy Tracy was shown on stream every round, he'd be getting... I mean, I guess he already is getting torn apart, but... Or if it was like, who else did some weird shit so far? Weird rules shit. I guess nobody has not paid their costs. Jacob tweeted his thoughts. If you have a link to that, that'd be nice. So we're gonna play Flash and save Mr. Poro, because that's our only unit. Reasonable. We are going to discard this Thousand-Tailed Watcher. What is that card? That's a Darius. Okay. Is this his opponent in top 8? Jacob T? Okay, this was round 9. wants to... Annie the only one using Flash? Yeah, Annie's the only one that uses Flash, because she gets it for free effectively off of her legend. Like, in theory, Yasuo could play it, but... It's not a very good card for him. You would at least play Fight or Flights first. Just to throat him. Man. Alright, the student's getting played. Let's move on. So, it's pretty sad that your Kaisa died without getting a Conquer for card draw, but I don't think the Annie had a hand that could do anything else either. Is that a Vayne we have? That is a Vayne. One Falling Star got played, and we've got a Poro as other units, so we're pretty safe to play her. It does suck that we used our Flash already, because it would be very nice to have Flash available here. So we do the Vayne. We want to hold Gust. Oh, we got a second Flash. Oh, okay. In that case, what's the plan here? I think we are on the plan of playing Flash on our opponent's turn, so this Gust is not very useful. It's probably a Gust discard. And then you plan to play Ride the Wind on the next turn, potentially. Vayne goes there. Okay, no. No. Why are we doing that? Why are we playing Ride the Wind now? We have... What is this guy doing? We have Flash in hand. We can just put him forward and chill. We could even hold open 4 mana. Could, like, chuck Gust and be happy. Why are we being weird? Okay. I don't know what the point of this was. When we could have sat there, and then the Kaisa would have been at least a bit pressured to play a spell before sending in the student. Kaisa's got second Falling Star. That's a pro gamer move right there. I mean, you have to play this Falling Star now. You could send your student in first, maybe? Maybe not if you can protect her from Gust. Yeah, I don't know why this Ride the Wind got played when Flash would have done the same thing. Without burning a rune. Deflect cost paid. Double Falling Star. What a card. The restream. Yeah, gotta see if any sick plays got made. So far, there was some Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime shit. Is that 3 Dariuses? Thanks for the raid, Gatacane. And we do need to get rid of those Dariuses. Falling Star best spell in the game? Yeah. Yeah. Only specifically with Kaisa, but yeah. Alright, we get Gusted. Oh, it's 2 Dariuses and a Cleave, yeah. Hey, thanks, man. Annie favored with Kaisa, that's Cope. Favored against weaker Kaisa players. Sure, if you're going to be able to skill cap them. But good Kaisa players you should not be favored against. Holy. Fizz is the snap. What is this? You work for Riot? How's this guy got this insider info? Or did that already get shown? Is that one of the cards that got shown today? Card reveals. Oh, yeah, he did get shown. You're gonna burn all of your runes to do that. That doesn't seem good. Annie pick up stack deck. Yup, seems reasonable. The cleave is decent here, because that lets your Annie push in over top of the Kaisa. But you do kind of want the Poro as a unit, but he's so slow. No, you only pay... You don't pay the mana cost, you pay the power cost. Kaisas need to be losing as well, yeah, but I don't think anyone was particularly good at this tournament, including me after 12 hours. You're a bit scared of Void Seeker here as the Kaisa. I don't think there's anything you can do about it, though. And you could play your Yordle first to draw a card. See if you find Retreat. That would be reasonable, but otherwise you're basically having to walk into a Void Seeker if it's there. Because the Annie is going up to 7 runes, so the Annie's never going to have be lacking mana. I think playing the Yordle first would have been better. You don't want to play a Darius this turn anyway. I'm not sure. I don't think there's anything you can draw off of this Conquer that would make you not play the Yordle this turn. Yep, there's a Hextech Ray. If it was Void Seeker, you'd play Yordle, hold up 3 mana. But if it's Hextech Ray, you can play Student too. Hey, cookie cutting. Another scrap heap. We took the cleave though, so we can cleave over this Kaisa, which is very good because that lets us Conquers on and get rid of these scrap heaps. Side out Time Warp and Rain. You side out Rain probably, but not Time Warp. Time Warp's really important so that you can still have a way to win, even if the Annie gets the 6 points first. What? Why is he here? What? Why are we doing this? Your opponent has 1 mana open. The only cards they can have are Hextech Ray, Stupefy, and Retreat. And this is bad against Hextech Ray. I mean, we've got a point lead because we went first. But now what? We're just going to play a scrap heap? And this Kaisa gets to live forever? I'm surprised that Annie didn't get Hextech Raid either. To deny the point. Because then you get to 4 points before the Annie. And you're in a really good spot. And this Annie's going to be in your way as well in the next turn. No, yeah, Zonwar and Scrap Heap is really strong. I'm thinking about trying to fit it into Teemo. He's bluffing a retreat. But I'd rather stop my opponent from getting to 4 points and let my Kaisa die to a Void Seeker than do this. You get the same number of cards in the trash either way. Alright. Do you gust the any back here? Probably not. No, you still have Cleave in hand, so you need her in play. Yeah. Play Flash. Now this Annie's getting an extra draw that she shouldn't have gotten. I think the Kaisa is losing this game now. Did he not draw his card for Dreaming Tree? No, he did. Okay, we're good. But yeah, Annie's getting to 6 points next turn. I guess he did play his purple Annie and play Ride the Wind, so it's going to be harder for him to get the combo together. Thanks for the follow, San Cheesy and Fujitora. Okay. So Merchant goes to the Sentry. Draws a million cards. And then hopefully you find like a Darius. And you can Darius Cleave on the other battlefield. Kaisa have any way to stop Vi? No. Kaisa has to stop the Annie from getting to 6 points or get there first. Or Time Warp to cheese out the game. Double Cleave does it. That's good enough. Why are we gusting? Why are we not second cleaving? We don't want 6 points? Oh, we've got a sneaky deckhand. Okay. Would have much preferred double cleaving in. Maybe not, actually. You save a cleave? Is that the plan? You say gust is bad and save a cleave? You have 2 gusts? No, you only have 1 gust. Yeah, sneaky deckhand's pretty good. I think Kaisa's dead here. I think he lost the game as soon as he didn't play that Hextech Ray on the Annie. Maybe that's a little bit exaggerated. But this game is maybe playable. I mean, like literally if we're in this spot and Annie has 5 points, Kaisa wins. Annie has 6 points, Kaisa's dead. And that's kind of it. I mean, maybe Kaisa still loses because this double Void Seeker is brutal. I don't know what we're asking about. If he gets to draw the card off of retreat, okay. Darius goes in, the student is going to get shot. Moving student first and stupefying student was better. I mean, shouldn't this student be big enough already? Hold on. Why did he not stupefy his own student? He played retreat on Kaisa, 3. Then he went in, gets Void Seekered, and then you think he stupefied the deckhand. At least that's what the dice would indicate. Yeah, he stupefied the deckhand and lost the draw, and then shot it. Okay, I mean, he's still just dead. What is that last card? Is that a Vi? So we're just looking for Ride the Wind and the game is over? I don't know why we didn't cleave over the Darius, man. Alright, game is not over this turn. Kaisa has Time Warp, then Kaisa wins. No Time Warp. Alright, it's still over. Moving student before plays around stuff better? Why? Why would that be the case? You want to move the student as late as possible so you can play all the other spells you need to first. Why did he not take Darius? Wait, he did take Darius? He takes Darius off of stack deck? Oh, did he play 2 already? Hold on. Oh, he played 2 already, so Darius was off. Okay. Yep, that was my Teemo. I don't know why he didn't cleave over the Darius when he had the chance to with his Kaisa. He put himself to 7 points and let the Kaisa keep a Darius, and now he loses? I guess he has 2 fighter flights. Nope, that's not good enough. Yeah, and he should not have lost this game after the purple Lenny didn't get raid. Stupefy own student triggers the Dreaming Tree. So you draw an extra card. Stupefy on the deckhand did literally nothing. Holy, Annie misses a 2-drop, finally some justice in the world. Against the deck that doesn't plays like 5 to 6 2-drops. And no deckhand turn 2. Ooh, we're burning runes. How to make a good Watcherless? I don't think you can. I think you need the Watchers. If you want to avoid... I mean, what's a budget deck that you can actually play? Set is pretty expensive. I think the only budget deck you can play is Victor, because you can play Grand Stratagem instead of Watcher. I think that's the only real viable budget deck in the game. If you're playing blue, you're playing Watcher. Unless you're Victor because of Stratagem. Specifically because you have yellow. And it would still be better to have Watcher. Or at least a mix. Teemo lists, city challenges, I don't think those are real. Yeah, so it was not viable. Teemo is very viable. I wouldn't bring Teemo to a tournament if I didn't think he was viable. Nope. Nocturne is also... I mean, Nocturne's a casino card. He should have played stack deck first. Yeah, he hits Darius. Maybe he can send the Darius to Arena's Greatest, and it's okay. What does he have in his hand? Does he have anything to protect him? Not really. No rides. It's a cheese card, and it's only good with Mundo. So you're gonna break your hands. At some point, Strategist is going to be pretty good, once you can build a deck that's going to be able to flip 4 damage consistently off of him. But that's going to be... I mean, even 3 damage consistently would be decent, but that's going to be a while from now. Thanks for the follow. Fatal Fail and Grimdex. The Gust unit doesn't look that good. But the spell looks good. But it's also situational. It's a card that... It's interesting design that they did with that and Hostile Takeover, where the cards are much better when not played from hidden. And have very serious issues if you hide them. Like situations where they do nothing. Why are we sending the Sprite to Reaver's Row? Bringing Rasa in, Darius, Yi, Aurora, slow matchups. Or matchups where you need big bodies. At the very least, don't send the Sprite to Reaver's Row until you send this Darius attack in. Because now this happens. Holy. 2 mana and a purple plus 1 point. That's pretty good. And this is completely pointless to do this. He already scored it. Oh, this Andy knows what he's doing. Was this one of the guys that got top 8? Justin M? Oh, Peter's a Fab player? Okay. Makes sense. And purple's definitely the most punishing thing to play against, if you don't know their cards or what to play around. But I don't think attacking Reaver's Row first is ever... Well, no, it depends. It depends on a lot of things. But I think in this instance, attacking Reaver's Row was bad. Even if Ride the Wind doesn't exist, the reason it's bad is because you send Darius here first. If they play Fight or Flight on your Darius, you would much rather send the Sprite together with something else to get rid of the Darius. Is that true, actually? I guess not. But you shouldn't even give the information. Leona list? No. Okay, and he's at 5. Now, what do you do here? It's definitely Vayne and attacking in. But the question is, do you send in... If you send in Poro plus Vayne at the same time, they can pull out their Hopeful and kill your Poro. Or they can stay with everything and kill your Vayne. That's terrible. If you send in the Poro first, they pull out their Poro and kill you for free. Okay, yeah, you do have to send both at the same time. Okay. Yep, that makes sense. Nice sequencing by the Annie. Oh, there wasn't a time warp in Kaisa's hand? Okay, I thought there was a time warp and he had a chance. But this is looking pretty over. Unless he finds a Nicathian Rain or Falling Star. Accelerate Kaisa to draw a card. Look for Falling Star. Maybe you just send Sprite Mother to Reaver's Row and stack 12 Might on the other battlefield. 2 drops. Flash. Kaisa. Vayne, if you're going second. Stack deck. Probably even Ride the Wind. So if Annie has Vi Ride the Wind, this game is unwinnable. So you just need to figure out how you win against other random stuff. And that has to involve stacking an enormous amount. Not a fan of Reaver's Row. Yeah, the Kaisa brought it when he went second, so that was trolling. That is the worst possible battlefield to bring when you go second. And he never got Kaisa set up. Which, to be fair, he got slowed down a lot by Gust. Good Teemo deck. Yeah, look at my Vegas Teemo. Kaisa did go second in this, right? That, he got gusted. Did he not play double unit the turn after? Oh, he played Falling Star, right? He played Falling Star. Okay, yep, everything's good. I don't know why the Spray Mother is in base. I mean, I guess this Annie's draw is so bad that he can't... Wait, no, he can break this. He has Vayne here. And then he has Kaisa Accelerate plus Merchant, and then 11 against 8. Which means the Stupefy is going to have to happen to make this trade happen. And then the Annie does Kaisa Accelerate. Oh, wait, does he just have, like, purple Annie to do something? Not quite. Yeah, the Stupefy is going to stop Annie from winning this turn. You could Annie pick up Cleave, and at least clear the Kaisa's battlefield out. But then your Darius... Oh no, then your Darius isn't even vulnerable. Yeah, so that's probably the play. You play Annie, pick up Cleave, send Darius in, cleave him as your second card so he readies, 10 against 8. If they have Hextech ready to trade, then whatever, and then you play Merchant in base. And you at least clear out the Kaisa stuff, so they can't... 8... I mean, then it's at least harder for Kaisa to win with Time Warp. How does it work? It snapshots when the Watcher comes into play. So Watcher comes into play, it looks at the enemy units, it says, you have 2 might, you get -1, and then the -1 is just... that's just what it is for the rest of the turn. Level of play compared to online tournaments? Probably similar. At least compared to the bigger ones. I mean, let's say the Kaisa has Hextech, right? Is there a better play? Like, let's say you play Kaisa Accelerated and Merchant and send 11, Ray still does the same thing. So I think the best play, even into Hextech Ray, is that the Annie Darius incleave him. Yeah. How's the sharking level? Didn't see any sharking. I mean, when I fucked up and drew the 2 cards for turn, the guy called for a judge instantly, but that's not sharking. That's me being a fucking idiot. First physical TCG, I played some MTG at local game stores, and I went to 1 Grand Prix as a teenager, and I went to whatever the equivalent of a Summoner's Skirmish is for Flesh and Blood a couple of times. But that's it for in-person. Thanks for the follow, Panic. It's called a skirmish? Okay. Cool. Pick up Void Seeker instead of Cleave. That is not any better against a Hextech Ray. It does get you a guaranteed card deeper into your deck. I guess the issue with this in general is the fact that it costs you... costs you your Purple Annie, and you have a Ride the Wind in trash that you want to get back. Maybe this is pick up Void Seeker and put Darius... No, if it was that, then he would need to do it immediately. Yeah, you don't develop the 2 cost. Yeah, because if the Merchant survives to next turn, then you effectively get the 1 card that the Void Seeker would give you anyway. I'm doing pretty well, Dazarak. I'm thinking that maybe an even better play than this Annie was something like Accelerate Kaisa to Reaver's Row, and then stack Darius there. And maybe even throw the Merchant there too. And just say I'm on 7 points, and then it's actually possible to hold against Time Warp. Because the issue with any of these plays is that you're losing to Time Warp. Punished by Watcher, you save the Darius. Or you even save the Merchant. You, like, save the Merchant, get the draw out of him still, let everything else die, and then the Kaisa's at 7, and you have to find the... You just have to find Vi at that point. Oh no, then you spend a rune on Kaisa. No, he spent the rune on Annie. No, he had 7 runes, so he would spend 1 rune on Kaisa, going to 6. And then he would have 8 runes, which is enough for Vi, Annie, pick up Ride the Wind, play Ride the Wind. I think he has a Vi in hand? No, he doesn't actually have a Vi in hand, does he? Was it 2 Kaisas and a Merchant? He doesn't even have Vi in hand. No, this is actually hard. You're so... I guess no, you only need to draw... If you save the Annie, you only need to draw the Vi to have the combo. So I do think the Kaisa Accelerate and then dump Merchant on Reaver's Row was good. That was probably the best play to be able to win. Because then, first of all, you have a stacked battlefield. Your opponent has to push it. If they don't have Watcher or Cathian Rain, they might actually have an issue clearing out this much stuff. And in addition, if they have Time Warp, then you at least make it as hard as possible. The issue with this play, first of all, you're just dead to Time Warp. Second of all, you used your Annie. Okay, this doesn't make any sense. Yeah, second of all, you used your Annie, so now you're 2 cards away from Vi Ride the Wind rather than 1. And third of all, I don't know why we didn't kill this Nox. What are we doing? Okay, we'll just concede to Time Warp. Let's go to the next match then. Oh, he doesn't have it. Okay. What is in the Kaisa's hand? He did draw Hextech, right? Was that for turn? Yes, okay. So we didn't have Hextech, right? Yeah, I don't know what the hell the point of this entire play was. This play loses the Time Warp. This play loses to the Kaisa stacking Battlefield again. Loses to everything, basically. And loses to just not being able to win the game next turn. What did Danny draw? A Vi. And he would have won with the other play, saving the Annie. Rip. No, I can't see. I'm blind, actually. The cinnamon blinded me. Cinnamon spray. Probably just as effective. Show hand, concede. Yeah. No, Annie should have won this game. But Annie probably... Did Annie really lose the first game? What the hell happened? Oh yeah, he just didn't cleave over... Yeah, he just never cleared anything. Yeah. Yeah, I mean... Okay, no. Annie had some decent plays, but definitely not good enough. Alright, Kaisa Master Yi. Is this an Aurora Master Yi? You see Aspirants climb, you're definitely suspicious of it. You see turn 1 ramp, you're even more suspicious of it. Does it do anything, though? No, because your mulligan's the same either way. Well, not quite. No, you would keep it in Hextech Ray. Hextech Ray against normal Yi and not against Aurora. Left side is former MTG Pro. Okay. The Alley guy? Or a previous match? Peter. Alley? Okay. Alright. That means that I'm allowed to scrutinize everything he does, including the fact that his runes are all the way up here. MTG players. This guy's gonna... He's gonna start, like... He's gonna push his runes even further forward and start putting units in behind the runes. That's actually against the rules. And I think it's against the rules in MTG now, too. To put your resource cards in front of your other cards. But he's close. He's pushing boundaries here. Okay, it's Aurora. You know what that means? It's time for me to piss and not pause the video because no decisions are happening yet. Alright. Appeal of Aurora? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess the idea is that it's a good matchup against Kai'Sa. And, I mean, probably the only deck with a good matchup against Kai'Sa. But it's unfortunate that it's also so unbelievably boring. Alright, this guy played his Master Yi. What is his hand? Wait, he had 8 runes and he played Yi Charm? That's terrible. I need to see his hand, though. Because he's taking himself off of Aurora mana. And even if he doesn't have Aurora in hand, this play is bad. Because the Yi gets answered really easily. By either a Falling Star or a Darius or a lot of things. Kai'Sa tap out with Retreat in hand? Yeah, looks like it. But you're also not expecting the Yi to make this kind of play. Like, the Yi should not be making a play that takes him off of Aurora mana like this. I think 2 Disciplines, Charm, Deadbloom Predator. I mean, if he has Deadbloom Predator in hand, that was a better play than this. And I think he has a Deadbloom Predator in hand. I can't tell his sleeves are too shiny. That might be a Volibear, actually. Hey, Delaroche. But yeah, time for Kai'Sa to very easily clear this Master Yi out. Without any difficulties at all. And still go to 5 points, and basically not be slowed down at all. He had a Deadbloom Predator in hand, and he didn't play it. Why did he do that? I mean, to be fair, none of his plays are good. Like, just as a fact, if you don't draw Aurora, Kai'Sa is going to very easily be able to deal with 1 big unit per turn, for at least a few turns. Difficult to understand the game if you stop and change the game state? What? Good play to stack against Deadbloom. I don't know why the Sentry strayed forward, though, now the Deadbloom gets to the other battlefield. Even if you want this Sentry to die... I mean, you just don't want this Sentry to die, to be honest. Because this is a real problem now. With his units committed on the other battlefield. He can't get to 7 points this turn. Whereas if Sentry was in base, then there's no way for the Yi to get on that battlefield and stop the 7th point. So he might end up having to waste his entire turn if Deadbloom Predator got played in base, so he can't play a Cathian Rain to clear it. Oh, he drew Falling Star. Okay, Darius gets the Conquer now at least. What? It's dead. It's dead. That's a Void Gate. Alright, let's burn some more runes. We don't need these. Hold on. How many runes is he burning? Let's see. He plays Falling Star. Burns 1. Target it twice. Burn 2 runes. Burn 2 runes? Okay. Sure. It should be dead. It took 8 damage. Because of Void Gate. But we're gonna make sure it's dead. So we're gonna play Hextech Ray. And we only burn 1 rune. Hold on, is this a Savit's moment? Savit's moment? Is he realizing that he fucked up with the Ray? They might have to rewind the game state, because that Ray was not a legal play. Like, if he realizes that the Deadboom Predator should have been dead to the Falling Star, that Hextech Ray was not a legal play, so they would have to I think they would have to rewind the game state. Which I'm not sure if that's what's being figured out. Or what. Man, alright, the MTG Pro, ex-MTG Pro, former MTG Pro also making illegal plays. Yeah, I don't know. It's a little bit awkward if your opponent has second Deadloom. Like, the correct play, Falling Star kill this, move both of these back, play some other card to ready the Darius to go to 7 points. But the awkward thing is if you play this Noxus Hopeful in your base to ready him, then you won't have anything to stack with him on this battlefield, but you have Retreat in hand, so that's fine. So yeah, the correct play, Falling Star this, move these back, Hopeful in base, Darius readies goes forward, and you hold up Retreat to save him. A warning for Enrique? For what? He didn't do anything wrong. There's no way you can get a warning for your opponent fucking stuff up. Or you mean he should have known that his unit was dead? Is that... is that a warning? It would be a warning for both? Yeah, for illegal game state? Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's reasonable. Because it's not a missed trigger on Void Gate. That is just a state of everything. So yeah, it would be a warning if a judge was present, I guess. But it would be a double warning for Ali, because he made two illegal plays then. Roll back to force him to target his own unit? No, if they roll back to fix the game state, then no other, I don't think other actions past the game state being wrong are committed. I think you rewind and then start from there. And I guess you say, like, you showed your Hextech Ray to your opponent, and that's it. He concedes? What does Aspirant's Climb do, then? God damn it, man. I don't know. He thought they were playing to 8 points and conceded. But yeah, I mean, this is, what are the records? Oh, this is 2-0, so it's still, like, still two randoms playing, basically. He should be mulliganing the spells that aren't Time Warp here for this matchup. You could maybe keep Falling Star instead of Time Warp. Maybe. Because of the Sigil of the Storm, especially. But should never be Void Seeker kept here. That doesn't make any sense to keep that. And I don't know why Retreat is still in his deck. That doesn't make any sense either. I mean, I guess he's ready for the Yi to come in over top of his unit. So what he should do now, he should accelerate his Kaisa, send the student to Targons and the Kaisa to Sigil. And then the Yi has the choice between getting rid of the Kaisa but having to burn one of his own runes, which then takes him off of Aurora, which is terrible, so the Kaisa can't be targeted, or going to the student. And then that's a bit better. And then you retreat the student, and then hopefully have Darius cleave to go over top of the Master Yi. Yeah, this is the wrong place for the Kaisa to go to. These should be swapped. What the hell? Why are we hiding a card? Alright. Rule of thumb for everyone watching. If you ever end up with more cards in hand than runes in play as Kaisa, you probably fucked something up. That being said, the play that I was suggesting with going Kaisa here and student here, you'd have 3 runes and 6 cards in hand. But at least you would score points. He should play seals to reduce his hand size, but it also reduces your runes, so it doesn't really fix things. But yeah, the Yi's in a really good spot. I mean, this game is kind of over at this point. If there's Aurora in hand, it's already over. There's no Aurora in hand, okay. Well, in that case, we need to play our Master Yi and try to take over both battlefields and just sit. But, I mean, at this point, we're just playing a normal ramp Yi. And that's going to be good enough when the Kaisa makes these plays. Dr. Mundo. Holy, this Void Seeker is really good. This is the card that you really want to see right now. I mean, this is like play Mega Mech and pray that it doesn't get charmed and just killed. 2 Yordles and a student. Sure, that's also fine, I guess. I mean, this game is so over. The Aurora deck is ahead on points. Kaisa missed a point. Yeah, looks like Kaisa also missed a point for holding. Yep. Kaisa should be at 3. Seven to 5. I think there's 2 disciplines in hand. I think going for 1 is reasonable here, and then seeing what the Kaisa does. If the Kaisa stupefies, you can go for the second. If the Kaisa cleaves, then you don't. Okay, the Kaisa cleaved. Fey Folk gets saved, and now you traded a discipline for a cleave, which is good. And now that was 9 against 5. Okay, and then the Kaisa plays safe with that attack. Did the Kaisa miss points again? It's crazy. The red discard too, dude. Yeah, true. Might randomly concede. I mean, he was still going to lose that game probably with that hand. Oh, do we have a judge call? Oh, is this... Hold on. What is happening here? Oh, this guy passes and then tries to flip Zanya's and gets judge called. And the judge explains, no, you can't do that. Your Fey Folk is dead. No, I can't do that because this is a 12-hour video. And I don't want to spend 12 hours going over it. I'm not sure about that rule. I don't know if a rioter has actually responded to clear that up. And also, this game is pretty much over. Like, the Kais... why are we stacking White Flame Protectors? Oh my god. As soon as you lose control? Yeah, but the question is, when do you lose control? Because control gets lost during a cleanup. But there's something where there's a different kind of cleanup that happens after combat. And the cleanup might get delayed by the unit dying. When you have no units, yeah. It says it immediately. I don't know. I'm not sure about that one. Hey, the Void Seeker Captain Mulligan finally comes down on turn 6. I don't know why we stacked White Flame Protectors. We're just throwing their Yi passive in the garbage. Wait, what? And he chooses to kill everything but the Kaisa? Hold on. 7, 11, 17? What? He has 16 might against 17. He can kill everything but a student. He's just gonna choose to let the Kaisa live? The Stupefy got defied. My tone was a bit too aggressive there, but the Stupefy got defied. He doesn't choose the guy on left took units out? Oh, he had banding. He gets to choose how the combat damage gets assigned to his group. True. I forgot about banding in this game. If opponent doesn't care who dies, he just says kill 3 of them. It's like, alright, I'll keep the Kaisa. It's my only chance to win this game. Sure. Let's fucking consult the past, man. Alright, accelerate Kaisa into Reavers, go to 2 points. Happy. Happy time. You want to score points as quickly as possible against Aurora, because once they get to Aurora and to their big units, it becomes very expensive. So even if it's inefficient to burn runes early on, and slows you down, having the extra points will give you entire extra turns later on. Nope, we're not doing it. 0 regards for their runes. And in addition to that, he sent the Sentry to the wrong place. Sentry should have been here, so that a better unit can go to Reaver's Row. Thanks for the follows. Prismail, Ryuka, and Jokadiff. What are we asking about now? Oh, he wants a window to respond to the Fey Folk being played and accelerate getting declined. Okay, then. Thanks for the follow, legitimate business person. And JL Masco. JLM Askeo, maybe? Is it worded that way where you have a window? Let me just read accelerate. I'm pretty sure accelerate is to have me enter ready. Yeah, I don't think accelerate, even if it's paid for, creates a chain. This is like additional costs as you play the card, and then it just changes how it enters. I mean, in addition to that, why does he even care? Why the fuck does he even care? He can just flip it on his own turn. This is a consult the past. He can just say, okay, my turn, do all my start of turn stuff, consult the past, draw 2 cards. Opponent's tapped out. Opponent is literally doing nothing, and we're like, we need to do this on his end step. I need to flip this consult the past on his end step. It has to happen now. And the reason for that is because I have a card that says Miracle, third from the top. And I know it's there because I put it there. Oh, he's Ali Eldrazi, okay. Like, see, now he's going to play Consult the Past on his turn, and his Miracle card is going to be his third card drawn this turn. It's terrible. See? Entreat the Angels. There it is. Damn. That would have been really good to Miracle, and play, like, 3 Angels in play. Bonfire the Damned, yeah. And now, instead of having the sentry be here, and then having the Yordle be here, sentry come home, now this sentry is still sitting here, and the Yordle had to go here and die. So you've lost an extra Yordle. For no reason. I mean, I guess the one upside is that the Deadbloom Predator is exposed, but that does have some value. And he didn't, in addition to that, he didn't pull out the sentry, so now his Kaisa can't go and conquer Reaver's Row for a free draw. So he lost that draw as well. Touching instead of asking. I did... Would you break my fingers? Because my opponent in the one match on stream, he would put his units forward and not tap them, and then I would tap them because it annoyed me. Are my fingers going to get broken when we're in Houston, Randy? Oh, and he can't even deal with this Deadbloom. He still doesn't bring back the sentry. Oh my god, play a second Deadbloom Predator. That sentry sitting here is just like dropping the soap in prison. He's literally asking for it. Literally asking for a Deadbloom Predator to show up at his house. Like, what are they doing there? You need a very good reason to ever leave a unit on a battlefield, rather than moving it back if it's ready. Master Yi hides Anya's Discipline, Defy, all this good shit in hand. Is he really going to just lose to a Ramp E that doesn't have 2-drops? Yeah, I don't think you can stop your opponent from shuffling your deck when you present it to them. I think you can, if they're shuffling it and messing up the cards, you can ask for a judge to shuffle it instead. But I think they're entitled to shuffle your deck when you present it. Is it? I don't know. I don't know the etiquette for card games. calling a judge again? Do you mind if I shuffle? Yes, I do mind. Alright, let's just fast forward through this judge call. So what's actually happening here? We got 4 mana open. Number 1 card to worry about is Discipline. And then after that is Primal Strength, so you probably do want to avoid overcommitting too much stuff, because Primal Strength will destroy you. Can you say no? If they say no, then a judge shuffles instead. But I think they're... You can't say no, you can't shuffle my deck. Watcher plus Kaisa, that's a pretty good attack. This is a very bad attack unless he has Cleave in hand, and even if he does, this is extremely risky. He does have the Cleave, but if it gets defied, then his attack just bounces off, and he's screwed. Is there no Defy in hand? C has so many cards in hand. Hold on, what is in his hand? Huh. Nope. Oh, that's really bad. No, he needed to play the second Discipline there to kill the Watcher. The fact that he lets the Watcher live is really bad. Because now that battlefield can get stacked to hold. And Kaisa can just send everything else she has here. Yeah, like now Sentry can go sit with the Watcher and be a problem. Did he have Defy in his hand? Oh my god, he better not have just drawn that Defy. Or he better have drawn that Defy. Okay, he just drew it. Okay. I love these orange Volibears, though. Those are very good. Okay, we got a dragon, we push in there. Opponent's at 7. Doesn't have Time Warp mana. So you pull everything out and stack your base. There's nothing else to do. Okay, I guess we could hide this Consult the Past. We're stacking? Okay. Well, that's an easy way to lose. Yep. Say goodbye to all of your units. I mean, Kaisa can't win anymore. Okay. He just lost to a Aurora Yi deck that didn't draw Aurora in a single game. That's nuts. Oh, this guy, I know this guy. This guy is on, like, the Team... Flesh and Blood team or something? Hey, Orusk, how's it going? Are you back from your trip? Yeah, this guy on the left is actually good. Master Yi, Obelisk going first. Obelisk game 1 is very strange. Day after Thanksgiving, okay. Alright, what do we got? We got a Hopeful. We do not have much. If we turn 1 Kaisa, we're vulnerable to Charm, which is quite painful. It does slow down the Master Yi. What happens if we get Charmed? Poro goes in, Charm, play another unit, 1 point. We develop in base. Opponent goes to 3 points to our 0. And then we need to push back over both. Opponent goes to 6 runes. Because they'll have 4 on their turn. Well, they'll have 5, they'll play Charm and another unit. And then they'll have 6. And be able to do something. That's very bad. Oh, we have Falling Star in hand. Or is that a Hextech Ray? No, that's a Hextech Ray. Okay, we have Hextech Ray in hand, so we're playing the Yordle. If we had Falling Star in hand, then the Kaisa play would be more reasonable, because then if they Charm and play another unit, we can at least get rid of 1. Oh, we do play Kaisa still. Risky. I mean, I guess we get Charmed and we can Hextech Ray instead on our next turn. Risky. Is this a good plan? Like, if you played Yordle, played Hextech Ray, and then played to do something like Kaisa in base, Hopeful stacked with the Yordle. That's not great, because opponent can send in their unit first to clear and then send in Yi over top. But they would have to have the extra unit plus the buff to keep the Poro alive. That's not that hard to have. Yeah, I think this is... The issue with playing Yordle is I'm not sure how you protect him. Maybe you don't... I guess you could play Yordle. No, if you play... You play Yordle, and then you need to find something else to play, because you can't play Kaisa the turn after. Yeah, he has Ray in hand. Thanks for the follow, Gamma 2 Pros. Have not seen the Yi's hand a single time, though. Pass. 5 mana open pass. Okay, that's a Finder Center being telegraphed. What can you do about it, though? You could... That's a second Hextech Ray. You could just develop in base. Just play Yordle, play Hopeful. And then sacrifice the point to waste the Yi's mana. How good is that? The Yi goes to 7, can't play their Master Yi, clearly doesn't have any 2-drops in hand, so they've got a buff spell and a Finder Center. So they go to 7 mana, they pass again, and then if you can push both battlefields, you're in a really good spot. If they have a Fey Folk, you're in a very bad spot. Yeah, you can't really allow Fey Folk to happen, can you? So what do you do instead? Kaisa to Voidgate. Yordle in base, Hopeful with the Kaisa. Hextech Ray first. Hextech Ray first. What does that do? That doesn't do that much. We are playing. There's no Find Your Center either. Wow. I'm surprised by this Hex Tech Ray here. I don't think this is a good Hex Tech Ray. I think it would be much better because the Yi, like, we're spending a Hex Tech Ray, which at some point it's probably going to trade with Discipline. Probably is what's going to happen. But we're spending 1 mana that is at least somewhat real for us, whereas the Yi is spending 2 mana that was literally dead, completely useless. So if we waited until a later turn when the Yi is more limited on mana, then the Hextech Ray trading for Discipline would they might not have mana for Defy or for another spell afterwards. And there's Retreat draw as well. It also... I mean, I guess what was the idea? We Hextech Ray, and then if it dies, we play Darius? That's awful. I'm not sure why the Hextech Ray got played before the Yordle either. Forgot Power Call? Oh, they didn't tap Kaisa, yeah. I think no matter what, you're not playing Darius this turn. So it should have been Yordle first, and then Yordle draws the retreat, and then you hold open the 1 mana. And then maybe when you draw retreat, you can think about leaving Kaisa here by herself, rather than putting Hopeful with her. But I think since we tapped out, Hopeful should be with Kaisa every time. This is really bad. Because I think this is a really good Master Yi play. Eating Kaisa for free. And then you go to 7. That's a main deck Unyielding Spirit? Are you serious? Is this guy about to get a game loss for having sideboard cards in his deck? There's no way that's in his main deck. That is insane. Oh, it's game 2. Well, we just skipped game 1? Where's game 1? Okay, it's game 2. I didn't realize. Alright, my bad, my bad. It's game 2. I thought that when we went into backup match, it would always just be the full game. Declare how many cards... I don't think that's real. Let's check the rules. No. That's not real. Yeah, this should be Master Yi and Kaisa. And then you go down to 6 runes, but then next turn you have 8 to accelerate out of Fey Folk. And you can just rinse and repeat that. Showing their opponents what they were sideboarding. I mean, if you're a full tryhard, you would shuffle your entire sideboard into your deck and then take out 8 cards. I mean, you should not be showing face up, if that's what they were doing. But if you're just, like, pulling out cards and you're just like, I put a pile of 4 face down cards, and then take out 4 cards from my deck and then shuffle the 4 new cards in, then, like, okay, they know I've sideboarded 4 cards. But no, that should be hidden information. And a Zonya's, okay. This play loses the game to... Holy, this loses the game against a Cathian Rain. Or does it? Hold on. A Cathian Rain, you need 5 hits on the Yi and 1 on the Poro. But then they can use the Zonyas to save the Poro, but the Poro is useless. Yeah, this is a terrible play. This should not be getting played here, this Zonyas. I think this is a really bad Zonyas because of a Cathian Rain. Because if you get a Cathian Rain here, even if you get to keep the Poro, the Kaisa goes to 3 points, and you can't push either battlefield. Without, again, sacrificing your development. But this is a rough spot now that your Kais is dead for free. Yeah, that's a strategy you can try to do, Keldor. Or you game one Aurora and then they bring in sideboard and you take out your Aurora. And just switch into a normal Yi list. But then you're losing out on sideboard cards like Unyielding Spirit and Sabotage, I guess. And being able to switch between Dead Bloom Predator and White Flame Protector depending on the matchup. I don't think there are any rules about that. I don't know why you would... The hell just happened? Darius Cleave, okay. Why is the Cleave not... Where did the Cleave go? Hold on. Was the Cleave go? Where'd off-screen Cleave? Okay. I mean, if your opponent shows you a card from their sideboard face up, then they did that. That doesn't mean they're going to sideboard it in. If you get misled by that, then that's your own fault. Thanks for the follow, Weg2K. I was wondering, like, how is this Darius beating a Master Yi? I don't see anything that would cause that here, but okay. We figured it out. And these two together can beat that, which is not terrible. And then we hold up retreat. Was it even good to push this battlefield? I guess it was. You have to get rid of this Yi. If we had a Falling Star, things would be amazing. Because that'd be a full clear. This Zonya's play was really bad. I think this Zonya's play was terrible. I honestly wonder, since we have Zonya's in hand... I mean, yeah, I guess since we have Zonya's in hand, it was better to just play Fey Folk. Put Fey Folk forward here. No, sniping the Kai'Sa's so good, though. It's really awkward. Snipe the Kai'Sa. Don't play Zonya's with the intention of going for accelerated Fey Folk, but then the Fey Folk are bad with Zonya's. It is awkward. But the problem with this play is that you never get past 7 mana, which means that you never get to accelerate a Fey Folk out. Or get to 8 mana to threaten White Flame Protector. I think the hide Zonya's play is fine if it wasn't Void Gate. Maybe that's the main issue, is because it's Void Gate. You have bigger issues. Array. So now we could send Yordle by himself to Obelisk and stack the other battlefield. And then we don't need to commit retreat on their attack, so we can save it for stuff like Charm. Push Yordle, Noxus kill, Poro. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the Yi is in trouble because they literally passed with 5 mana. It's a pretty big issue. So it's hard to say what play is the best out of all of the bad situations. Glasses with a camera. I don't know. Don't know if that would count as technology or if it would matter if it's not assisting you during game. Anti-Jinx game. I did. I was not rooting for the Jinx player. Because they were not very good. Stacking. Why would you do that? Now if the Kai'Sa wants to trade Darius for your Yi, they can do that easily. which is probably what's going to happen here. Holy. Look at what happens when a Kaisa loves having runes instead of hiding Insult the Past every turn. I mean, I guess we've ended up in a decent spot. With Yi being able to push forward, and then Fey Folk and base would have been a better play. Oh, we get double Darius'd. Okay, that's an extreme punish. Now we lose 2 units instead of 1. Yeah, that's pretty bad. One of those units by itself would have traded off a Darius here. And instead we lose both, and have nothing left in our base. After training against freaks, yeah. Yeah. Ah. The Yis are just gonna pull these moves. It's a big water bottle. Holy. High volume of water intake right there. I did bring water. I bought a 24 pack of water bottles. And I drank all of it. No, all but 3. 3 of them I had to throw in the trash at the airport, because they haven't upgraded their technology from the 1980s, and don't have the machines that can actually scan through liquids. I flexed on the judge in top 8. Because I finished drinking my water bottle, and I unzipped my backpack, and then pulled out another one. And there were like 3 more sitting in there, and they laughed. I don't know if they thought I was gonna like cheat or something, pulling something out of my backpack, but it was just more water bottles. It was just all water bottles. You better not draw a card off this Clockwork Keeper. There are 5 or 6 cards in hand. Which brand? I don't know. Mountain Spring or something. If that's a brand name. Oh my god. Why are we doing this? Do we not have enough cards in our hand already? Oh my god, look at those cards. That's so thick. We've got a Fey Folk, White Flame Protector, Unyielding Spirit. Discipline? We need more cards? That's crazy. I'd love to have 11 mana next turn, to be able to play Unyielding Spirit Discipline, plus 8 mana. Mountain Valley? Is that what it is? I don't know. That doesn't even make sense as a phrase. Alright, what do we got to deal with this Deadbloom Predator? We don't got anything. That's rough. This is the spot where not having that Kaisa alive from not stacking is pretty bad. I mean, that would have made the Yi do a completely different play, because then it would have been Fey Folk on the other battlefield with Kaisa and Hopeful stuck on Voidgate. But I think the reason we're low on resources as the Kaisa is because our Kaisa died so cheaply. So we're always scoring the Voidgate. Unfortunately, our opponent has managed to make it up to enough mana for White Flame Protector, so stacking doesn't work anymore. So I guess we're just praying to draw Time Warp. Or Thousand-Tailed Watcher. We don't have much going on. And we've got 2 draws to do it. And Zonya's draw is useless. So what do we do here as the Yi? What is the biggest setup we can do? I mean, if we had another rune, things would be a bit better. Because we'd be able to accelerate... Or no, what would we do? We would play White Flame Protector here, send Clockwork Keeper forward, hold up 3 mana, but instead it's going to be White Flame Protector here, send in Clockwork Keeper, hold up 2 mana. Most likely. And then you have 16 plus 4, compared to if you accelerate out Fey Folk, where you have 10 plus 8. So you have 2 more points of might like that. And you're also... No, and you're weaker to Watcher by how much? You get hit for 7 instead of 6, so you're still +1 over Watcher. Stacked Sentry? No, you can suicide the Sentry whenever you want on your own turn. Hide Zonias. Sure. This should be the last turn. Kai'Sa's turn coming up, but it is theoretically possible that Kai'Sa could clear all of your units off of battlefields and not be able to win the game. What did he draw? Hold on, I didn't see it. What the hell is that card? Is it a Void Seeker? Looks kind of Void Seeker-y. What is this card? Set 2 card. Crazy. How do you get that in there? That looks like Kato the Arm. Noxus? Oh, okay, he's just dead. Alright, Suicide Sentry. Oh, he's happy to see that one. Oh, yeah. I don't know if it's good enough, though, but we'll see. So this is 10 and this is 3. And we need to push over top of... Discipline is the issue. So we need to send at least 6 here. And we probably just... I don't think we can beat double on guard. Or can we? Hold on. Let's say double on guard. This is at 7. So we send these 2, and then we have 11 left against 10. So no, we can't win against double on guard, so the only thing we're playing around is Discipline, and we can beat that. So we need to send 6 at Clockwork Keeper and 13 here. And we can do that pretty easily. This is 6, this is 14. Happy times. Of course, you do the math to see if you can beat double on guard, but you can't. And then you just play as if it's not there. Oh, is that an on-guard drawn? Holy justice. Look at this. Hold on. They flipped their cards right here. The card they drew? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Drew on-guard off of the Discipline. Lost the game oh no, they wouldn't have drawn it off because the Clockwork Keeper would have been 1 card less. Never mind. They wouldn't have seen that on-guard. Because it was 1 card deeper. No justice. If it wasn't on top of their deck and they had drawn it at some point earlier, then it is justice, because they could have had 3 mana open. Double Grove. Okay. Did we get to see mulligans at all? Not really? Okay. What do we have in here? Hextech Ray, 2 Stupefies, and a Student. This is the sort of spot where you could definitely consider not playing Hextech Ray on their turn and then play it on your turn and stupefy if they buff to save it. And then I think you want Student to be the unit that's on battlefield. So you want to play Student turn 1 here? Because it's more likely to be able to hold than a Sentry. That Catalyst is very disgusting, though. Cause he's gonna hold on the Ray because he has the Stupefy. But now Catalyst gets played. Turn 2 Catalyst going first is very disgusting. Because it immediately goes into Fey Folk Accelerate or Master Yi Accelerate with 1 mana open. And it doesn't get played. When are we playing Catalyst? Alright, I mean, this should be an unlosable game for the Master Yi. But I don't know why this card is in their deck if they're not going to play it on turn 2. Thanks for the follow, Mintero. Like, what is the plan here? You're going to play this, hold up On Guard to try to save a unit, and then on 6 mana you're going to play Catalyst? And hold up mana again? Why? On Guard, Stupefy, Sentry goes in, but now see, this is the issue. If these two were swapped, Ravenbloom Student would hold against the Poro with the help of Stupefy. Whereas now with the Sentry, if you Stupefy and they have a buff spell, then you lose, rather than trading. And you trade anyway, if they don't have a buff spell. Yeah, so this is bad. This is punished. Punished for playing the Sentry turn 1 instead of Student. And that's a pretty big punish, too. Because if it was the other way around, this Poro would be dead, the Student would be dead, and they would have traded, and then Sentry would be in base. Which is a much better situation, because now there's a 5-Might Poro sitting on battlefield. And now the Catalyst gets played. Okay. Thanks for the follow, Magic Hate Ball. Yeah, this sucks now. I mean, I guess if you cleave, you can cleave over the Poro, and that's still clean. But it's like, would you rather have a Sentry by itself sitting on this battlefield and a cleave in your hand, or Student sitting on this battlefield with no cleave in hand? And the answer is always the Sentry. Or would you rather have... What would the difference be? I mean, I guess you'd have Sentry forward and then... Oh, this is so... Did he tap out for this? You could just have Sentry forward on battlefield and then put Darius plus Hopeful in base and chill. Because the Darius is now dead for free. Tasty Fey Folk Accelerated, hold up mana, even do a Sabotage. 3 Watchers, okay. That's a pretty good hand. That is very good at answering the Tasty Fey Folk that's about to come out. And stack. Move Student back. No, why are we dying with Student for free? Why? So we just accelerate another Watcher out? Or do we? Hold on. We're at 6 points already. Can we pull out and stack? What do we have in our hand? I think I see a Noxus Hopeful. I mean, we could also go for double hold. Double hold is not unreasonable here. They would need to have... Charm plus White Flame Protector. Charm plus Deadbloom Predator. Oh, there are so many 2-card combinations that beat trying to hold. Does not look good. Oh, 2 Hopefuls. Yeah, you could go 2 Hopefuls and a Smoke Screen. You could stack 1 Battlefield with that. Just go Hopeful, Hopeful here, hold up Smoke Screen, and you have 19 might. Against their 4. That looks really good. And we go for this. This loses to Charm plus any big unit. Hey, this loses to Charm plus a buff. Like, Master Yi, send him here, play On Guard or Discipline on him, kill this, charm the Thousand-Tailed Watcher in, kill that, both of these go in, trade with Hopeful. This loses to everything. Which, to be fair, stacking everything here, this gets charmed in, and then it's the same situation where Deadbloom Predator, Yi plus a buff. Yeah, stacking just doesn't work. If you pull back to base, you hold up Retreat. I mean, Retreat doesn't do very much. You play double Hopeful. You have 19 might in your base. And then next turn you accelerate Watcher with 10 mana, 2 mana left over for Smoke. And then you have 26 might. And then the Yi is going to have, let's say, 7 might on both battlefields. Looks really easy. Yeah, stack and base was the best play. All of these aggressive plays lose to everything. There is no Charm in hand. I mean, I guess Charm is the most important part. That's specifically what you lose to is Charm. And there's no Charm, so it looks like this is just going to work. I mean, was there information that there was no Charm at some point in this game? Like, I guess there's information here. When this Fey Folk gets accelerated out, if there was Charm, this Watcher would have gotten charmed and killed. That's reasonable. You could say there was no Charm before this second Clockwork Keeper got played. So 1 draw, 2nd draw from the Fey Folk, 3rd draw for turn, 3 draws for Charm. Can't lose if we retreat to base. Yeah, if there's no Charm, we can't lose if we retreat to base either. Maybe we lose to like Primal Strength. But this is game 3, so I think we know if there's Primal Strength in the deck or not, and it doesn't look like there is. But yeah. Yeah, pull back on 6 points is better. Thanks for the follow. What is his face? What is my face? Holy, 6-minute break. What the hell? How dare they? They're trying to give us the China experience. Can stack versus Primal. Oh, was the point situation that good that you could just... Oh yeah, they're only going to 6. Yeah, you could even just push 1 battlefield. Throw everything at 1 battlefield, and then still be in a similar spot where you lose to Charm and nothing else. Did I play against this Declan guy? Hold on. What is he playing? Victor? Oh no, this is the Victor that plays all the seals, isn't it? That's this guy. Thanks for the follow, Black Pepsi. Kaisa misses 2-drop. Are they going to replace this? I feel like I saw them replace a token at some point on stream. The, like, one time I went to look at it. What is this? Hand? Oh wait, I did watch this. Oh yeah, I was watching after the tournament. I went into the voice channel and Alan ZQ was streaming, and I think this was when I started watching. So yeah, it was either this or play Kaisa. I think playing Kaisa is probably better. Not playing Kaisa is better if you draw a 2-drop. Like, because you're... The reason to not play Kaisa here is because of Call of the Week. You're worried about Call of the Week. But not playing Kaisa, next turn you're going to be in the same situation unless you draw a 2-drop. I guess no, you can accelerate her and have retreat. No, you retreat. No, yeah, you have retreat, so you can accelerate her next turn. This is reasonable. This is fine. And the Victor is obviously going to just play even more units. Or play blue Victor. Oh wait, we can't accelerate Kaisa, we burn her in. So we play Kaisa normally and then retreat. And this blue Victor... Oh, does this blue Victor just, like, never leave base? Yeah. Even though he could go to Reaver's Row. And then die to a Hextech Ray. I guess this card is just bad. Holy. We can just do a token count. If this was yellow Victor, it'd be +1 token, and he would have been able to go to Reaver's Row safely. Alright, now we're even on tokens. Okay, I think I did see this. 2 seals. Is this the Victor that top like 16'd? Or top 8'd? Unchecked power main deck? What the hell? Oh, and then this is the judge ruling where retreat on blue Victor gets a token? Yep. Two echoes. Wait, what? He plays retreat on Reaver's Row? Alright, dude. Why? Kaisa misses 2-drop again. Yellow seal, captain, token. Okay. Accelerate Kaisa to Candlelit Sanctum. Tap out. Okay, she's just dead. Opponent... What? Oh, he's not tapped out. He's got 1 mana open. Alright, she's not just dead. Look at the Victor runes. Yeah. Keeps Kaisa at the battlefield, so she dies to Echo Accelerate, which this Echo was shown. Insane. Lecturing Yordle is an insane card. I mean, all of the cards in Kaisa are good, but Lecturing Yordle is very good. Okay, and then we just Time Warp and we win, and this Kaisa player goes home, please. Alright. Cool. Ari Mirror. Oh boy. And one of them brought Grove. Okay, yeah, I remember these games. Probably gonna go through these games faster because I remember watching them. And I don't remember any of them being good. You better not play Find Your Center. Oh my god, we're on Grove, and he has Student, so he can actually contest it, and he plays Find Your Center. So he's just conceding the game on turn 1. Because you can never take back this Grove. And this guy doesn't stack his double Student. Level of play compared to online tournaments, it was pretty similar to the bigger ones, the like Rift Lab ones and stuff like that. And the top 8 in this turn is probably stronger than top 8 in Rift Lab. Grove game 1 in Ari Mirror, yep. Unless he's on double hold battlefield, then he doesn't have a choice. But it should probably be Star Tipped Peak game 1. because that's less risky. Grove is just going to snowball out of control very quickly. But yeah, the fact that he doesn't stack Grove to hold it is insane, because this is the only battlefield that matters. Especially when the points are so low, because both of them play to find your center early. And then this guy doesn't contest it. And the student is still sitting in base for some reason. I mean, if he has 2 on guards in hand, maybe, but he has 1. And this guy wants to push into a blue Ari rather than push into the student. He pulled it off. He managed to trade all of his resources 1 for 1 with an opponent that draws 2 cards a turn. Pull out of Grove. Interesting. Instead of just stacking it. Seen any good Ari players? The guy I played in round 2 was decent, but it's hard to say how good he really was without being able to see the hand. Alright. Blue Kaisa. Okay, then. Is that the first unit he played, too? That is an impressive unit. Blue Kaisa and a Sona. Are you just dead if a Thousand-Tailed Watcher comes down? Send in Blue Ari to snipe the Sona? Does it get retreated? Retreat on Blue Sona is pretty nice. You trigger the tree and you're still... I mean, you're 6 against 2 now, so you're fine. Yep. And now this Kaisa can just... gank across and take over the game with 3 points. At least you're just drawing off discipline. The fuck? Never mind, the student was way too big. And it's also sitting on Grove the entire time, which is why the guy on the right has... Oh, that's a start tip peak, never mind. Alright, I think it's over. Alright, next. Can the button work? Is this a YouTube issue? Why does this happen? Why did the... I don't think Time Warp is even a good card in Ari. Honestly. Yasuo. Pass turn 1, Nocturne turn 2. Why would you play Nocturne? What kind of casino are we running here? 3 and 1 on stream. Oh my god. And the Kais is on a really good curve. What? Don't send the Yordle in? Okay, I guess he has open mana, sure. And this guy's doing nothing. This guy is AFK. It's a net deck Yasuo. Why would you net deck Yasuo? What? What is this? Why would you play Yasuo instead of Master Yi, ever? Thanks for the follow, Beast Nino. That won the casino. Okay. So you're saying he's about to get 2-0'd and it's not even going to be close. Makes infinite mistake. I mean, his first mistake is bringing this deck. Play mask and roleplay, yeah. I don't see a single... Like, has he activated his Yasuo legend a single time? Just wondering. He's playing purple so we can play Nocturne instead of Kiana. He can play Kiana with ganking, but no deflect and no conquer effect. Alright, thank you. Golden Glue. Hey, I know that guy. I don't know who brought... What is with these fucking groves? Game 1. Both of the battlefields are facing the guy on the right. Golden Glue also at 3-1. Neat. What is the hand? Falling Star, Hex Tech Ray, Stupefy, Cleave, Retreat, Hopeful. Well, I guess we're just playing Kaisa and praying it doesn't get Falling Starred. Because even if you were to play Hopeful and get that Falling Starred, you're still just doomed. Assume the other is going to play Dreaming Tree. No, Targon's game 1 is correct if you're on cards that are good with Targons that you're going to sideboard out. If you're on Smoke Screens and not Void Seekers in the sideboard. But Grove game 1, unless you're playing the double hold battlefield. Oh, it's game 2. Oh, that makes more sense. Of course it's game 2. Where's my game 1, though? Accelerated Kaisa into Targons. That's pretty crazy. Works a little bit better because of Grove. Thanks, they'll follow Juke Stridewalker. Alright, what do we got? We could go in with a Stupefy on the Kaisa. We could Hextech Ray the Poro, have to burn a rune for that. We could Stupefy Hextech Ray the Kaisa and go in on the Poro. Go in on the Poro first. Go in on Poro, see what happens. Maybe they do something weird. Like Smokescreen the Hopeful. And then use Stupefy Hextech Ray to get rid of the Kaisa. Opponent's board is cleared, they retreat the Kaisa. Surely they have retreat when they make this play. Surely he has retreat when he makes this play. I don't see it in his hand, but surely it's there. Surely. I feel less bad about how long it took for me to make decisions, seeing that all of these players are taking a while. Okay, he does it first. The Kaisa is dead. I repeat, the Kaisa is dead. What are we playing around? And this does play around one thing, which is we go to the Poro, we pass priority, they play Hextech Ray, and then we know they're going to Stupefy, but we can't play Cleave because they'll Stupefy in response. But going to Targon's Peak does nothing to change that. If they have that, they're still going to kill our Hopeful. So we're just going to let them get Grove for free for no reason. With a hand that shouldn't have even accelerated to Targons. A hand that shouldn't have even gone forward in the first place at all. Should have just been play Kaisa pass and sit in base. And then we pull... We could have at least left a sentry here, man. Force them to accelerate something to deal with it, and not give us free cards. And then they wouldn't be able to play this Mega Mech. Falling Star the Hopeful? Holy, what did I just see? You're saying the best card in the game, Mega Mech, just died? I didn't think that was possible. Oh, that's pretty game losing. And Sentry went to the wrong battlefield. Sentry should be on Grove, because that's the priority to get rid of. Now your Poro is dead. Is this a pre-cleave? Hold on. Pre-cleave into the Poro? 2 mana's open? That's crazy. Sure do love pre-cleaving. Alright. Golden Glue wins this, right? He has the retreat? Oh my god, he's in such a great spot. Just play some random trash in your base. How many runes do you have? Oh, it's 8 runes? Play a Watcher in your base, it's fine. Wait, what does opponent have? Opponent has a thing. Alright, just play this and play Kaisa not accelerated, that's also fine. Kaisa accelerated. Is my jacket a lucky jacket? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the only thing that he needs to do to really win this game is get to 10 runes and then accelerate Kaisa, play Darius, and he can just win from hand. He could have even let that hopeful live, he didn't need to Falling Star it. With its big of a point lead. But instead, I think we're just going to go back and forth with random accelerate plays and Golden Glue drawing cards until we eventually get there. Instead of just closing the game. Does this end it? Get stupefied. Can we play cleave? Okay, we found it. We didn't find it. It's at 7 points now. God damn it. We get a Cathian Rain. We're actually losing to Time Warp now. Oh, he gets double Darius. Oh my, thank God. Sweating for a second. Enemy team had 3 inhibs down, and we went in one at a time, and died. And all of the inhibs respawned, and then we had a Baron fight to coin flip it. The way players flick their cards tells about skill level, oh boy. Can't wait to see what my skill level looks like. I definitely know how to flick cards. Where's my bathrobe? I mean, I got like this one here sitting on backup chair. And I got some more in the closet. I need to get the warmer ones out though. Which one of us are not native TCG players? True. Stupefy Hopeful? Oh, this is the Ryan guy that I lost to. Fuck. I hate that guy. Can't believe I lost to him. Should have played better. It's my fault. It's my fault. I can't be mad at my opponent for beating me. Thanks to follow TT. Stupefy, own Poro. Very nice. I do not like how these are laid out. I feel very uncomfortable with this layout. Kaisa mirror matches all the way down? Almost. And Tingfang beats this guy, too. 2 red seals. Falling Star. Okay. Insane Kaisa deck? Yeah. The red seals are pretty crazy. Alright, what do we got? We got absolutely nothing. This is just a play Kaisa pass and be sad. But not too sad. Opponent used Falling Star on a pretty shit target. So you got good info that they don't have, like, a Void Seeker in hand. Or a Noxus Hopeful that they could have... No, you wouldn't stack. It's honestly not that bad. You just play Kaisa and you accept your down points, but it's fine. Because they just played 2 red seals, so they're out of cards. Like, they're actually out of cards. And they're gonna have 5 mana next turn, so if they accelerate Kaisa, then she's vulnerable. What are we doing? Okay, wrong Kaisa. He has like 3 cards in his hand. Oh, he's got 4 because of the stupefied draw 2. Oh, and he's got another stupefied draw 2. I mean, you don't get punished for seals in game 1 with Dreaming Tree. Now we pull out, and we want to accelerate Kaisa because we are playing these red seals, so we need to get value out of them. So we probably don't play Kaisa here. Why are we playing red seals? What have these red seals done? They played a Falling Star. One of them played Falling Star. The other one was just there watching. And they didn't really play a Falling Star because the first thing you play, you end up with the same number of runes. Okay, what do we got? We've got a Kaisa Conquer. Draw a card. Get more info. Very good. Okay. You want to hold up the retreat. Falling Star on the Kaisa looks really good, and then play 2-drop and hold up spells. Your opponent's low on cards because of the seals, even with the double Stupefy, so I think Falling Star Kaisa is good. Yep. I like that. Go in, cleave. You retreat. Looks good. Got a Draven. That guy comes in at 6. Opponent's already played 1 Falling Star, so he's kind of safe. And then we hold up Ray for the student. It's not terrible. It's better than playing Falling Star on the student and a 2-drop. That's awful. And it's beyond awful if they have another retreat, so yeah. I don't think there's a choice. Alright, first seal activation that saved a rune. Alright, what do we do here? We have 9 runes. We put Kaisa back in our hand. We would like to not give that Draven value. How do we do that? That's a bit difficult. That is quite difficult to do. Our hand is not very good at dealing with that. Like, we could accelerate Kaisa over the Poro. It's okay to do that. That's probably the best option. And then play for Hextech Raid trade on the Draven, because both of our units will trade with it. We're going to go in and cleave. Take the draw. And then still Kaisa Accelerate. Why did we do that? We just wasted a cleave. That cleave could have been useful to deal with this Draven if it manages to win a combat here through Ray. Falling Star, target that. Alright, that is a second rune saved by the first seal. We are thinking about retreat. We are not going to do it. Now we're going to do it. I have no idea what is in Tingfeng's hand. Alright, so that's a 7, which means that he's too big for a Darius by himself. I don't know if there's a Stupefy in hand or anything. Don't think so. We are on 11 runes, so Accelerated Watcher is not bad, because Retreat on Draven is not particularly strong. Do we have anything else to do with Accelerated Watcher? Not really, and no way to protect it. Could accelerate Kaisa and just try to draw a card. Oh, we have a Cathian Rain. Okay. What do you cut for seals? Is it the Yordles? I think I looked at the list. Was it the Yordles or Hopefuls? Maybe it was both. Yordles and Student, yeah. Cathian Rain hit the Draven 5 times and the Student Sentry once, sure. Gets retreated. Yeah, I think Watcher was a better play. Because if you're going to get retreated on anyway, you might as well have a Watcher on the board and score a point out of it. And then as long as you hold up Hextech Ray, then your Watcher trades with their Watcher if they bring one out. Maybe Watcher plus 1 unit rather than... and then hold up a Ray. Rather than Cathian Rain 2 drops. This does set up better for Time Warp with the units in base. And it's better if your opponent has a Watcher in their hand. Watcher plus that stuff. And you would get Watchered, you would Ray and trade. Potentially, and then some stuff would get played, and then you would have 1 2-drop alive. And they probably wouldn't send Sentry forward. That is 3 runes saved by the seal. Do you even Time Warp to 7 points here? I'm not sure it's worth it. I think you go to 5 and develop base. You'd go... like, even 4 develop base is close to good enough. No, it's not. You do need to get to 5. So you send Poro forward, see what happens. Student forward, see what happens. If they kill the student, you could accelerate... you could even accelerate a Darius. You probably accelerate Kaisa. It's probably like Kaisa, accelerate Darius in base. And then next turn you have 11 runes. As long as you can... push 1 is still kind of hard. You hold up a Ray, but it's a Poro. Kaisa accelerate, hopefully draw something. Because if you Time Warp here, let's say you go here, you Time Warp, you're at 7 points. You have 10 mana. The problem is your opponent's on 4, so if you pull out, you're dead to Time Warp. But there's nothing you can do, you're just dead to Time Warp. So let's say they don't have Time Warp. You're dead to Time Warp no matter what. Let's say they don't have it. You go in, you Time Warp, you pull out. You're at 10 runes, you develop Kaisa, Darius in base, hold up Ray. I mean, I guess you hold up Ray, you shoot the Poro every time. No, if you hold up Ray, and that is a reason to Time Warp now, and then your board is 2-drop, 2-drop Darius, Kaisa, and you're on 9 runes, and you go down to 8 when you Ray the Poro, so you go to 10 next turn. If you get a Cathian Rain, it kills everything but a Poro. And then Draven goes up to 8 might. It is a max value Time Warp. Yeah, you probably do just Time Warp now. That does look good. And you need to go in first and see if your units get shot. Which they do. Okay, so now you can't Time Warp, so now you're on a backup plan. Where you need to accelerate a unit out to get to 5 points. Or can you play base? Can you play base? Darius, Kaisa in base, shoot this Poro, Draven comes in. Opponent's at 5. No, you need to accelerate, I think. You still Time Warp? No, there's no way you Time Warp now. You need the Time Warp to finish the game, if it's only 1 point right now. Accelerate Darius out. Okay, Darius plus Ray killing Draven is also reasonable. Get a Cathian Rained. Everything dies. What? I don't know why the student's not dead, but okay. I guess it doesn't matter, it's dead anyway. He raised his own student to get a draw out of it. And I guess you could time warp go to 5. Accelerate a unit go to 6. That's not really better. Okay, he's dead. What went wrong here? I guess the only play that should have been different is probably the Watcher Accelerate. It should have been Watcher Accelerate over the Draven. Because you expect your opponents on retreat when they're leaving this much mana open every turn. So you Watcher Accelerate over the Draven, it gets retreated, they Watcher Accelerate over you, you Watcher Accelerate over them. And then maybe things end up being different. One less exposed unit. That's true. You end up saving that student in the end, which I don't know why the Ray got played on the Poro instead of the student. It should have been a Poro that got left. If deflect doesn't matter with that many seals. Put them on Rain or Bust. No, because they just time warp you. Well, you have the Ray. You have the Ray with Darius. Yeah. Oh boy, Falling Star Stupefy. And now we take over Star-Tipped Peak and maybe even stack a Hopeful there? Probably not. Take over Star-Tipped Peak instead of put a Hopeful in base to contest the Kaisa Accelerate? So that seal ended up saving 3 runes, but one of those runes was fake because it targeted a deflect unit. Yeah, Hextech Ray burn a rune. You're not that far behind because your opponent missed on their 2-drop. The Falling Star Stupefy is only really devastating if they have another unit to play. This is still a reasonable spot if they don't have second Falling Star. Accelerate Kaisa. Alright. And he takes the Zon Warrens before the draw? When did he take the draw? Does he just draw 2? I think he only drew 1. Did he miss his Kaisa trigger? Hold on, what? Accelerate. He drew 1, right? I did not see more than 1 card get drawn. He writes. He does some hand motion. Missed Kaisa trigger? It's not even missed at that point. He can still declare it. I think. Unless you're getting really hard sharked. Which I don't think the judges would... I don't know if judges would enforce that. I never had it happen to me, so I don't know what the judges would say. He didn't miss, he just didn't. I mean, he did miss. I guess. Are we accelerating our own Kaisa out? I don't think we have a choice here. I think this is like accelerate Kaisa. I mean, we could send Student here first, see what he does, because he did Ray prematurely in the first game. And then we have to accelerate Kaisa, send Kaisa Yordle over here, see what happens. Worst case scenario, he has Hextech Ray and shoots the Yordle, and then we trade, which is not that bad. It's pretty bad, but you know. You always send the student first to deny information. Why are we doing this? Play student in base? Is there a Legion spell I'm not aware of? That he's needing to play a card first before doing this? Till what round? I'll try to do the whole thing. I guess it's 10:20 actually. No, I probably can't do that. I need to adjust my sleep schedule because there's a skirmish that's happening on Sunday pretty early. Well, not sure if it's actually happening until Friday because they haven't gotten product in. Trade. And now he gets to play Kaisa not accelerated? That is an insanely risky attack. Any Stupefy, any Hextech Ray, and he loses the game instantly. Full pass. What? He has 8 mana and he full passes? If he has a Watcher here, he should play that. So he can't have Watcher in hand. He can't have any unit in hand. The only cards he could have are Time Warp and other spells. Time Warp. He can't have Hextech Ray or Stupefy either. So he has Time Warp, Void Seeker, Smokescreen. I think even a Cathian Rain he should play here. He could have Retreat and Seal. Yeah, Retreat. Because he couldn't retreat his Kaisa. He should have, if his hand is like multiple retreats, he should have retreated his Kaisa. Or Cleave. If he has Retreat plus Cleave in his hand, he should have retreated Kaisa. Okay, we're attacking in because we have Retreat in hand. It happens. Discard Time Warp. What the hell? Why are we discarding that? That's an important card. Does he has another one? Does he have another one? Am I blind? I see 2 retreats in his hand, and a Cathian Rain, and a Hopeful. Did he miss his Kaisa draw as well? Hold on. No, he gets his Kaisa draw. He doesn't have 2 Time Warps. He has 2 retreats. Was he not tapped out on the previous turn? Hold on, like let me just go back to Ting Feng's turn. There was 1 mana open. Okay, yeah, the Acathian Rain's not good with 1 mana open. So he could have, yeah, he could have that in his hand. So he waits for another unit to get developed, which another unit shouldn't even get developed in this situation. Like it should literally have been don't retreat the student and then just play Hopeful in base. Are his runes in Chinese? Looks like it, yeah. His whole deck might be Chinese. Are these Chinese cards? These look like Chinese cards. Yeah, he should not have put a 3rd unit in play. Because he overextended into this rain. guess if your opponent's going to overextend their board repeatedly into your hand that doesn't have any way to threaten points, instead of just taking their 1 point at a time with Kaisa, then holding Watcher works pretty well. Holy time warps. Three time warp deck. Not a single blue seal. I guess 2 rains are gone now. Are 2 rains gone? I hope so. Alright, accelerate a Watcher in the game. Alright, cleave the Kaisa, go in, draw into a thing that wins the game. Play Stupefy, draw into something that wins the game, play another Stupefy. Okay, found the Watcher. Alright, game 3. That is surprising to see the retreat on Student. What could his hand be that he needs to retreat Student there? Is it just... it has to be a 2 retreat hand with no units? So he's scared to play his Kaisa and get Falling Starred and then have no units to play? That's the only way. Because even if he had Noxus Hopeful, playing Noxus Hopeful instead of this retreat would be better. Like, that's the sort of thing that would be worth writing down. So I'm expecting he has 1 more retreat in his hand and 0 units. If we ever get to see his hand. Other than maybe he just drew 1. Holy. If this Ravenbloom Student goes here, does this Poro ever stay? I guess you don't want him to retreat, so that the battlefield opens up for Kaisa. What information? Mostly I was just writing down how many cards my opponent mulliganed. Because I didn't want to write other things down because my opponent could just look across the table and see what I wrote. But I'll figure out a solution for that for Houston. Well, you get Hextech Raid anyway. So in this case, doesn't matter. It does actually matter, because it does actually matter. This attack is... I guess if you're expecting second Hextech Ray, this attack is better because you don't let your opponents open Reaver's Row for their Kaisa. So now Kaisa has to go to Vile Lair and get trapped if they want the Conquer. I really want to see Ting Feng's hand and see if my read was right. This is a very Void Seeker Telegraph, though, too. But maybe you could take the Void Seeker if you have Falling Star in hand? Which I don't think he does. Why isn't this Kaisa accelerated? Because he has Void Seeker in his hand. So his hand is Retreat, Void Seeker, no units. Use it next turn? Yeah, that's fair. Holy, losing the game to a Cathian Rain. That is pretty crazy. Wow, he moves back his unit to open the battlefield for his Kaisa. How much time do we have left? There's really only 3.5 hours left in this? For this many rounds? Huh. I guess they went faster. They skipped some? Okay. Doable then? Yeah, it could be doable. Stupefy Darius. Holy, a Cathian Rain kill everything. Holy, a Cathian Rain kill everything. Oh, yeah. Oh. Holy. Kill all your units. Cathian Rain Stupefy. My god. Oh, the VOD cuts off at the end? Okay. Oh, it cuts off at 12 hours? Did he sack Rain? What do you mean sack Rain? Okay, they're putting up one round at a time, I guess. But it'll get up eventually. 30 minutes extra of Savid's doing set things? Okay. It's in Twitch? Oh, it's in Twitch. Hold on. They've got a Twitch channel as well? What is their Twitch channel? You have a link, Randy? Should mod this guy. Yeah, I thought they were YouTube only. Is that a Mundo? That's pretty crazy. How big is that Mundo? Like 10? What is this hand? There is no Void Seeker, no second retreat. Interesting. I guess it's just move Kaisa back pass. I don't know, we could Stupefy Falling Star this. That would be reasonable. Because we could find something to play. Stupefy Falling Star, move Kaisa back, hold up all our action speed stuff. Now, Yuge always had a sword. Yuge has had a sword for a long time. Can I see how long he's had a sword for? No. But a long time. Oh, he does have a Seeker. Yeah, he has a Seeker, but no... So he did have a Seeker, and he did have no units, but he did not have a second retreat. So now it's his turn to overextend into a Cathian Rain. Maybe this isn't an overextension. He doesn't have a hand. I mean, you just get a Cathian Rain here. I think he has a Cathian Rain unit. Oh, Watcher Falling Star, even worse. Oh god. What? Void Seeker. What the hell are we conceding for? Oh, we're in extra turns. Oh, we were in extra turns. Oh my god, no one. Okay, no. None of the analysis is real. There's no such thing as overextending when there's 2 turns left in the game. That was unclear. But yeah, they were in extra turns. Whoever had the highest points would just win, and that's why he retreated the student, and that's why Ryan dumped his entire hand on the board. All right, time to watch a homeless dude play. Was there like an indicator for it? Oh yeah, it did say turns in the bottom left. Alright, I'm just blind. Yeah, it did just say turns.
Round with a very special day.
Alright, I want to actually hear the commentary for this though. Still going, yeah.
SCGCON
Well, it's been 5 hours.
Vegas for the Riftbound 10K. I'm Casanova joined
I need to be able to do
11.
12-hour days.
Jumping into this next round with a very special player who has done incredibly well in the Western scene for a very long time in the online tournaments. And people always ask, will that convert in person?
Yeah.
Can that be good enough? It is Prismaticism that we are going to get on stream piloting
What
Teemo.
What?
Instead of playing either Kaisa or Yi, Prismat at 5-1 on Teemo, going up against Yuki on Kaisa, Daughter of the Void. I was talking to Priz earlier. He was saying he did feel like this matchup is unfavored for him. However, if his opponent doesn't know exactly what's in his deck, if they don't know, 48, he's going to actually come out a little bit ahead.
So if you're saying if the strategy is hidden, it's quite good for Teemo.
Yeah, it is. But people will get a glimpse in this game. We'll get a chance to see what Prismat is able to put together.
Look at me taking my absolute
Teemo
time.
deck.
We did, I asked if I could use the washroom before coming to this, and then when I sat down, we had like a separate timer. We had a completely separate round timer, so that's why I wasn't in a rush to like do anything.
Print shuffle.
I was just trying to
It was
chill.
like it doesn't cost him.
Are off at that point.
Because I was not used to the table
road to
either.
the top 8 begins here now at X in 1. We know that that is the soft lock. I say soft because there's always a, I never try to predict
Long fingers.
bracket
Did I
math
wash my hands? Yeah, I did.
before the brackets have been published here. But we're going to be seeing what looks like the Bandle tree. Oh.
Hidden cardinal tree does start to be able to go for two. Notably, really pretty much never plays hidden cards. I mean, technically, it's really gone since maybe the first Chinese tournaments that we saw.
Yeah, we've seen a couple here.
So
there in
he's
some of the
going
early rounds we
second.
saw Consult the Past, but yeah, I think.
So you always mulligan the Watcher. Void Seeker is good, especially with Targons. It was surprising to see Targons game 1. Tempo, non-Aurora MF is worth play? Nope. It's only good when it goes first. It's just, you should play Annie instead if you want to play that kind of deck.
You asked what a stock.
And yeah, my hand was absolutely
ISO
disgusting this
list
game.
is. It would likely not include Consult the Past.
I had like perfect
at least
curve
in the current day.
where I had 2-drop into go to Bandle Tree, double hide, play 2-drop in base,
That would be
and then
What is the connection between Targa and Speak
just
and Annie?
win from
That's
there.
what I want to know. What is the thematic connection there?
Look, honestly, I
Set
wish I
deck
had
that one
some
is real or
witty
Kaisa
answer
better,
to
Kaisa's
go back.
better.
I've got nothing.
Nothing, yeah.
I've got absolutely nothing for that.
And then he had a Yoral turn 1, so I don't even have to be scared of Ray.
Down, it comes technically from
I don't think he had Ray or Falling Star this game, so
even though that's almost certainly
made things
not
easy.
thematically true. Anyways, we've got our good friend Gumbo, the traveling merchant here on the side of Prismat, starting off on turn 1, one of the stronger, if not the strongest, 2-drop in purple.
Yeah, and if you take a look
Annie
here,
better
you'll
than
notice
Set?
that Prismat's,
Probably.
deck is entirely in Chinese.
Well,
He
it
does
needs to
practice
be
with some
I think
players
Annie is one of the
from
decks that can compete with
Chinese
Kaisa.
scene, and
Yeah.
so ended up going for cards from China to end up playing with. He's been playing the game so much, he does not need to read the card. He can look at the pretty pictures and go from there.
Yep.
But there is going to be the traveling merchant moving on to that band.
Did I find him to be a good player?
And we'll see.
No, he made a lot of
if he can
questionable
just get
plays in
some
game
hidden
2.
rolling already. He can just go for a consult and the Teemo if he wants, but he's going to start out, I think, to look for potentially maybe the draw. No, he is going to go consult, hide the Teemo.
Okay. Just says
And potentially just hold on to these extra
never know what these cards
runes.
are.
No. Ravenbloom at home says,
Okay.
hey, you know what? If you want to try and deal with this, I've got plenty of action with these hidden cards. I can tap out on this turn.
Yep.
Sends it
That
over
is
to
an
Yuki.
insane amount.
Yeah, this is a question I see commonly asked across the internet in various discords. Can you hide Teemo directly from the Chosen Champ Zone? Saw it there. You can.
Yeah, you absolutely can.
Like, this play
There's
here
just
was
gonna be
very
a Void
strange.
Seeker from Yuki
I don't know why
going
he did
towards
this.
That traveling merchant.
Like, let's go back. Let's look at his hand and see what the correct decision is. So he knows it's a Teemo face down. He doesn't know what the other hidden card is. Main board rebuke? No. So, and he has Targons. So probably the most, like, obvious play is this goes here and play 2 units in base. And then you get Targon's mana, you get to hold up Void Seeker for when the student pushes in. That's probably the most autopilot play. Him playing Void Seeker on Merchant is never correct, though. Because he could, like, at minimum, if he wants to play the Void Seeker this turn for some reason, which he shouldn't because Targon's, he should send the Yordle. It threatens to trade, so I need to flip one of my hidden cards. I'll flip Teemo because he knows about that one, and then he can play Void Seeker shooting the Teemo. And then that forces me to flip the other hidden card, and then he at least clears out this battlefield. It could be a random hidden unit, could be something else. It could be like Fight or Flight. Maybe Fight or Flight save the Teemo or something. But that's a better usage, because he's dealing 4 damage to a 2-mite unit, and that's just inefficient. Did I post my list? Yeah, it's public. You can find it online.
Yeah, you absolutely can.
Yeah, this play was really weird. I thought maybe he had a cleave in hand when he made this play, but he doesn't have a cleave.
You know what? All right, let's start with maybe Teemo.
Yeah.
Say all right.
Yep, and notably starting with the Teemo here, the Void Seeker does resolve, but now Priz, if they don't want to, does not.
Yeah, this was just bad.
Consult the past, unlike in an earlier round where we needed.
He draws the cleave. He even draws the cleave, and he doesn't go in with it.
Yeah,
which, I mean, to be fair, that's risky. If he cleaves and goes in, and I have like a Blast Cone Fey or just even another Teemo, then he just face plants the attack. But the better play was 2 units in his base. Go here, hold up Void Seeker mana for my student. That's definitely the best play. Like, there was no reason to play Void Seeker when it's his only action speed spell. And Targon's is his battlefield.
It's fine. And in fact, would rather hold it because of the Ravenbloom student.
Exactly. This one is much better to be able to save for your turn, have that student already just baseline be a 3 to push in when you get to play this consult for free. And it looks like that may end up just immediately being relevant as we see Yuki go ahead and play out this Noxus. Hopeful for 2. Does get 2 runes back from conquering that Targon's Peak, so will not be fully
He has
tapped
Ray?
out,
I don't think he has
but
Ray.
that does mean, you know, Ravenbloom already just going to be a 3 to push into that Lecturing Yordle, and we saw Prismat already had some action to be able to answer if maybe a spell came out like a Ray to try and deal with it. He's got a Stupefy to immediately answer.
Yep, has a Stupefy. We see a Fight or Flight. We see a Dr. Mundo and a stack deck. One of my favorite cards. One of my favorite cards, just from a power level standpoint. One of my least favorite cards in terms of the amount of fiddling it requires you to do when you put the cards on the bottom of your deck.
Yeah, well, there Priz does grab those 3 cards, taking a look at what options he may have. Does decide to just chain it with another stack deck. I like this a lot, especially when you've got Ravenbloom. Especially, I mean, obviously, if the other 2 choices are not exactly what you need, you might as well rebuy. But with the Ravenbloom, you're also getting that additional +1. And so this Ravenbloom already at a 3. We know that the Consult can make it 4 at any time, plus the Stupefy additionally. So
I mean, if he rays here, it's still insane, because he burns a rune, because he already played Void Seeker.
Here. Maybe something like a Smoke Screen is the most troublesome, but even then, you've got 2 spells that you can cast and get over the top of this Lecturing Yordle.
Yeah, looks like it's just going to be a retreat on the side of Yuki here. Do that little bit of acceleration, potentially get a redraw there with the Yordle, saving the material. I mean, a lot of good things. I mean, of course, that card has been very, very good in Kaisa, but I think Priz is more than happy to just.
So I play stack deck here because I'm looking for an Ember Monk to put on Bandle Tree. Because another option would be holding it to trigger the student and make it massive on opponent's turn.
On what he wants. Probably considering he probably wants a small unit so that he can play it at the Bandle tree and then pick up Teemo and put Teemo back down.
Yeah, makes sense.
So if he's not able to find a small unit, it's going to be a little bit tough because he really doesn't want to leave that Teemo there, but he does want to play for the hold and play to keep that Bandle tree kind of with maybe 2 hidden face-down cards there so that Yuki is struggling against
But maybe
it.
I should have played the Consult from Hidden first.
Does
I mean, now that I found the Consult, I can play the first one.
Consult the past, I believe.
So not able to find maybe that small unit, so maybe just going to play a new Consult the Past, draw 2 more, look for it. Teemo's not exactly the small unit I think he was interested in.
Okay, there's the Ember Monk. No, yeah, now I don't have the mana. I don't want to play Ember Monk and pay a rune to hide a card.
A little more the speed, however, not enough runes to play the Ember Monk and then pick stuff up and rehide it. You can always still pay the power cost to hide. But the Mundo in hand, you're not really wanting to deramp with the hidden. So it's a tough turn to navigate for Priz, and then you're up against Kaisa, and I think Yuki is just kind of waiting. Like, hey,
he's just sitting there waiting.
Please don't have hidden cards in front of me.
So that my draw was insane game 1. This was like perfect draw. Nearly perfect draw. If that Ember Monk showed up before the Consult, then I'd be able to put Ember Monk here, move Teemo back, and have Ember Monk Consult.
Win condition here. Am I going in on the Ember Monk in sort of the mid game that we're in now? Push that advantage.
And it's unlikely as Falling Star because he could have Falling Starred on his turn 2, kill Student plus
saying, you know what?
Merchant.
We're gonna back off. We're gonna take this off. We're going to set up for a Mundo turn. And just
how high do I rank him?
Mundo.
Second highest after Kaisa.
We'll see what Priz
but it might even be. I mean, the problem is there's too many Kaisas in the meta. If the meta was more balanced, Teemo would be better because his matchups against other decks are better.
I've been enjoying playing
like way better.
Teemo myself, and these are the kind of turns where, especially into Kaisa, where it feels like kind of your best option is to tap out.
He's actually just sitting there waiting.
Kaisas often have the ways to cause issue for you, but instead, I kind of like this from Prismat. Just kind of go for a couple of hides. You might even be able to do a third one. I think there were 3 available, but instead, I think maybe this is holding on to a fighter flight.
Annie is a safe pick, only if you're good at it.
Darius comes down, or the Kaisa.
Thanks for the follow, Total Chaos and Boggly.
Fighter still in hand. This is a Teemo and a Consult that he's decided.
No flicking card. Do you see this guy?
Played as much Annie as I have over the past.
I could hear this guy flicking the entire time.
Significantly better in your hand.
Except it's not at reaction speed.
It's not at reaction speed, however.
No, but I agree.
It is still very good. Yeah, the flexibility generally, unless you are fully holding on one battlefield.
And look at this. There is the Watcher. This is exactly the kind of play that we were talking about. Holding on to a fighter flight and being able to defend one side would be so good against. And also, this is going to reduce this Raven Bloom to 1. That Teemo's already a 1.
Yeah.
The hidden Teemo's going to come out as a 4.
Yeah, this Watcher was also very low impact.
The Raven Bloom up. We knew there was a Stupefy as a 4.
Like, what is in his hand? I think it's like Yordle, Cleave, 2 students and another card, something like that.
Yes.
The Consult the Pass already going to push the.
Yeah, this Watcher was very premature.
There's a Stupefy. The Fighter Flight's going to give bonuses.
Yeah.
Priz actually has a lot of action here that this Watcher is maybe best case for Priz. He's like, cool, you've tapped out of runes. I've got all the answers that I could possibly need. And this is the trickiness of the Teemo deck, even for a deck like Kaisa to have to manage.
I think he said after the game that he thought Watcher would apply to the Teemo that was hidden.
Is just going to do the
which was the reason that he made this play.
Back home, send the Watcher back home.
Was it Teemo there? I think it is. It is Teemo. So being able to still maintain the hold over the Vandal.
I don't remember if it was this guy. It might have been someone else.
Out and keeping another there, ready to set up for next turn, where the Ember Monk is ready to be deployed, and then still add additional hides to that Bandle tree.
No, it must have been someone else then.
Setup.
Yeah, it was someone else.
Exactly how I would have wanted to draw this up, and Priz, of course, a better player than me, executing.
Thanks for the follow,
I was gonna say,
Kaoki.
Having seen it executed so perfectly, that's exactly how I would have wanted to do it.
You would have wanted to do it too?
That's not how I would have done it. It's how I would have wanted to do it. Okay. Looks like a just.
Maybe just writing down the points. And making sure that those get put in correctly. But Priz now, no runes available for Kaisa, full control for Prismat. That is 8. He does have the ability to play Mundo, but I feel like with the Ember Monk in hand, you've got the opportunity to just set up a really good position.
Yeah, he never took a turn to set up his units, so he just ends up with all of these slow cards in his hand and doesn't make progress.
Hit the table for Priz.
Yep, absolutely. And I do like that. Ember Monk, especially when you have a bunch of hidden cards, is very tricky, of course, and it makes your opponent have to think about what they need to play around. Mundo just shows you number, and you need to beat number, and a lot of times you can't beat number, but if you can, it's usually rather straightforward to do so. In this case, the range is quite wide. It's quite a wide variety of cards that could be hidden here. The different power,
Yeah, Teemo's
the
fun.
different might break points here. It's a lot. It's not going to be easy.
Fortunately for Yuki, this is one of the more face-up spots for him.
True.
This is basically, hi, this is 10.
Yep, that's
right,
Teemo.
that's Teemo. This is 10 because Ember Monk will get the +2 when Teemo
But it's
is
actually
revealed,
12 because I've got another hidden card.
is played. But funny enough, consult the past.
I was going to say, and even
It's
in
12.
this case, it's actually not
actually
10.
12. It's actually 12. So here we've got a Ray. Priz does have action against this as well, right?
Yeah.
He's got the ability to play the Consult the Past. He can go out for a Stupefy to try and make this get above that Ray. However, that will open the door for the Watcher to come in and take down that Ravenbloom student. So there's consideration, especially with the Fight or Flight. Yet again, I believe I saw one in the hand of Prismat. Going to be considering if he wants to hold that to make sure the Ember Monk gets to hold out instead.
Yeah.
And he lets it go.
Yeah, lets it happen. Okay, leave up the resources there, and now Yuki has to decide, do you take this nice, fresh battlefield? Nothing there.
That could have been a mistrigger on the Ember
Or
Monk
do you contest
as well. I don't know
against
if he called
well,
a
I guess
judge.
it's just face up.
Is it mandatory?
Yep.
No.
Currently, the
Yes,
Ember Monk
but I
is
don't
at a
know.
6.
Yes.
We've had a card revealed from him. on this
Because
turn.
the Ray resolved, he probably could have called a judge to like shark for
There's a cleave
mistrigger.
here for Yuki. Can push this up to 10, but we know this is 12.
Yes.
Okay, that time at least he put his
There's
Watcher on
Teemo
top
up
of my
to
card.
12. Yuki still having a lot of spells, a lot of action.
Yeah.
Here. Cleave up to 10. Is there another spell that can go with it?
Oh, and if
I should
there
have
is,
waited with
then,
this Fight or Flight that
Fight or
I play.
Flight can send you right back home.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the big field, which is the Ember Monk. If you
Yep. Yep. And this is the type of play that level 1 play. Oh, okay, they didn't do
I was
that,
thinking
and
that
then-
like he, because I want to play. I'm so far ahead. I just want to put Mundo on board and have him hold for the rest of the points. So I was worried that he would play Cleave, he would pass, and then he'd Void Seeker the Mundo after trading, but that doesn't make any sense. But that's already like the fatigue kicking in. The correct play is he plays Cleave, I pass, wait to see what he does, and then there's no way he makes this attack without having second Cleave or some kind of spell in his hand. So he plays Cleave, I wait, he does something else, and then I Fight or Flight. There was no reason to play it now.
Much.
10. I could kind of let this trade down. I still get to keep Teemo, but my Ember Monk goes away.
This Fight or Flight was bad.
There's no threat if I just to try and trade with the side. So there's on
Right.
this turn means, well, I'm going to
Which means...
should be up to 6. 5 to 6 there.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yuki does have a lot of might back at base to try and crawl back into this game. But Priz not too low on cards, and we know that Mundo is still around, and
I
if
was
you're
gonna
looking
say,
at this
yeah,
graveyard
yeah.
laid out, the whole
Yeah, saving Fight or Flight would have been really good with Mundo on this turn.
To go for those double back instead of Mundo going next to the Ember Monk, and he's going to say, hey, Yuki, try your very best to break through all of this that I've got, especially if he's still got the ability to play
And Yuki
some
says, yeah, I'm not going to do
Yeah,
that. In
yeah,
fact,
there he
let's...
he says, let's go ahead and scoop. That
let's,
Mundo is too big.
Yeah. The just Trixie ends up actually in my Prismat is in right now.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think this is great. Now I want to see kind of what Yuki maybe has in the side of the big spot. Ember Monk's cards full of these decks. Yes, deal with that spell coming in for 4 out the gates, forcing you to kind of show your hand and try in a way to get around it.
Yeah, you want to.
All right, but yeah, this game he's on an insane draw, and
Have
then
to.
All
he
right,
shouldn't be able
right
to lose
on
this game.
into game 2.
But we'll go over
Prismat
that.
Gonna be having
Like, game 1 would have been
Zoned
hard
food
even
for
if he
the
played
Mundo
perfectly.
machine. When you conquer here, discard 1 and then draw 1. And then on the other side, Reaver's
This
Row,
game,
this
yeah,
is
I'm on a
when
bad
at
draw. I've got a
end,
Teemo
you
turn
may
1.
Move 1 unit from this base to your battlefield, and that is going.
And then I think he
Kaisa
gets to
trying
just
to
like
get around
Ravenbloom
any
student
of the
Kaisa in
early
base, and then he
attempts
also was
at,
able to push my battlefield turn
kind of
2.
Get Kaisa Survivor.
I have
and get
both.
a bunch of card draw. Help you
Both
deal
are
with
in the
some of
deck.
big threats that Prismat is going to be presenting.
Yep, absolutely. And we see the turn 1 Teemo there, just played into the back line for Priz. Not the ideal play, but a play that you always at least are able to make.
It's nice to have a 2-drop in the champ zone, right?
Yeah,
you
it
don't want to
is.
miss turn 1.
I really wish that there was a 2-drop Annie that I could play. That would probably be too broken, but I'm here for it.
I already think Stubborn's pretty great.
She
Yeah.
is very good. I
Ride
wish
the wind on demand.
I think that Annie should be able to play the purple Annie, and also there should be a 2-drop Tibbers that you also get to use as your chosen
So you
champion.
just want violence. Yeah.
Yes, I certainly
I think I'm
do.
thinking about the Zonwarn's discard here.
Well, Yuki, just the quick start Ravenbloom into just develop Kaisa. This is another thing. You know, having a 4-drop.
Hard to see what's in my
the champ
hand.
zone is
Thanks to
also
the
been quite
follow,
strong,
Rage Quitter.
when it doesn't have a power cost, because you can just really often have like, all right, my turn 2.
Bad
is just gonna be
Kaisa
play
struggle
this
with
and we
Annie.
can pass, and usually it's quite strong.
Yep.
We saw that with the spoilers with Draven Vanquisher
Yeah.
being a really cool option that Draven is going to have in upcoming set Spirit Forged. And now we have it with Survivor, and we've seen how good it is with
Yep.
Survivor, especially because she's got the added bonus.
Prove it, leave
So,
the
yeah,
house.
so,
That's
some of-
being the best card in the
being
game.
one of the best cards in the game.
Yep.
You know, some of this other stuff.
I do leave the
So
house
having that as your chosen
sometimes.
champion available
Rarely.
at all times at the beginning of the game. Yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good.
Pretty good. Priz just going to keep the Teemo there, hide an additional card. Again, you can see Priz is very patient with managing power costs. He's utilizing the Teemo ability to full effect. He does not.
So yeah, I
look
think
to
he
hide
has-
things and pay power.
Right.
He knows that Mundo is a big weakness.
What does he
You
have here?
to
Hold on.
have your runes. You can't really.
Oh yeah, he's
afford
Falling
to-
Star. Yeah, so what the play that he should make is Falling Star, double target the monk, and then go in. And then if this is a Teemo, he can Void Seeker it. And if it's anything else, then he can just Teeter's Conquers. You're in Vegas, Fleur? I didn't know you were in Vegas. But yeah, what he ends up doing is something very different.
Throw them out. So
Yep.
trying to be very safe. Ember Monk. We actually see one quite strong, trying to push in, but against Kaisa, Falling Star makes the
So,
unit look
He
a
stupefies the
little
monk.
Oh, okay. Yuki wants to clear everything and force this hidden card to be revealed.
Right.
And then he plays Falling Star, targeting each one once. Each
Okay, Falling
one
Star
once. Ugh.
Targets.
All right. All right, but that
Okay.
will allow the Ember Monk to dodge
Yeah.
this.
So then I
With
get
the
to flip my hidden
+2,
card, keep the Ember Monk
Salt will
alive.
send Ember Monk up to 6.
Yep.
It is at, or 5, because
Yeah,
it's
5 'cause
-1 from
it's
the
-1.
Stupefy.
Mm-hmm.
It will live on 2, but it has a lot of might. So Kaisa Survivor running in.
Yeah.
That's just
And then
gonna
he
be a
sends in
trade.
Kaisa.
I think it's not bad for Yuki to accept this trade though. Ahead on points.
Yeah.
Deal with Priz's board, right? And that's
Yeah.
very, very impactful. So I actually don't hate this line at all. I
Right.
think it's quite reasonable.
Yeah, and you still
And then he
have,
Void Seekers.
you still got the
And burns a ton of
sitting
runes.
in the bottom there.
And I mean,
Okay.
even with all of this,
It's
I'm
gonna
still in
save
a terrible
Survivor as
position.
well
Even
but I
with all
guess
of this.
if another Teemo gets revealed, or
Which
something,
the
maybe
main
there's some
problem
issues.
is, even if
Yeah.
I have the singularities in
Avoid
hand,
skipping all the way
but I
through,
can't
but
develop
past it,
board
yeah.
at the same time.
Yuki able to get that conquer, does get to stack the triggers here on the options.
Yep. The game comparative still ended up.
All right, back over to Priz. I think this was a great.
Like, this is still
sequence, a great
terrible for
turn
me.
cycle
I mean,
from
that's
Yuki
the
to
issue,
be
though,
able
when
to
you go
get gold.
second. If the Kaisa has Falling Star, or has, like, Void Seeker Cleave, there are a ton of different cards that she can have. Just Kaisa in base can push Ember Monk plus Teemo hidden really easily, plus 2-drop. Like, 12 might, Kaisa can just push that easily. Kaisa Falling Star Cleave, double Cleave with a Hextech Ray or a Void Seeker, tons of things can push it. And then you get wiped off the board, you have no base, and then you can't really do much to come
Were
back.
What Priz had stacked up on
And then you just
defense,
get
and
stun
that's
locked
gonna
effectively.
keep on board after Fulton's right state things up, but it's a kind of the
Cleared the board, but at what cost is? And Kaisa has a full grip of cards, but this is a turn off if I've ever seen one. Well, still a one.
for the Teemo deck to deal with. Really playing, putting down, gaining an.
So yeah, this spot just sucks. But I'm just hoping he
Right.
runs
I
out
mean,
of
the 2
units,
for 1,
which he
which is great,
fortunately
but-
does.
The cards are not really the issue for Priz right now. It is the points. It is the board. And there's a pass. Okay.
This is maybe an opening for Priz to start.
Mother
clawing
last
back,
turn to
though
kill
he is
student,
very
it's
far
Reaver's
behind
row.
Runes.
If it wasn't Reaver's row, then yeah, it would be better. It would be much better. But Reaver's row makes Mother a lot worse.
The longer the game goes, the better for Timo. Of course, this is you're
Right.
trying to set up the couple. The hand has anything exciting for Prismat? Been play it for established moon.
Additional hidden range of possible cards that can be played. And speaking of cards being played, there's three 2-drops.
Yep. He said, "Please don't rain me. Please don't rain me. Please don't rain me.
Yeah.
Please, 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 please." So just
I see a
options, kind of dumping from the gonna dig. No rain in hand.
I did see a Hex Tech Ray. I saw a Recall. I saw a
Yeah, but then he discards a
the rain in
student, so
hand
then I'm
already
confused.
Kind of makes me feel like even if you have the rain, you don't need to.
And he also
adapt
had
it
all 3
because
hopefuls.
Rain is going to deal with one of these things. Yes, you would have to give a merchant trigger over, but you can probably just stop anything from happening at the Warrens.
Yep, absolutely. A falling star there. Yeah.
And he has Darius second falling star.
Taking
Go to 5
Go out in
points.
game one for
I'm out
Timo
of
being able to get
singularities. If I had the
online,
3rd singularity
get
here,
on
that would be
board,
good.
and Yuki not being able to
But
find
he
the
also has
right
retreat in his
answers
hand.
to break through. This time around,
So
the
it
right
still
answers
sucks.
are found. And Prismat on the back foot the entire time.
Yeah, and we're seeing 5 points to 1 now. Of course, see Watcher
Watcher, that's 8 runes.
able to trade there.
All right.
Fine.
Going to just pick up the hopeful with the retreat, trying to maintain.
And I guess
Matura.
one thing I could have done was when I play Watcher, I could send Timo for the trade. And then Watcher to the Darius. And then hide at Reaver's Row. Maybe that's decent. I guess I kill off the same number of units. And I don't get Zon Warrens? No, that's just worse. There's no point trading the Timo into a unit that I
Again,
kill
want
for
to
free.
play for the board presence.
I get an extra point out of it, I guess.
Watcher will
But
get
that's
that
not
call.
worth very much.
On Warren's trigger.
Will open up the opportunity.
And then here my hand. I think my hand is Fight or Flight,
hide
Mundo,
something.
Consult, and
Yeah,
one other
turn.
card. And I have to discard the
We do see a
Consult here.
Consult the pass, but he is just going to toss that away.
Yep.
Look for
Because I don't have time to play it.
Another draw instead from the war. Yuki, it looks like will very likely be able to get up to down there.
So now he's
the
at
Watcher
6.
instead of just letting
And
the
then he
Darius
does another
away.
very weird play
Yuki
this
is
turn.
going to be able to go up to 6. And that is the magic.
Because like
point
here you could
total.
just set up
However,
base and be on 6 points
say,
and be happy.
Timo pretty good at trying to stop you from getting the double conquer.
That
One of the
is
better
true.
decks at doing it.
Very true.
I'm set up for Mundo
We're
next
pretty
turn,
close
but if he has Time Warp,
to
then I'm just dead.
Mundo
I mean, like this entire
being
game, like if he
online
draws
and
Time Warp at any point, I
relevant
lose.
here, but it's not only.
But nothing I
Priz
can
not
do about
only
that
needs to hold on to
when he's got
a
double
battlefield,
Falling Star.
They also need to do. They also need to deal with the Darius.
So
as
then
well,
here, instead
and
of attacking in
Watcher-
first with his Watcher, and then I have to choose between saving mine or pushing his back, he plays a Void Seeker first,
Is going to be a. You
which effectively doesn't do anything.
3 cards game 2. And
Makes sense. Hold.
And then here he pulls back his
Yeah.
Darius as well, which I would not be able to win if he left his Darius
We'll
forward.
see here. Bringing Darius back makes sense. They just need to crack a giant. But don't want the Darius to just die for free to another Watcher, which is likely necessary for Priz
Wow.
to not be.
Reaver's Row anyway.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, true. All right, Priz trying put together the line.
Yeah, he could have even
Get
Void
them.
Seekered first. Void Seeker first, see if he gets the Fight or Flight out of me,
At least
and if I don't
I've-
Fight or Flight, then when he plays Watcher, my Watcher dies and the Fight or Flight gets wasted. So I would have to Fight or Flight in response. And then that would just waste the Fight or Flight from me.
This
But this Teemo ends up mattering.
2 points to 7 points
Because this
deficit
Teemo
here.
gets Mundo onto a battlefield.
Jump too far.
I'm looking at it in the hand. I see a stack deck. You can still get. But also,
What I'm looking for. Okay.
first step. Can you find maybe a Mundo here?
Yeah.
Try and go for the hold. Off the top.
Okay.
That is going to be one massive Mundo that you can the Warren. The team going to stack deck in response to the Darius
Okay.
running in.
Yep.
Card advantage. That battlefield open that you can kiss there.
Oh.
Can always bring one home if Prismat finds an answer, but if Priz doesn't find an answer to
And then
tonight,
this is the
then you're able to
third,
pick up the win.
Right.
Plus,
like,
there
suboptimal
is
turn he
action there
plays,
with some
where
spells
he tries to
held
hold
back
with
for
double
Yuki. It
Darius,
looks like
and then he
6
doesn't
5 or
pull
6
out
runes.
either.
Chris is only at 4 points, so there's still because that may be unrecoverable, but there's at least a few turns of time at a minimum.
Void Seeker for the draw, but he could have
Yuki
done that
even
on my
with
turn.
everything. is destroyed.
when I walk back in.
Priz now
Like, you could have gone Watcher, send in Watcher. If I pull mine out,
time here.
then he conquers.
What
Then
are
I
we
go
gonna
for the
be
Watcher trade.
able
He
to
lets that
do
happen.
to contest
And then I send in Teemo, and he Void Seekers that.
Reaver's
And then I don't get
Row
Mundo on a
with double
battlefield, and I
Darius.
lose.
Need to do something.
The action probably
Right.
is able to pivot. That's what you need. You need these, the tide turners, ways
Yep.
to just pivot the Mundo around.
Yeah, Fight or Flight, Ride the Wind. Some of my favorite cards.
And that is out Teemo. Or, no, actually going into the Mundo. Does he have enough burn spells to contest this Mundo, actually? He's up against 10. There's 6 damage into Mundo.
Okay. That also triggers the Dariuses, too.
That's true.
That's another +4. That's 14. Mundo's got 6 damage.
I mean, Mundo definitely has enough might to still remove everything.
Sure.
That's not even remotely close to the problem. But for Yuki, it's can I get rid of this Mundo?
Right.
There's
1,
a
2,
Sprites
3,
call as
4,
well.
5,
That's action
6,
speed.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 cards.
So he's at 19, he's taken 6. Recall the Teemo.
Yes.
That's going to put him back up. What is that now?
20?
20?
If I counted correctly, and I'm not going to count it again.
And the Stupefy reduced one of them.
Well, yeah.
So that's actually Mundo just
19
getting
to
over
20.
the top.
Wow.
Does Prismat actually, has he been able to turn the corner here? Because that's so much stuff being thrown in the bin.
Yeah.
Watcher's not getting through this Mundo yet.
No. And also, by the way, we've got hidden cards available.
Yeah, he has this Sprites call, which I think he might want to hold to try and look for the win a little bit later.
Yeah.
But he can hide the Teemo.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's the Teemo there. There's, potentially the, ability to have other cards. Teemo's
Place
just
it
going
at home.
Okay.
Having it ready to run in somewhere and look for a conquer.
I like it.
Knowing that, hey, maybe this 1 point of might with the Sprites call is actually what he needs.
Yep.
Third Darius for Yuki.
Chris checking to make sure it's not the 4th Darius.
Falling Star looking at Teemo.
Yeah, I'm assuming just both on Teemo.
Would you break my fingers for that, Randy? Oh, he's already gone.
1 over at Mundo. Teemo's just a 1.
Crow Cola's Victor. Nope.
Maybe that 3 damage matters one day.
Maybe.
It won't. It will not
It
matter.
probably won't.
It absolutely won't matter. Goes there, so he can trigger. You can go ahead and look for the draw.
Yep. And then the rummage.
And then the discard and draw.
Discards a Watcher.
Yeah, it doesn't do enough into the Mundo.
Yeah. Going
He
for a
has to
rebuy.
look
In
at
most
the
card
hold,
games, you
but
can't
yeah,
do
I like
that?
it.
Really?
Is find a way to get.
Is that in the tournament rules? It's called trash. No, the only thing that mentions trash is that they must be, main deck and trash must be together. Did not know that. I think it would be complete cancer to count for Mundo every single time. If there was more room at the table, then yeah, I'd do stacks of 5.
This Mundo back home.
I feel like I've seen people in MTG do this kind of
I
thing.
think I see one in hand. But maybe a tide turner off the top. Any additional draw can also do it.
Yep. Up
If
to
Priz
6.
finds a way to get over there with the Mundo, this is game. He'll score
Yeah.
to 7. That Mundo is still far too big
Yeah.
for Yuki to deal with it.
Yep.
What can he find?
There's
off the
no
top of the
rule
deck?
against
I don't
it.
think he has it in hand.
I never got warned by a
I see
judge.
the Sprite call. I haven't seen the other card.
Sprite call. And is it a Watcher?
It's a Watcher. Watcher is enough.
Yeah.
Watcher is plenty to push
Yeah.
through here.
And certainly Watcher plus Sprite call, if not. But yeah, Watcher is going to be more than enough.
Yeah, and he has enough for
Slams.
both. Slam
Yeah.
the Watcher.
Yeah.
Yuki
One.
has spells.
I don't know,
but
is there a
I
reason
thought
for
this
it in
game
One
was
Piece?
cooked for
Right.
Priz. I thought he was done, and yet he's still able to find the answers off the back of this Mundo. Kai's having such
Yeah.
a problem with this Mundo, and just the amount, because we're on Warrens,
Yeah.
the volume of stuff in the trash for Priz. And Watcher at the end going to be able to seal things out, get him up to 7.
Yeah.
Mundo's still on board at like 20?
Yeah.
Nearly?
You
Not
know.
quite.
Close.
17? Maybe? I'm not counting. I don't need to. It's too many.
It's too many numbers. Mundo too big. Mundo no care.
And then, yeah,
Void
you
Seeker
found the
under
time
it.
warp off of the Yordle, I think.
There for Yuki.
Oh.
One turn
Thanks for the follow,
earlier, if he was
Vabe,
able to
and
just
me,
get his
man,
units
HC.
into an open battlefield and cast the warp.
Fan out
Yuki's
your
got it,
deck.
but he can't quite get
Wow.
there. Prismaticism gonna pick up the win in this one on Teemo, advancing to 6-1. Two more rounds remaining for Priz to make that top 8.
I don't know why I'm surprised at being surprised this many times, but time and time again across multiple games, Cass, I watch a Prismat set and my jaw is on the floor from how in the world
Yeah,
did
it's
this
really fun.
happen?
Look,
It was 2-5.
And honestly, watching Yuki's play, there was only
Explain
maybe one
cards
play that I
for
even think that I
sideboard.
was questioning. I think a lot of the time Yuki's playing rather clean.
Another
on-
time,
on
not
the-
tonight.
On the Kaisa, and still not able to get there over Priz, and some
Yeah.
of that being, in game
If
one.
I don't finish
there
this
were a couple
tonight, then I'll be finishing it tomorrow, and then I'm also going to do the CCS VOD tomorrow. So,
blowouts that they hit, not
will be
knowing what
plenty
could
of
be there,
streams
Right.
coming up.
having some trouble playing around it, and that can be Teemo. That can be the trickery that happens there.
Yeah.
From
Yeah, I'm trying to
this
think of
deck.
cards that
So
can fix
I
this
wanted
kind
to
of go
give you some
second, because
support,
that
Teemo.
happened a decent number of times in the Kaisa matchup. If I just scroll through the notebook, and it's specifically the Kaisa matchup where it happens, where they have I go second, they have the Falling Star. Yeah, like this game 2 in round 5 was like 8 points to 1. Could never get on board. Round 7, game 2 was the same thing when he went first. And then same thing happened in the top 8 match when the guy went first. There has to be a card that can fix the situation when I go second. Or I hope there's a card that can fix it, because it's just maybe I need to order my battlefields differently. That might be necessary. Or maybe I need to swap battlefield out. I mean, the big issue is Kaisa does the most autopilot play imaginable, which is 2-drop into Kaisa. And then even if I have the best possible start, which is like 2-drop into Ember Monk, hide Teemo for 12 might, Kaisa can break that. And if Kaisa breaks that, I'm in a ton of trouble. And if I have a weaker turn than that, like let's say I push over his other unit and just chill, I still get Falling Starred, I still lose my entire board, and I still end up at a massive disadvantage. Yeah, I have the +1 might battlefield is there to make it survive. But maybe when I go second, I need to bring that battlefield. Maybe that needs to be my go second battlefield. And then if I do that, then I could have Zonwarns be my game 1 battlefield and Bandletree be my go first battlefield. Good deck to start with. Being new to go all out on. You mean like budget? Or a deck that will be worth the money you spend on it?
Hey, look, that was my sleeper pick for a while.
Yeah.
But if you've been enjoying that, if you've been enjoying Teemo and some of these other rogue decks that are trying to fight against the Kaisa machine, go ahead and give us a follow or subscribe over at Turn 'em Sideways. If you've been enjoying all of this broadcast, we are trying to do this more. We'd love to do this more for you all.
Victor's the best one. Victor, you can play Grand Stratagem instead of Thousand-Tailed Watcher, so you have a late game win condition that isn't super expensive, and then the rest of the deck is really cheap too. And you get like 2/3 of it out of the starter deck.
And your support goes a very long way. We also have a podcast every single week called The Winning.
He's not top tier, but you can build, like, let me actually pull up. Because I literally put together like a budget. Victor. Yeah. You can build this for like 26 euros. And this is at least reasonable. There's nothing expensive in this. What's the most expensive card in here? Like the 1 Victor and the 3 Sprite Mothers. And then nothing else costs anything. The deck would be better with Thousand-Tailed Watchers in it, but it's at least fine. And then as long as you stay away from like seals Like, what's even expensive in yellow-blue? Is salvage expensive? I don't know. Shen? Shen's not bad. If you're playing a blue deck, then you should have like an optimal blue deck will always have Thousand-Tailed Watcher in it. So yes.
One, the Flesh and Blood Battle Harden that was here yesterday.
Once they see it, they respect it, yeah. I mean, the issue is there aren't very many reaction speed cards that you can play where you can threaten Shen and still do something useful with the mana. But there are definitely spots where it's obnoxious. Like, even if they know you have Shen, it's still a problem for them. Better in Kaisen than other blue decks? Why? I guess it comes with Falling Star. No, yeah, sure. Sure, it can be better with better with Kaisa because she has damage spells than other decks, but it's still insane in every deck. Like, that's the card. Alright, we got an Aurora. Thanks for the follow. Optimistic Realist. What the fuck? Why are we drawing with Clockwork Keeper? Oh my god, look at this hand. Why did we draw a card? Find your center, charm, charm, and I'm not sure what this card is. But I don't know why we drew with Clockwork Keeper. We're literally about to go to Grove and draw infinite cards. Next turn, we got Fight or Flighted. Oh my god, where are our runes? It was a Defy. Last card. I think it would be better to have the Poro on Grove, specifically because the MF might do something weird and accelerate MF out and go here. Only two that can help, Sneaky Deckhand, Singularity. Yeah, Sneaky Deckhand doesn't help. Second time playing the game. And he's 6-1. Oh, he's playing Aurora, though. I mean, that's, yeah. It's a deck that is not hard to play. But that's still pretty good. I mean, he's at least going to know more what the cards do than the MF player in round 2 where he played Challenge and then this double Hexray nonsense happened. Wait, what is his hand that he has to do this? I think it would be better, would it? Because your Catalyst got defied, so you're in a weird spot. If he had that mobilized turn 1, he should have played it. Because then he would have had 6 mana on turn 2, and he would have been able to play Catalyst and held up Fight or Flight. I guess he denies an extra draw, saving the Fight or Flight. No, it's fine. Yeah, MF Mobilize looks a lot better. You do that, you go to 9 runes next turn, and then you can play Mind Splitter, have 2 mana open, move MF, ready the Mind Splitter. If anything weird happens, you can play Challenge. Yeah, I think MF Mobilize is better play here. And then you're also open to Aurora. Charm isn't even good, they don't have a big unit out yet, and they burned a lot of runes, so they can't play a big one. What does the Yi do? You're on 7 mana because of this Clockwork Keeper draw, which means you can't play Master Yi Charm, which would be the best play. You don't want to play these Zonyas with these 2-drops in play. Trade the Power and MF, that's terrible. You don't want to do that. I mean, ideally it would be play a 7-mana unit and have 1 mana left for Charm. Oh god, is he going to Charm this in to trade? Alright, I mean, that's an even worse play. What if we just put our Master Yi on Grove and pulled out our other units, and said that my Master Yi is an 8, and you're a 7? And maybe even hide his Zonya's there? Unfortunately, we would get challenged, it would suck. But... And we're also on Aspirin's Climb, because the issue with this play is if we ever draw Aurora, we're never going to have mana for Aurora now. Like, we've effectively done things in the wrong order, because our turn now is still going to be Misfortune plus Mobilize. Like, maybe it can't even be Accelerate, Misfortune, Mobilize. Yeah, it just sucks. Yeah. Yeah, because in the other order, his MF would have died to Charm, but then he'd be able to play Mind Splitter, have 2 mana left, and play Challenge, and clear off something. Maybe deny the draw, but yeah, now he's just in trouble. Oh, he's holding up Fight or Flight. I guess that's reasonable. Because Master Yi is always going to come down. Don't touch my food, please, cat. And go after the MF, and now we have to play... We have to play Fight or Flight, and we have to play it targeting the Yi, because we know he has second Charm in his hand. Which, to be fair, if MF survives here, that's not bad, and it gets defied. Okay, now the game's over. Yeah. He was still in a really bad spot, even if he did mobilize MF into Mind Splitter. And I'm going to just assume that he did not have the mobilize. Maybe denying the draw is worth it. I'm not sure about that. But, yeah, even if he did mobilize MF, she would have gotten charmed with the discipline. Zonya's would have gotten set up. And then he would have still played Mind Splitter and not been able to do anything. And then just lose. What's up, Ice Monkey? Turn 1 pass. Oh, he missed his Obelisk trigger. Can he call that a miss trigger? He said pass. He said pass, you can, for sure. That is quite bad to forget about. That is a very early Sabotage, though. You want to play Sabotage the turn before they can play Aurora, so that you have maximum mana available the rest of the turns. Playing it this early means that his hand is just going to be bricked forever. So even though he got rid of the Aurora, opponent could just put Misfortune in play and start scoring points for free. Like, this is actually going to be Misfortune Mobilize, and then hold up Possession for the rest of the game, for the first unit that goes after her. And just score infinite points with her. No, why are we accelerating it, though? Well, I guess opponent has 3 runes. Alright, sure, I mean, we could accelerate it for 1 point. I don't like it. I don't think losing the rune for 1 point is worth it. Okay. Now Possession is gone. But I guess it's fine. Misfortune is just going to go back and forth and win. Give her ganking. She already has ganking, but that's okay. Mystic Reversal. Do you even take the Mystic Reversal? Probably not. You take Discipline here. Or Charm. Now that you know the Mystic Reversal is there, you can just play around it. And your opponent's so far behind that it doesn't matter. I would have liked him putting down a Dead Bloom Predator with the Misfortune. Like, you could float a mana, move Misfortune, ready the rune, and then have 1 mana floating, which doesn't do much, but at least does something. Does he have something to save MF? Oh, I guess he's just at 7 points, it's just over. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Why are we playing into this? That actually matters, too, because he can dump all of his runes and kill off the... I guess no, it doesn't matter. I think he was supposed to let the Misfortune die. And then wait, because you know you took away... I think you took away 2 charms from the Yi. So now he pays 8 to kill the Dead Bloom Predator. What? Did he not? Okay, I don't know what he did, but he didn't kill the Dead Bloom Predator with the bullet time that he stole. Gust Fight or Flight, very nice. Okay, nice draws for the MF. Now it's the Master Yi's turn to be on Obelisk. Ramp, we've got Gust for the Clockwork Keeper. Very cool, it gets countered, that's okay. He didn't have enough runes to do 8? He had enough runes to do 8. Oh no, he didn't after the Mystic Reversal? Oh, no he didn't, he was off. That is funny. Thanks for the follows, Life with Aussies and Hanazawa Rui. He only had 6? Yeah. Yeah, he did only have 6, didn't he? Alright, what is in hand? We've got 7, so Aurora next turn, very good. And this is the turn, if you have Sabotage, you play it. Unfortunately, we don't have Sabotage. And this Fight or Flight is kind of useless now, which I guess is fine. Maybe it was correct. It might have been better to play Fight or Flight first, and then Gust on a later turn. Because the Gust at that point, if they have the buff spell, then it doesn't interrupt their development, whereas on another turn it might interrupt them playing a bigger unit at the same time. And you get a guaranteed point stop with the Fight or Flight. I guess it stopped the point anyway if there was a first mate in hand. But yeah, he doesn't play it now because it's pointless, because Master Yi would come out instead. So that's completely reasonable. I'm surprised that the Yi doesn't get played here. I guess no, he has White Flame Protector, so he's playing around a Dead Bloom. Now what does he do? I guess he saved his runes. Does he pull out? There's no way you can stack to hold. So I guess you pull out and just play your Master Yi and chill. Did he not pay cost here? Hold on. Or did he overpay 1 mana? He overpaid 1 mana for his Yi? Okay. But he did pay the rune. Mind Splitter. This is looking pretty good for the MF. X3 round 7 looking to get better, no problem. Alright. White Flame Protector is really strong, but he has 2 of them. What is your plan as the MF here? Opponent's on 5 points. You can't stop them from getting to 6. So you just need to make sure that they can't push you. And you have 20 and you're going to have an Aurora trigger. Yeah, I think you do take a White Flame because they're gonna just play White Flame repeatedly and take away... Just try to push into your battlefields repeatedly. Like, the first White Flame is going to... It's White Flame with Defy backup as well, so it's gonna be White Flame on Master Yi, trade off the Volibear to deny card draw, and then send some trash unit to Sigil. And then White Flame the next turn, and potentially be able to push in immediately. And the Charm is not amazing. Charm is really good, but so is the White Flame. Damn, this guy's got card flicking. He has Sabotage in hand. Yeah, you take the White Flame and then Sabotage the Charm. Germany. Thanks, Dine Arst Gaming. He has Fight or Flight, but it's going to get defied every time. I guess you could... What are you doing? How do you lose from here? Let's say White Flame, Yi goes in and trades. This goes here. You have an Aurora unit. You gank one across, you play your Dead Bloom Predator, you maybe hide Fight or Flight. They have White Flame, unit. So 14, they can go up to 22, and you're going to have 3 units here, and 1 here. Their White Flame goes to this one and kills it. And then you have 3 units here against these 2. It's too slow. White Flame Charm gets him overstack? No, because this is without Aurora trigger so far. Or do you mean second White Flame? Second White Flame eats here, Charm in one thing. 14 is off by 1, but it at least clears. It does full clear. Yeah, you do have to take a White Flame then. You take the White Flame, and then you plan to take Charm next turn with Sabotage. When it matters. And then, if they defy, then your Fight or Flight is live. Yeah, he does. He takes Defy, and then he immediately Sabotages. What? Oh, this is an Aurora flip. And now he takes the White Flame because he Mind Splitters. Okay, I mean, he can't lose now. There's no way for Yi to win from this spot. Yeah, it doesn't matter because he flips Mind Splitter. Because this is what? 8, 14. I think one of these units has a buff, so this is very unclear. Let's just say face-up value. This is 21. It might be 22. And I don't know if he missed his Volibear trigger. Metafy paid content? Yeah. After Houston and Orlando, I'll do that. So he can MF Accelerate, ganking this, that's 22, and that's already good enough. Yeah, so it's just over. Okay, we found the buff, it is 22. But yeah, MF Accelerate is just face up enough, and then there's also the Fight or Flight, and there's also the MF Accelerate readying something. So we just have enough face up. I hope we have enough. I hope we did this properly. Seven, 15, 16. Okay, we did. We did. Properly enough. Alright, it's over. Aurora did the thing. Oh, they even have a meta-analysis. Cool. That's pretty nice. I wonder if they had someone manually go through all the deck lists that were submitted to count this up. And then there's me. And unfortunately, the situation was... so there were 13... Or, well, there were 11 people at X and 1. So the issue was, if I were to intentional draw, I got paired up against this guy, Anton, a Billionaire, I think. I got paired up against him. And the problem was, if I ID'd, I'd be 7, 1, and 1. And then, so there would be 11. So there could be 6 of them that win their match. I guess I got paired up, actually. No, so there would be 5 of them together. So 5... I got paired up, which means that every other 7-1 player should have gotten paired with each other. Oh, maybe not. No, okay, this... Because these two ID'd, so they couldn't get matched with each other. So he played against me, this guy played against Christopher, and then one of the other 7-1 players got paired down with this guy. Those are the pairings. Which means if I intentionally draw, this guy could win in his pair up, and this guy could win in his pair up. Or no, this guy would lose, and the guy that got paired down with him would win. Which means that there could be... And then there are 4 normal pairings. So there could be 6 7-1 players that win and go to 8-1. And then there would be this guy and this guy. And then this guy would be eliminated. And then the end result is that this guy draws, he's number 1. This guy lost, so he would have the same record as me. And then there'd be a tiebreaker situation between me and him. So, at best, I'm risking tiebreakers. And at worst, it's even worse than that. So I played out the round 9 match, which I fortunately won. Alright, Savit's time. Keep an eye on the runes, ladies and gentlemen. Also, is this Kaisa flipping orange runes? Oh no, they're just orange in the art. That's really weird. Free stopper time. Hell yeah. Alright, what's the plan here? If we had double 2-drop, we could take a draw and still have a buff left over on the Cythria. We don't seem to have that. I see 2 first mates, a challenge. Is it 2 first mates? That looks like 2 first mates. Yeah, that's 2 first mates, a challenge, a pit rookie, and a Fiora. So we're probably just on Fiora and then send Cythria somewhere. If you send her to Dreaming Tree, then they get cleave value. But if they don't have cleave, then they lose on Stupefy value. And if they have neither, then you get Monastery value, so it's probably worth it to send the Cythria here. Because even getting rid of cleave, that's not an amazing cleave. So yeah, it looks like this is just Fiora in base and Cythria to the Dreaming Tree. Is the best play. Okay, we're gonna first mate bring her back. Interesting. I guess when we have 2 first mates, that's okay to do. Is that really good? Was it really not better to set up Fiora and then be able to pit rookie her and do stuff? I don't think Cythria was that threatened being forward. Like, what does this play around? If Falling Star happens, then this is still an awkward situation. Like, this is worse. Thoughts on whole story? I don't know. I don't know. it's pretty suspicious. But I'm not gonna say outright that like he cheated or anything like that. But the fact that it happened, I mean, how many times did it happen? Because so far he played round 1 and it happened in round 1, and then he hasn't been on stream since then. I mean, I guess the issue with this actually, yeah, if opponent's on Stupefy in hand, they just get to cycle it on the Yordle here, which can potentially help out the Kaisa a lot. Caught cheating, then he did it again at a challenge, then left Lorcana. Yeah, okay, if you're familiar with the details of the Lorcana stuff. He does this a lot on stream. Oh, he just forgets to pay cost on stream too? Okay. I mean, then it's not cheating, it's just being sloppy, maybe? But yeah, okay. Life with Aussies is familiar with the Lorcana, or more familiar with the Lorcana stuff. Left Lorcana because Pixelborn. Was he actually banned from Lorcana from cheating? Because that's what I heard. Is that actually true, or is that a rumor that happened? Did he ever get any punishments for cheating in Lorcana? He got a lot of backlash? Okay. Oh, so now the same thing is happening here with Riftbound? Lorcana rules are very lenient? Okay. So, the charitable thing to say is he's a sloppy player. He's a digital player? Yeah, that's fair. And I had my fuck up in round 5 where I drew an extra card for turn. That will not be happening again, hopefully. But yeah, I mean, it definitely took a lot of extra mental energy for me to deal with the cards, rather than just playing on TTS. Yeah, I'm not sure what the point of this play was. What the upside of, Cytheria in first mate or back was, rather than leaving her on a battlefield. I think that anything you get out of the Kaisa to deal with the Cytheria is a good thing for you. I mean, yeah, if you're gonna make those mistakes and make them repeatedly, then you should be picking up warnings from judges, and then getting real, consequences. I guess he wants the card draw off Monastery. And now we do the Pit Rookie buff. Okay, the first mate play... But wouldn't you be able to do the same thing anyway? You would have been able to... Cytheria would be here. No, you wouldn't be able to conquer next turn. It would have to be Cytheria here. But I think that's just fine. Maybe it's not. Maybe we want this card draw that badly. I don't play set, so I don't know how important this card draw is. Was Vegas a high-level event? Hold on. Let me look at the difference. Organized play level. It would have been competitive play level. Not casual. Miss payment for cost. You get a warning, you get a rewind. I don't know. Oh, it was specifically because I shuffled the cards in that I got fucked. Wow, if I didn't shuffle them in, then I would have been fine. That's unfortunate. Does this say anything about what happens if enough warnings stack up? Not opt for Ride the Wind, it's a cheese card. It only works with Mundo. 3 is game or match loss. Um, 3 warning, you get DQ'd. How fast was the pace? It was 15 to 20 minutes overtime every round. Um, where does it say what happens when you stack enough warnings? Oh, here. Same category of gameplay error 3 or more times. Warning level gameplay errors, you get a game loss. In the same day. Okay. It's just game loss then. I mean, probably if you stack more warnings than that, then more stuff's going to happen. So, I don't know about this play. I think getting the Fiora in play is better. Especially with Dreaming Tree as well. I don't know. I don't think this Monastery draw is that important, but maybe it is. I don't play set. No, yeah, a lot of the judges at the event did not know the rules of the game. And made incorrect rulings. I mean, I guess this is fine, and now we play the Fiora. Now we play challenge and kill a student. And draw a card, okay. He pays the rune this time. Yeah, the test was easy, and I don't think that there were... I think the questions on the test were the only questions there. The only thing that was randomized was the order they showed up in. I feel like this is so inefficient when you're going first. And we're still in a really good spot. But... what would be different if we played Fiora? They push our Cythria and we might have to save her, is the big thing. I mean, was the challenge good? The challenge slowed down point scoring. And the pit rookie was necessary. The pit rookie was necessary in order to push through a Hextech Ray. Can we just accept that we lose our Cythria if they go in and stupefy? And be a bit slower, and then go pit rookie on Fiora, push the Yordle, and then first mate the pit rookie in? I guess we don't get to play the challenge then either. Maybe this is fine. Opponent holds. He put a die on his cards for the count. That's funny. Alright, what's the play here? I saw you had a Karma in hand, but this is a kind of telegraphed Void Seeker. It's a pretty telegraphed Void Seeker when he doesn't play Kaisa and plays the Poro instead. I mean, this Fiora is going to sit in our hand for the rest of the game. Triple first mate draw is pretty nice. What can we do? What can we do? We could send first mate in first. No, that doesn't work. We could send Pit Rookie into the student, offer the trade, see what happens, and then, depending on what opponent does, play Karma, buff the first mate, and send it in. It's okay. It's not great. Incorrupt play was allowed? Yeah. Oh, did that Aurora? I didn't notice that. Yeah, that Aurora player did... He did fight or flight on Vile Moz, didn't he? Because there was Vile Moz in this game. What are we at? 1025? Oh no, when was Vile Moz? Was there a Vile Moz in this? Was there a fight or flight on this Vile Moz? There was, wasn't it? Wasn't there? I missed that too. I think me and my opponent both missed that in top 8 as well, where I was already losing the game. It was game 2 where it was just a stomp. But yeah, that did happen. I think you do send in Pit Rookie first. You could just take the 4 points and play slow as well. You could just go to 4 points, play set in the back, and chill. Because you have the point tempo already. I mean, I guess this kind of chill turn is better than the chill turn where you develop Fiora. Maybe. Void Seeker once again left open. I guess, yeah, no, this chill turn is better as well because the Kaisa wastes 3 mana. Because Kaisa can't play Void Seeker on the Pit Rookie. No, that's not bad. Yeah, you get to 4 points. Kaisa gets to 4 points, but now as long as you can push to 6, you're in a good spot. So, you can send first mate to Dreaming Tree. It's going to get hit with a Void Seeker. Why is Kaisa tapped, actually? Hold on a second. What did the Kaisa do on her turn? Pit Rookie went in. Play set, pass. Kaisa channels to 9 runes. Oh, he just never untapped it. Okay, he just never untapped it. Oh, you caught him in round 2 doing it? Ember Monk hold. Misfortune? No. Wait, why are we sending in here? Oh, he's doing like double first mate to go back over to the Kaisa? Is that necessary? Can't we first mate here, let it get shot? Go into the Kaisa, it gets retreated probably? And then just first mate some random unit in here? I mean, I guess we're wasting the Void Seeker mana again. Dropping a massive pile of these? Okay. Sure. And this is the issue with Void Seeker. You hold it up, and then your opponent plays around it, and you've just wasted all your tempo. And the Kaiser's just dead from here. The Kaiser's at 4 points. The score is not accurate. But yeah, even with Time Warp, he's pretty much dead. He needs, like... Oh, he has Thousand-Tailed Watcher. Hold on. He can go for Thousand-Tailed Watcher, send Poro into set, see what happens. This hidden card has to get flipped, or a Call to Glory needs to get played. And then he can Falling Star. He has a chance here, actually, with that play. You don't accelerate it, though. Did he accelerate it? Wait, how many runes did he... These runes are a mess, man. 6, 7, 8. He did accelerate. He had 11 runes. No, he should not have accelerated this. Is he about to just chuck it into a Hidden Blade? No, he sends both his units in. Oh, and it was a Pack-a-Cub. Hmm. Why did he not only send one unit in? Why did he send both? What was the point of sending both? Let me just double check all of the hidden cards that exist in orange-yellow. Yeah, there's literally no reason to send in both at the same time. If it's Facebreaker, you send in the next one. If it's Pack-a-Cub, you trade off the set, and then the Watcher can go in. Accelerating Watcher is better because of Pack-a-Cub. And if it's Hidden Blade, you only send in one. You don't need to send in two. Because he still has to either Hidden Blade his own set or Hidden Blade your unit. So yeah, this was a massive throw, actually. Because if he sent in one, Pack-a-Cub gets flipped, he trades off the set. Watcher goes in, kills the Pack-a-Cub. Other 2-drop goes to the other battlefield, go to 6. Falling Star, kill the set, kill one of the first mates. And then hold up retreat, and you actually have a chance in the game. But now he's dead, because he can't go to 6 points. Oof, now he had to play Cleave. Wait, what? What is this Pack-a-Cub just floating in the air for? Don't tell me this Pack-a-Cub just sits in play and then eats the Falling Star. No, okay. He double targets the set? Okay, no, he's just trolling. I don't know why he double targets the set when there are 0 buffs in play. That's just trolling. There should only be 2 first mates alive. There should only be 2 first mates alive, and he should have an extra Poro, which should be sitting with the student. Because that still would have worked. Student Cleave would have still been 6 against 5. So, one of these first mates should be dead, and the Poro should be alive. And then, yeah, this play would have just not been possible. The Watcher would have lived. And then if he had second Watcher... No, then he'd be able to just retreat Watcher and push in. And this is... 1, 4, 7. And if he had... Oh my god. If he had Poro plus Student here, Watcher here, 2 first mates in base, it would have had to be send in double first mate, clear this out, 1 first mate lives, play Karma. It would be the exact same board state, but this Watcher would just be alive. And then he'd be able to accelerate out this second Watcher. And then trade everything off, and then he's up an entire Thousand-Tailed Watcher. Crazy thing is, he still probably wins from here. Oh my god, his hand is terrible. Yep. Go in, go to 7. Okay, accelerate Kaisa. Oh, Falling Star first, yeah, sure. Falling Star first, accelerate Kaisa. Get Hidden Bladed. Retreat her. Game's not quite over yet. Okay, now game's over. I mean... What was the issue then? I think that the double first mate play that Savit's made was good. I think his turn 2 play was bad. I think he should have put Cithria forward at a battlefield and let her die. And greeting for that card draw was wrong. I think that's the one... That's at least... I don't know if it was a mistake, but that's at least the one thing he could have done differently. but the Kaisa double Thousand-Tailed Watcher to him, plus Falling Star combo. So what can you do? Alright, what's in Sweets' hand? Unyielding, orange set, 2 Call to Glories. Holy shit, this hand is terrible. What is this? You send Cythria and pass? And then just play to Call to Glory her and pray? There's no cleave? That's terrible. Do you just pass? You might have to just pass. This hand is that bad. That's crazy. I wonder, did they show Mulligan? What was the Mulligan situation? We don't get to see the Mulligan. Damn. I really wonder how he ended up on this hand. I mean, you guess you keep Call to Glory Cythria, and then you just don't hit units, and it sucks. Yeah, I mean, there's no play here. That is awful. I mean, you could Showstopper Cythria in, and then gank her. That's not even that bad, actually. You have to make that play. You can't pass. Worst matchup against this Teemo, Kaisa. But it's not that bad. I think you do Showstopper Cythria to the ganking battlefield, and then gank her across. And then if they play Hextech Ray, you can pay 3 mana for Call to Glory. And survive. Same thing if they go in for Cleave, you pay 3 mana for the Call to Glory and you get to 5. I think that's the only play you have. I don't think you can pass this turn, and I don't think you can send Cythria in naked. And I don't think this play should work either. I mean, this Yordle goes to Cythria every time. I mean, unless we're scared of Shen. We're not even scared of Shen, we have Cleave. We still trade with the Shen if there's a Shen. Why are we playing Hextech Ray? What the fuck is that? Why? Are we scared of Primal Strength? If they Primal Strength, we can still Cleave plus Hextech Ray and trade. Maybe we're scared of Primal Strength. Should we be scared of Primal Strength? Should that even be a card that's set as playing in this matchup? Maybe. Are we in a good enough spot that if they have Primal Strength and we do this kind of play? Ew, we didn't have anything in hand to play. No, this play's terrible. We need to play Kaisa this turn. But you know that they play 3 Call to Glory, and you know they're gonna keep that card in hand in Mulligan. Whereas Primal Strength, they're playing probably at most 2, and they also don't keep that card in Mulligan, most likely. If they Mulligan 2 cards, they would not have kept Primal Strength in their hand. So I think it's much better to play Cleave first, and then if they play Primal Strength, then you at least get the trade. Compared to playing Ray first, and if they have Call to Glory, which is probably, what, like 3 times more likely for them to have Call to Glory? Minimum? More than that, because they could just not be playing Primal Strength. I don't know if Savitz has Primal Strength in his list. And then, yeah, we don't get Kaisa out. And this is Free Stopper. Yep. That sure is a free stopper. Private 1 hour, $40. Yep, I sure am. That sure was a free stopper of all time. Which then immediately saves this set from Falling Star. Oh yeah. This would have been 2-0 Kaisa. Unfortunately, it was a 12-hour day, so the Kaisa player is not catching this stuff. And now the game is over. It's surprising to see Cathy and Rain still in the list, though, when you're going to expect Unyieldings to be played. Yeah. Yeah, because if this Kaisa Accelerate Cleave, if we go back to here, even further, if we go back to here, this rune isn't here, because he played Showstopper. And he would recycle a yellow rune, he'd keep his orange. But if this set gets cleared, and there's 5 runes, Savitsa's next turn is play another set, pass. Kaisa goes to 3, goes up to 8 runes, does some stuff. Or this ganks across, this has ganking. This ganks, goes to 4, does some stuff, holds up retreat, and just wins. Just wins. Like, this completely decided, yeah. Yeah. Though I think it is very questionable to have a Cathy and Rain in the list against an orange deck after sideboard. What is this? We're going to play a Yordle Hold Up Stupefy? That seems reasonable. Ravenbloom Student. Okay, even better. That's quite strong. Sabotage. You have to play this Stupefy in response, because it's your only spell in hand. Or you have Void Seeker, but yeah. Play Stupefy in response. Very good. He takes Void Seeker. You got your student triggers. I mean, I guess he has to double Showstopper you here. Showstopper in, kill 1, save it. Showstopper in again, spending 3 runes, but you at least do clear. That's fucking terrible. Yeah, you just Arena Bar and give away the draw. And then plan to Showstopper next turn. So this hold can't continue. Good. Is this another free stopper happening here? No. And the first mate stays to hold. Alright, what do we got? Probably premature for a Thousand-Tailed Watcher. We have a Hextech Ray, that's not very useful. I mean, we could play Thousand-Tailed Watcher and then Hextech Ray. No, that's pointless. We could Thousand-Tailed Watcher and just walk units in. Go to 4 points. And then, if he plays Call to Glory, we have Hextech Ray. Seems reasonable. Look at this leak, Ibko. Rengar. Oh, he's Reverse Shen. That's neat. What else do we have if we don't do that? We'd have to literally throw 3 of our units at this first mate and lose 2? That's pretty bad. I think this is a Thousand-Tailed Watcher play. Everything else sucks. This hand sucks. But we probably need to push to 4 points this turn. Maybe you have to play slowly. Accelerate Kaisa, send her with a Yordle. That's not bad. I mean, what if we just go to 3 points and let set get to 4? And develop an enormous board? No, that doesn't work. No, we have to push this first mate to tax runes. Yeah. Yeah, okay, the Kaisa accelerate. Okay, I don't like it going there, though. I think Kaisa accelerate, Kaisa with a Yordle here is not bad. Because if he Call to Glory is the first mate, spending the first mate buff, then everything trades, and that's fine. And if he Call to Glory is using the set buff, then you can actually try to hold against him. And you have to play Ray on this. Trade, it gets saved. And then put a student on each battlefield, and put a hopeful somewhere. No, that's kind of terrible. Oh, it's a terrible spot, actually. No, I think the only viable play is playing the Watcher. It actually has to be Thousand-Tailed Watcher. Send a unit, and then send a Yordle to each battlefield, basically. I think that's the only play that works. And then you can play Hextech Ray on the first mate on opponent's turn. No, yeah, that's the only play that works. Every other play is losing. Hextech Ray, send in everything? Oh, this is terrible. Why did we send in 2 students? I guess we have 4 on both battlefields, but... No, this is awful. This is just bad. And like, maybe Hextech Ray, send in Yordle plus student only. But if you're going to do that, then you don't need to play Kaisa. Then you could have just dumped your entire hand of units. Would that have worked? Let's say... Let me go back to when he shows his hand again. Yeah, you could do Hextech Ray, student plus Yordle, lose the Yordle, Yordle to other battlefield, and then play Hopeful Poro in base. That would have been a reasonable play as well. But the play that he did, and that saves the Watcher, so that might even be a better play. Which, yeah, the play that he did with accelerating Kaisa is a lot worse, I think. Is this a free stopper? What is this confusion move? I mean, his opponent's tapped out. It's not like this is getting information. Yeah, that's another free stopper right there. Or did he get caught on this one? Not a free stopper. First made in. Yeah, losing that extra student is really bad. Losing the extra student and the Kaisa and a rune and still not developing these slow units out of your hand, so your hand is still in the same bricked situation. Because if he, let's say he had... So he would have lost... Let's say this Yordle would be a student, and then he'd have Hopeful Poro in play. Student... I mean, he could have even kept a Yordle instead and put a student forward. So it's student slash Yordle, because the tank might actually be useful. Hopeful Poro. Kaisa still in champion zone. One more rune. He'd be able to send Yordle Hopeful at set. And then I think he has a Void Seeker in hand to go against Call to Glory. Which obviously will not work against Call to Glory plus Unyielding, but you might not be able to play around that. Maybe you can. No, you could send... You send double hopeful at the set. Yeah, you send double hopeful at set. One of them dies, trades it off. You don't play around double Call to Glory plus Unyielding, that's exactly 3 cards. So you send double hopeful here, you send 1 unit here, and then you can just develop in base and you're chilling. Yeah, no, Kaisa. I mean, this is the thing. This is why people think Set has a good matchup against Kaisa, is because Kaisa should just have 2 more units in play here. And she doesn't. So then you lose. Because, like, the Set's game plan is way easier to execute. Like, he just moved some shit around and pushed some shit, and his numbers were big. Whereas the Kaisa has to actually keep units alive and be more efficient. Why did this hopeful trade off? 4 against 2. Throw it in the garbage. What the hell are we doing? What? Did he miss his Thousand-Tailed Watcher trigger? How did it trade if that happened? What? That's an orange set. That's not a yellow set. Oh, and he restands his legend too? Does it matter? That's a suspicious move. Thanks for the follow, New Tuck Art. Okay, it does point out that the hopeful shouldn't have died. Well, we get to 6. But yeah, I mean, this would have been a completely... Like, this is a completely free game for Kaisa. If he plays that turn differently, instead of accelerating Kaisa out, and does the Hextech Ray, Yordle plus Student, Yordle to other battlefield, dumps his hand, this is unlosable game for Kaisa. The game just plays itself for him. But now he's in a terrible spot. Because he's used his Watcher. I mean, it's not even a terrible spot. Like, he's still in a playable spot. Because he's so far ahead on the point tempo. Because it's still a challenge for Set to be able to finish this. And hold on to these battlefields. Like, Kaisa should just win here. Oh no, his hand is full of garbage again. It's full of all these units that he never played. Because he was busy accelerating Kaisa into an empty battlefield. Oh my god, why? Why are you doing this? Okay. Yeah, this should have been an unlosable game for Kaisa. I don't know why he still has Icathian Rain in Game 3, when it looks pretty likely that the set's on triple Unyielding Spirit. That is some stuff right there. Okay, we don't get to see Mulligan. It's fine. Hit rookie pass. That's a lot of information on turn 1. You know, they have no other 2-drops in hand. They also don't have first mate because they would have played first mate instead. Because Pit Rookie is a premium 2-drop. And now this student is completely safe to go somewhere. Alright, what's our hand? Alright, Falling Star, Void Seeker. Okay. We could put Student in base and stack Hopeful with the Student. If opponent plays Primal Strength, that's not even bad, because it slows them down by so much. And there's nothing else that can push 6 points. I guess they could trade the Pit Rookie in and then Showstopper in a Kiana or a Fiora. That would work. What could we do about that? Nothing. Is that fine? Let's say they do that. They go down to 3 runes. They get a Kiana trigger. The Kiana's buffed. That's a really bad situation. How bad is the situation if we leave the student by itself and opponent plays second Pit Rookie? It's probably not that bad since we know that they don't have first mates or other units in hand, so they would play Pit Rookie and then do nothing else with their turn. And then we get to push over it. So you could make the risky play and you get punished by Showstopper plus a 4-drop. Or you could do the safe play, which risks your student dying to a second Pit Rookie or like a Kinku Monk, but otherwise is completely safe. It's not game losing, which is reasonable. It's probably better to be safe. Go double base, yeah. Alright, what's in the hand? Showstopper. What else? Kiana Showstopper. Oh yeah, the exact punish. And it happens anyway. This one gets paid for. Kiana Showstopper, trigger candle at first. Take the rune. So, unless he drew a card off of the Kiana in addition to picking a rune up. That was not a free stopper. And now he goes to 2 points. Okay. What do we have to deal with this? Is that 2 falling stars in hand? Man, all this card riffling is crazy. Oh my god. Nobody knows where the cards are anymore. Is that double falling star? I thought there was a Void Seeker, but that might be double falling star. That is double falling star, okay. This might just be time to burn all your runes. How do you do it, though? You could... So you would have to stupefy Kiana using Kaisa, send in Hopeful, trade, Kiana gets saved, then you play Falling Star, target each one once, burn 2 runes, and hopefully your Stupefy draw gives you something useful. Oh, you don't need that, though. You don't need to Falling Star the Pit Rookie. So if you need to target... The issue is, if you need Student to go to the Pit Rookie to get rid of the Pit Rookie, then you need 2 Falling Star hits to hit the Kiana. I think you have to Stupefy the Kiana first and see what you draw. I think that's the play. And you could be passive. You could just send Noxus Hopeful here. And then play Kaisa in your base. And pass, and say that opponent needs to have first mate, which they showed you that they didn't have. Or another Showstopper in order to get to 4 points. And if they can't get to 4 points, then you get to 4 points on your next turn. And you still have a point tempo advantage. That's also reasonable. What would you need to draw for the Stupefy to make the Stupefy Falling Star a good play? Any 2 or 3 drop? So, I'm just going to assume it's a standard deck list, which it probably isn't, but 3 Yordles, 2, and then 2 Hopefuls, 7 2-drops, that's 12. And I'm going to assume that you didn't mulligan any of those. So we've seen... what is this, turn 3? Yeah, this is turn... one of our students died. So 11, and it's turn 3, so we've seen 7 cards, plus 2 mulligans. So 9, so there are 30 cards left in our deck. So we've got a 1 in 3 chance, approximately, for the Stupefy to draw into a card we can play. Even Cleave would be a reasonable draw. Stupefy the Kiana, cleave a unit over it, and then Falling Star, and then you can hold up Retreat. And you go to 3 points, and the set burns a rune, so it's on 5 runes. Now, the Stupefy play looks really good. I mean, what happens in the other line? You play Kaisa, you kill the Pit Rookie with Hopeful, you hold up Stupefy Retreat. Worst case scenario, the set has a first mate and sends Kiana across. You can still Stupefy her to set up for the trade. Pain with Kaisa. So that's not even bad. Let's say they play Orange Set and second Showstopper. You retreat, you go to 9 runes, draw a card. This Kiana moves back. They've got Orange Set forward, no runes, and you have Kaisa Student. You can... Like, this spot should be unlosable for the Kaisa either way, it's looking like. Though the dealing with specifically set second Showstoppers is a bit awkward. It really depends on what you draw with the draw off of, the draw off of Retreat, the draw for your turn, and then the draw from Stupefy. You do need to find something, like a Cleave. A Cleave or a Thousand-Tailed Watcher, or a second Stupefy. Or even Darius would work. Something that can kill the set, force the activation, and then you can dump Falling Stars to clear everything. I think Stupefy Kiana here is better. Though, I mean, that's only if they have either First Mate. No, if they have First Mate, things are completely fine. I think it's specifically second Showstopper Orange Set. Maybe it just needs to be second Showstopper? No, that doesn't do anything. Call to Glory second Showstopper? It's probably better to make the safe play here. Because I think the things that make the safe play worse are very unlikely, and you're still not in a bad position. Whereas if you go for the Stupefy, you are relying on... And you half of your deck is a good draw, but it's still a coin flip. So I think it's completely reasonable to go Hopeful here and play Kaisa in base, but it's also completely reasonable to play Stupefy on the Kiana, but it depends on the deck list. Like, I could pull the deck list back up to see how many outs there really are. Whatever the hell this is not what you do. And also, I haven't been thinking about Call to Glory at all. Does Call to Glory change any of this? If you Stupefy, go in. I guess you would have to Stupefy and go in with both, because you're planning to Falling Star this, and you're trading off one unit anyway? Yeah, okay. So you would Stupefy the Kiana, go in with both, and that plays around Call to Glory. Does that change any calculation for the other line? Yes, it kind of does. Because the Kiana buff can get spent. But it's only second Showstopper causes problems in the other line. Hey, Crom Busy. I'm trying to figure out what the better play is here. And it's hard. It's an interesting situation on turn 3. Thanks for the follow, Zesty Crouton. I think the Stupefy is a better play. And you burn a ton of runes, what do you end up burning? You burn 2 runes. Actually, they should know what's on top of their deck, because they did Candlelit Sanctum. Unfortunately, I don't know what's on top of their deck. Thanks for the Prime sub, Ultimate Rice. Hope that this stream has been interesting or insightful. Like, if the card on top of deck... I also don't even know if the card was kept on top of deck with Sanctum, because one of the cards from Sanctum would have been drawn this turn. But if this card is known to be a Thousand-Tailed Watcher, or a Darius, then the Kaisa in base and just kill Pit Rookie play is better. But if this card is a Cleave... Yeah, if it's like Cleave or any 2 or 3 mana unit, then the Stupefy plays better. I guess you don't even have to Stupefy first, you can just send both at the Kiana immediately. And then see off the Candlelit... Oh, that's even better. Send both at Kiana, see what's on the Candlelit Sanctum. Ooh. And if they call the Glory go to 7, you Stupefy and you're still over top of them. Okay, that's even better. Yeah, that's way better. You get the Candlelit Sanctum Conquer first. No, that's way better. Then you get to see 3 cards. You get to see the first 2, and if none of them work with the Stupefy play, then you get to take the 3rd one. And then your odds are amazing that the play works. Yeah, okay, you send both at the Kiana. I was thinking too much about sending the student to the other battlefield, but if one of your units is trading with the Kiana, you would rather conquer Sanctum anyway, and there's no reason to just send Hopeful by itself. But this is also fine. This play is fine. If you just put Kaisa in base and chill, we better not be Okay, we're stupefying our own thing to draw cards. Yeah, that's fine. I kind of like holding that Stupefy for opponent's turn. Wait and see if they play like an orange set, because he'll have a triggered effect. Oh, did we draw a Cleave? We drew a Cleave. What would that have done? I guess, oh, if we go in first, then we don't get a Cleave draw off of the first draw. That's the one drawback of sending in both units at the Kiana immediately, is all of the Cleaves are off, but that's not that bad. You streamed it? Okay, link me the rest, please, Kuvi. So now we get to Cleave over the Kiana, but we have to double Falling Star her. And burn 3 runes, and that's a lot worse. But that's still fine. Were we burning 3 runes anyway? Oh, we were burning 3 runes anyway with the Stupefy play, right? Because we Stupefy, and then we Falling Star targeting her once. Oh, we were burning 3 runes anyway. That makes that play a bit worse. Why did I think we were burning 2? Okay, so the real play was send in both. No, we just can't... I mean, I guess we're going to cleave in here. Go to 3 and put Kaisa in base. Are we still Falling Starring this Kiana? I think we still want to Falling Star this Kiana, right?
Incredibly rare. Maybe
Holy VTuber. Retreat. What's the other card? Is that a Cathian Rain? That looks vaguely a Cathian Rain-like. Yeah, that's a Cathian Rain. That's a really good card game 1. Do we need a second retreat? It's not bad. I think if we committed this cleave, we're definitely playing Falling Star. Thanks for the follow, Timo No Tumble. Both on the bottom. That's insane. That's insane. That Acathian Rain was so good. Okay, we were doing the Falling Star play. Okay, so there was no reason to even be thinking about this Stupefy stuff, because we end up burning 3 runes anyway. For some reason I thought the Stupefy play would save a rune, but it doesn't. It ends up being the same thing. We don't need to tap a 3rd rune, though. It shouldn't matter, but yeah, we're Falling Starring this Kiana. Alright, looking good for the Kaisa. Very expensive on runes, but this Kiana was going to be a problem. Assuming the set could continue to buffer, which it's open deck list actually, so the set, you know that the set will be able to because he's playing 3 Arena Bar. Okay, this one got paid for. There is the second showstopper. So is this a worse situation? This is definitely a worse situation than the other line, isn't it? Okay, yeah, for some reason I miscalculated. Overpays, yeah, overpaid 1 mana, but it doesn't matter. I miscalculated, for some reason I thought that this line that got taken would only burn 2 runes, but it burns 3. So it was definitely better to wait a turn. Send Hopeful here, go to 2 points, put Kaisa in base, and just chill. And maybe Stupefy the Hopeful is fine. And then just chill and plan to retreat it. Because if the second showstopper happens on the next turn, then you can force out the set legend on the other unit that gets showstoppered in, and then you can get rid of both. And then you save a turn before burning all your runes, so you get more mana overall. And that's really obnoxious. The showstopper not going onto the Dreaming Tree. Yeah, now this is a bad spot now. Because of the second showstopper, it's a bad spot. If there wasn't a second showstopper, this would be an insane spot for the Kaisa. But this is still not bad. We're 4 points. So we can still just develop. We can still just play Kaisa Student in base, move this back, and then play point tempo from here. It's still fine. Like, this is worst case scenario, and it's still fine. And it's 2 showstoppers down. And this situation was going to happen no matter what. Oh, did the Acathian Rain get kept on top? Might have. Kept Rain on top? Okay. It was hard to tell. Did one card got put on top and then the other one was being thought about where it goes? Sure. Rain got kept. That's what matters. Cause yeah, now this looks amazing. Unless there is Unyielding Spirit in the main deck. Is that a missed trigger on the set buff? Okay, yeah, nobody's sharking at this tournament. Yeah, there's like no shark, because that could have been sharked on a missed trigger. But yeah, it seems like absolutely nobody was sharking on missed triggers. So what do we do? This Fiora's a 6 on defense. Call of Glory goes to 9. Hmm. We only have 8 runes. That's a bit awkward for the Acathian Rain plan. Especially if they do have Call of Glory, because then Fiora keeps deflect after her buff is gone. We need to push to 6 points. And then we need to get rid of at least this orange set, and get rid of the buff on Fiora. Yeah, the slow play is just looking better and better. Like, let's say it was Fiora gets showstoppered in here, Kiana goes back. You get a better retreat. Opponent goes to 3. and you're on 2. And then you have these 2, but you still have the cleave, so you can cleave in over the Fiora. Yeah, this would actually be like the exact same situation, except that it would be 2 points against 3, and it would be 9 runes. But then you could cleave in over the Fiora, and then go for maybe even double Falling Star, kill all the units. Assuming the second Showstopper gets played, and it probably has to get played. Because otherwise the Kiana pulls back, and then you just get the 4 points for free. With the Hopeful pulls back, Student goes forward, and you're just happy. So what do you need here as the Kaisa? To make anything work, you probably need Cleave. Probably really need a Cleave. And if you can't get Cleave, what do you need? I guess if Call to Glory gets played on Fiora, spending her own buff, then you can get rid of her with Void Seeker, and that's fine. And if the set's buff gets used, then you still Void Seeker and then Falling Star the set, and burn 2 runes, 3 runes total. Oof, it's 3 runes again. I don't know if there are smoke screens main deck, that would be a good draw. Thanks for the follow, Asui Kitsune. Trash. Absolutely useless. Darius is not a bad draw. What can you do with that? It's still awkward. No, it still sucks. I was thinking maybe you could Falling Star the set and send Darius in, but if they have Call to Glory, they could either save the set or make Fiora bigger than Darius. So that still doesn't work. You could throw these 2 units at Fiora and see what happens. But then it gets saved, and then Call to Glory still saves the set. Maybe you could, hold on, you send both of these off for the trade. If Fiora dies, opponent is only on 1 unit. No, but they go to 6, it doesn't matter. They don't need more than 1 unit. No, it doesn't work. This spot sucks, and we were on a double Falling Star draw. And went first. Something must have gone wrong. I think, yeah, no, I think the Cleave draw baited the Kaisa into pushing the Kiana when it was bad to do so. I think that push was premature. And going to odd number points was bad. I guess we can Falling Star double target set. And now we have 7 to push the Fiora. It's not terrible. And we don't give away the information about Darius either. So now we get to see what happens if it's a Call to Glory. Maybe things aren't that bad. Like, what happens here? Set spending his own buff, Call to Glory. Push the Fiora. she loses her buffs, and then there are 2 unbuffed units in base. He gets rescued. Then you need to push in with a lot extra to play her on Call to Glory. But then if you do, Fiora gets saved and it's 2 unbuffed units, and the Call to Glory doesn't get played. Maybe that's okay. It's weird. So this Fiora can go up to 8. So you have to send at least Darius plus Student in order to be safe, which means that you're... I guess this is fine, because Set got rescued, though. So now the Fiora is fully dead. Maybe this spot wasn't bad. And I guess if there was Call to Glory, then the better play... If Set had Call to Glory, you would have played Call to Glory on the orange set. Most of the time. Though not playing it and then holding it to kill off an extra student is good. No, but if you do that and you lose your Fiora, you're on 1 unit. So what does Set need now to win the game? It looks awful. And it looks awful because he didn't have Call to Glory, in addition to 2 showstoppers. Which, you know, hard to ask for all of that. So what does Set need in order to win the game here? A way to buff Set, push the Darius. Okay. Nope, it's not there. So things worked out anyway, because there was no Call to Glory. Would the spot have been better to play slow? Let's say that Set's... I mean, second showstopper, and then you just get the same situation. But it's way more expensive. You did get rid of the Kiana for sure with that play, rather than waiting for another unit to be in play with... Another unit in play with a buff, so then Call to Glory is more annoying. So let's say you wait, and then you end up in the same Fiora, but with Kiana in base. You can cleave... Let's see. You send Kaisa Student into Fiora, play Cleave on Kaisa, draw a card. Call to Glory isn't good enough, so then they save the Fiora. And then I guess the Kiana just gets to live. He even missed a rune for the heart. Wow. Classic Savit's things. Maybe it still was just the best situation to deal with the Kiana immediately. I mean, you easily get to 4 points. But then getting... No, do you easily get to 4 points? You retreat, and then you're at... Are you at 9 runes after that? Hold on. Yeah, you go to 9 runes, Kaisa, Student in play. So then you push the Fiora with Cleave, you Falling Star the Fiora, and just leave the Kiana alive. But then you don't go to 4 points. Hmm. Okay, yeah, the Kai'Sa's play was good. That's an annoying situation, which is entirely avoided. And then, yeah, the situation did kind of come up, but then the situation was without a deflect unit in base, so it was much better. Is that the difference? Like, let's say Fiora forward, Kiana in back. You start with Falling Star on the Kiana in base. See what happens. If Call to Glory gets played, using the Fiora's buff, you can push the Fiora with Cleave. And if it gets Call to Glory gets played with Kiana's buff, then you play a second Falling Star. That's really awkward. Yeah, you end up burning, so the reason it's better to go for the Kiana immediately is because you end up burning even more runes the turn after. If Call to Glory is there. I'm definitely getting tired here. But it's... I mean, what would have happened if Set had not Showstopper, had Call to Glory as one of the last two cards? You'd have to Call to Glory spending Set's buff, and then save Fiora when she gets pushed. But if you Call to Glory spending Set's buff, then Nicathian Rain, putting 4 into Fiora and 2 into Set clears the board guaranteed. No, because she can save herself. No, that doesn't work. Yeah, so if there was Call to Glory on Set, spending his own buff saving him, then he would be safe. And then you would push the Fiora with only Darius, and she would get saved with Set Legend. And then both would survive. And then you'd have Kai'Sa on one battlefield, Darius on the other, hopeful student in base. And then the Set still needs like a Kinku Monk exactly to have any chance. Yeah, okay. Killing the Kiana when the Kai'Sa did was good. And for some reason I was trying to be fancy with the Stupefy play, but it was completely unnecessary. Because you end up paying the same number of deflect costs anyway. Okay. We did it. Why are we playing in Reaver's Row when we go second? I don't understand that one. That doesn't make any sense. Your biggest ick. You have a lot of icks, Kuvi. What the hell is our hand? Smoke screen? Cleave? Kai'Sa pass. Lose to buff plus challenge. But our hand sucks, so what can you do? We've got a first mate on this Kiana, so she can double conquer and end up in Reaver's Row. Looks nice. Get a rune, get a card. Should have gotten the card first, but you'd probably end up making the same decision no matter what. Kaisa into Kiana. Pass. Holy. Well, you know this Kaisa's going to fight for her life on this Reaver's Row. Because there is absolutely no point using spell. I mean, I guess if you have Hextech Ray and stuff. I mean, if the Kaisa had Hextech Ray in hand, then passing turn would have been better than playing the Falling Star. Because either the Pit Rookie walks into the Void Seeker, or the Hextech Ray, or next turn when you play Kaisa and have 1 mana open, then it walks into the Hextech Ray. So there can't be Hextech Ray in the Kaisa's hand. Which means, you know, the Kaisa's on a ton of, like, Void Seeker, Smokescreen, Icathian Rain and stuff. Maybe Darius. But this is looking terrible because it's going to be 4 points to 1. And basically over. What does Savitz have in hand? Arena Bar, Orange Set. Is that Divine Judgment? Has Karma? If he has Divine Judgment, he could just play that right now, couldn't he? No, he can't play that yet. He needs to send something in first. Showstopper in. Smokescreen the Karma. Save her. Okay, that's... Was there a way to do that better? You would have needed to... No, there was no way to get the Karma into a combat with other units at the same time. So you would have needed to send all 3 of these at Kaisa for 10 total. And then Smokescreen plus another spell would still deal with it. Yeah, I guess you just don't get anything done. Oh no, it's a Wallop. Wallop ready Kiana. Okay, yeah, that's pretty good. 2 Smokescreens. Kiana dies for real. Alright. You're telling me Kaisa has a chance, maybe. But probably not, because the point tempo is still terrible. If Kaisa had a 2-drop with those 2 Smokescreens, there would actually be a chance. Oh my god, that's a Convergent Mutation. What is that doing? In your deck? Yep. Why is that there? What is that card for? When do you want that card? What the hell is that doing there? Well, this is basically conceding. Surprised that the... Why did the units get sent this way? Why didn't Cythria go here, first mate go here, and then you recycle to Cythria? I mean, whatever, this is just, you know, the win more Divine Judgment. Okay, yeah, I don't know why this play was made, but... What? Why aren't we eating the first mate? Why did we even do this in the first place? Why did we not just, like, shoot first mate, send Kaisa here, and save our Hopeful? We just traded Hopeful for a Karma buff and a rune. It's not even useful. Okay. Next game. Oh, we're on Arena's Greatest plus Reaver's Row. And we game one. Okay. I don't get it. Why do we have 2 go first battlefields? And then play Dreaming Tree game 1? Alright, and then we're going to go to Kuvi's VOD. Accelerate? What? Alright, I guess this is just like tilt. Was there a free stopper in that last game? Did Savitz pay for this one? Yeah, he paid for it. Okay. Kuvi's VOD time.
Really
Hmm.
What did Kuvi have to say about my gameplay?
So
Let's
if it's getting cast at any
through
It's
deck. Not able to find maybe
not lose this one if you want to make it step cut low key.
just kind of waiting like, hey,
have in terms of
a big team
Mhm.
myself, and these are the kind of turns where, but instead, that actually
much any reaction speed, however.
no, but I agree. There, this is good. Flight's gonna give bonus.
Wait, Pesh, how's the...
Send the
Emo in
a bunch of hidden
Alright.
cards.
I don't know why this Legion Rearguard got accelerated out. That doesn't make any sense. That's not a real play. We're burning G2, G3. That tells me you weren't even paying attention because there was no G3. Setting up stream. Okay, that's fair. But yeah, I don't know. That's a pretty disciplined play to not send the Pack-a-Cub into a Hextech Ray. But you just sacrificed 1 mana per turn for the rest of the game for 1 point. It should have been E3, true. What do you think about playing War Camp when I go second, Kuvi? Because it seems like more Kaisas are on Reaver's Row, and at least in theory, you know, hopefully they bring the Reaver's Row when they go first. Hopefully. But honestly, even if they don't, then it's still... At least I get a Sprite Mother setup. But yeah, this Rearguard Accelerate is just conceding the game. Like, why not just play Kaisa? You play Kaisa, and then the Pack-a-Cub is still scared to go in because you're just going to eat it with Kaisa. Like, I actually don't understand. Like, you're not even scared of challenge. There's nothing that can challenge your Kaisa off of 5 mana. Like, unless they want to go Pit Rookie, Call to Glory for 0, spending the Pit Rookie buff, and then challenge. There's nothing. There's nothing. Why did we not just play Kaisa and just say your Pack-a-Cub isn't real? It can't even go to the battlefield anyway. Like, we're just burning runes for nothing, and now we're sitting here with a fucking Rearguard in play. Not listening to your takes? Oh my
I
God.
understand that fatigue and the stress of being on
Fatigue.
camera and everything.
True.
I would do 10 times worse in their... This is not coming from a place of...
I did not do 10
I'm
times
better
worse.
than these
I
players.
did
Coming from a place of...
not do
trying
well,
to
but
find
I
the
did not
best
do worse.
line To, hold this unyielding spirit this whole game. And Rain just... I've been seeing Kaisa's keeping Rain into set this whole time. You
Yep.
have to side away.
True.
You have to sideboard the Rain out
True.
into unyielding.
True. I mean, I wish we had a Kaisa in play. I really wish we had a Kaisa in play, because then our next turn, we would have been able to play Rearguard into Hopeful, hold up 2 mana, and then maybe have Retreat for a Kaisa at least, and be able to play the game, but instead we're on this, like... Alright, we got to 4 points still. I mean, maybe this is... I don't know, we got to 4 points,
What are we...
and Set is going to sit
you-
on 5.
You just scoop and go eat some Korean barbecue at the next, like, Vegas... The nearest Vegas restaurant. But, scoop to stop... Kind of smart, actually. Oh, the rest. Wait, why did we pick up the first mate? So what? We're not playing around Watcher at all. Well, that one plays around Watcher.
I guess this play is actually working for some reason. Because what, we have Ray, so we got up to 3 points. So we got a point tempo lead off of this accelerate. Maybe it was a real play.
Like
His
on the
first
spot.
mate? What, it was in play, wasn't it?
Just straight up. In-
Like he just... He goes forward. He plays set. He tries to figure out where to put this first mate. He forgets where it is. He thought it was in his hand. But it was in play.
His draws were so bad. Ugh, that's so rough. He's gonna rain. He's gonna get unyielding from that. And Watcher will allow. No.
Oh,
Watcher.
GG. Sure hope we did not sideboard out our Watchers.
We're taking away that. You can't do like.
Alright, next top 8 match.
For
These players I didn't get to... Oh no, we did see Ting Feng. Did not see this Chris guy at all, though. Oh, and he's a legendary... Legendary Annie player.
We're gonna see.
Sliding out your reins to play? Yeah, definitely.
Alright.
100% the play.
You know what's really hilarious? I was not familiar with Chris. I had a whole conversation with him and his
Legendary 2-drop into... Wait, how did he go first? Oh, the Annie won the first game. Oh my god, Annie won the first game going second.
Oh.
And now Annie...
Fast.
Wait,
This is like...
what? What? Why are we going second? Is this guy choosing to go second? This guy got second to Fab Worlds? Okay. Okay, I don't know what the fuck is happening. I want to say the player with higher seed got to choose go first or second, game 1. And then Annie won game 1, so the Kaisa got to choose again, game 2, go first or second, and chose to go second. At least in this game we know that. And that is trolling.
This is the fastest top 8 I've ever
That is
seen.
completely trolling. It can basically just say, enjoy your game loss. You have lost the game already.
However, Fallen Star here absolutely wrecks you. As Annie.
Merchant and...
One Fallen Star
These two
right
should be
now.
swapped. Because the Merchant is a more priority kill, and the Star Tipped is a more priority battlefield. Thanks to the follow Montai material.
Him? But it doesn't do anything. Playing so clean and so fast. I like it. This is Riftbound.
Yeah, then it would be more balanced, but they don't. Alright, we got a Kaisa Accelerate. Stack deck, look for a Kaisa Accelerate.
Yali is a Flesh and Blood player, extremely good. Yeah, apparently they won like yesterday's Flesh and Blood tournament or something.
Okay,
That's
stack
good.
deck Darius,
Kind of.
also really good.
Not really.
Can't see his hand, but yeah.
What is in the house? I think
3
that
points.
doesn't-
Falling Star used, not slowing down the Annie at all. Darius survives. I mean, this is just over.
It must be an EU time zone areas that can go into the students. The
Annie, pick up stack deck,
Huge
trigger
lesson.
Darius, Darius go in, go to 5 points.
like there's alive, it's over. Win Timo.
Alright, now
We
we're...
have here.
Darius, Cleave, Poro. Okay, get the fuck out. Get the fuck out,
Mm.
Mr. Seal Kaisa.
Minutes.
Oh, that was a 2-0. Yeah,
Everything.
it's just over. It's just over, and then they called a stream because top 4 agreed to split. So, yeah. Yeah, that wasn't even close. I don't know why you would choose to go second as Kaisa against Annie. You are basically just saying that I am hoping that I'm going to draw a Ray for their 2-drop. Because it's not like, even with only 6 2-drops in the deck, the odds are still pretty high. Like, even with 5 2-drops in the deck, 2/3 of the time the Annie's going to have a 2-drop turn 1. So you're saying that What legends want to go second? None of them. Going first is just better. If you're a slow deck, you want to go first so that your opponent has less time to score points. If you're a fast deck, you want to go first so you can score more points. Player going first has mana advantage in general. Like if you add up the mana that the player whose turn it is has had access to in total, compared to the amount of mana that the opponent has access to in total at that point, the player who's gone first has had an extra 2 points of mana every single turn cycle. Like turn 1, second Leona list, that was a while ago. And that was also a bad deck, and he was just better than people. And people just didn't understand how to finish games, because that was really what the deck was built around. Was stalling out the end game with stuns. Person going second gets 2 extra mana? No. Like, you could give the player that goes second a coin, and that would balance it. But, yeah, you either need to take away the turn 1 draw from the player going first, or you need to give player 2 a coin. Because the issue as well is that 3 drops are very marginally better than 2 drops. Like, if you look at 2 mana units, you get a 2 might unit with some condition to have 3 might. With stuff like Darien Poro, Pit Rookie, Ravenbloom Student, Trifarian Glory Seeker. Let me filter to base set so things are actually proper. Stalwart Poro, stuff like that. You look at 3 drops, and you get 3 might, and then some small extra upside, and that's it. Like, 3 might across 2 bodies. This draws a card, so this is different. Wielder is 4 might conditionally, and this is the only 4 might unit. 3 might with random upside, 3 might with random upside, kind of 4 might when it attacks, 3 might with really good upside, and then just pile of 3 mights. This is 4 when it defends, and then you've got power cost stuff. So that's the first issue. You don't get that much more out of a 3-drop than you do like the 1 extra mana in a 3-drop. The second issue is because you're going to go first half the time, at least assuming that going first is better. That means that you're going to build your deck having more 2-drops and not having 3-drops, which means that you want to go first even more so. Because if you build your deck based around 3-drops, then you're going to be making yourself go second, and you're at a disadvantage in other areas. Like, even if the 3-drops were that much better than 2-drops, you would still be at a disadvantage because of the mana disadvantage. And the card disadvantage, effectively. So, alright. That's it for tonight. Thanks for the follow, Club Dieko. I need to finish eating. I'll be back tomorrow. Do the CCS thing. I mean, there was literally one game that we got to see from the Annie, and I mean, he played well, but also that was completely free. Thanks for the sub, Durnham. Nice. No, it's 1 AM, Kuvi. I'm sleepy, and I should have gone to bed like 2 hours ago, and it's not going to be... I'm not going to be in bed until like half an hour from now, because I still haven't finished eating. Review cards? No. Goodbye. Good night.